Coming to you live from my spy shack, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy that you could just call Chaos Cesternino. I am Rob Cesternino. Welcome back to the top 40 all-time rankings of Survivor. And today we're talking about season number 2. That would be Survivor Cagayan, Survivor season 28. And I'm very excited to talk about a season that was huge. We needed it. And we've got a great panel here with us today. Of course, first, let me bring in a man who is making his third appearance here on the all-time top 40 rankings. Of course, you could hear him talk about the Masked Singer. You know him as Mr. 90 Day Fiance, star of Puya Fridays. Here he is. Don't call him Wooya. It's Puya Zavakili. Puya, how are you?
I am doing delightful, Rob. Thank you so much for having me here. Getting to talk about the second best season here, as voted by you, of course, the audience. I'm very stoked, Rob. I'm stoked, and I got to thank you up front for getting me to watch another Survivor season right before the new season 41 starts, because I feel like I'm rekindled. I'm ready.
Ooh.
I'm excited. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling it all. I'm very happy to be here.
Okay. All right. We are excited to have you back here. And we have another great member here on the panel. Of course, that I don't know what he's doing, slumming it here with us to talk about Survivor Cagayan. Of course, this is really going to be the antithesis of his chosen format, which is TikTok. Please welcome Survivor superfan and a Washington Post TikTok guy, Dave Jorgensen.
Hello.
Dave, how are you?
I'm great. This is an upgrade from my TikTok slum. This is the slum I want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, TikTok is an audio first app in a way. That's what someone said to me once. So you know, this is not that different. This is just, this will just get.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm going to improve my audio, whatever that is on this. Clearly, it needs a lot of work for TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to be more than a pretty face. I got to start practicing for 5 hours at a time with you all.
Okay, Dave. For the uninitiated, could you give us a little bit of your background?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, I am a huge Survivor fan. Way before I was making TikToks for the Washington Post, and I'm like a day one RHAP fan. Like 2010. This is technically my second appearance. Yes, I'm the very first. That was me. That was the guy. I was the one emailing you. My first actual appearance on this, technically speaking, was a voicemail. I called in and this is like 2013, and I said to you something along the lines of, what if they started editing Survivor like they do Lost, and there's flashbacks and flash forwards? And then they started doing that. So I think you and I, Rob, can take full credit for the little flashback editing they started doing.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You're welcome, listeners. So yeah, I live in DC, and I've been making Washington Post TikToks for the last couple of years, and that's been my, I guess, recent claim to fame. I wrote a TikTok book. I know that I heard Mike mention that in the last podcast.
Yes.
Mike the Pirate. Actually, no, he was back to his normal self by then, but I prefer Mike Bloom the Pirate for sure. And yeah, it's just a big time Survivor fan, and all the TikTok stuff comes second. This is where I want to be. This is everything led to this moment.
Yes, Dave, let me go back into my archives here. So I have a email for a voicemail from Dust in the Wind, Dave from Kansas City. Is that you?
That could be.
Let me
if
see.
It's a voicemail, that'd be wild.
Hey, Rob, this is Dave, otherwise known as Dust in the Wind in the Stealth R Us Alliance. Up until this week, we didn't really see much of Brenda. We now know that she has remarkable snorkeling skills. Other than that, she's been very quiet, as you know. I was wondering if you think the producers or editors would ever consider actually editing out everything she's doing and then show us in a series of flashbacks that she actually has been working behind the scenes the whole time. The best way to compare it is Lost Season 2, when Michael just comes in suddenly and shoots on Lucia and Libby. And then the next episode, we see all the flashbacks, which led him to do this. Mm-hmm. Do you think even with Brenda, or just in general, the editors and producers would ever consider doing something like that, where she's doing something behind the scenes and we find out later on what she's doing? Thanks. To love your show. Bye.
Yeah.
This is
that was great.
That's wild. Why did I say Dust? Did you say call in with your Stealth or Us name? I hope that's why.
I don't know.
This is my Kellen moment where I'm like,
doing that.
What was I doing?
You invented that. Yeah. So all right, Dave, we have the backstory on Survivor. How did you get into creating TikToks for the Washington Post?
I got really lucky in one sense in that basically like early 2019, I found TikTok, and it's hard to believe this now, but at the time, no one knew what TikTok was. Now it's very, in the back of your head. But I said, this app has 1 billion downloads already. And I was already working at the Post. And I said, I really think what I'm doing right now, which is making YouTube videos that get 800 views, I could put that into TikTok and get a much wider audience. And that was like instantly true. So luck and a little bit of, I guess, hustle, but it ended up working out. And, over 2 years later now, we have 1 million followers, and there's a bunch of other newspapers on TikTok now. I like to think that we're the best one still, but I have credited this to you, Rob, before in terms of just the hustle aspect of like, no one had a Survivor podcast. Then you filled that gap, and a lot of people followed. And that was a lot in the back of my head as well when I was doing this, which is, this is here. We might as well do it. There's an audience for it. So that's kind of how that came to be.
Okay. Well, that's a great story. I'd love to pick your brain a little bit more. Another time when we don't have hours and hours of Survivor Cagayan.
Yeah, Tyson does all the time.
Yes.
He messages me, does this work? I guess.
We will be back, I believe, on Wednesday with our Survivor Cagayan feedback show. Hope you can join us then in the Patreon podcast feed. Of course, that we will get to some questions here tonight, but sometimes it's hours and hours into these podcasts. So we will reconvene in our Patreon podcast feed at robbinswebsite.com/patron for our patron feedback show coming up on Wednesday. We'll also have our Survivor Q&A podcast. Puya joined me last week for the maiden voyage. I will be back with Matt Scott for week 2 of the patron Q&A, talking all about Survivor 41. Dave, you pumped up for Survivor 41?
I am excited. I'm really pumped. I have a lot of things to say about the shortened days and the news today. The monster. But I'm excited overall. I mean, it'll have been what, 15 months, so we're ready.
Okay. Well, the last time we saw Survivor in action, it was Tony Vlachos running around an island like a crazy man. So that's a good segue to get to this conversation. But yeah, had you gone back and ever watched Survivor Cagayan since its original airing?
Yes. So with Cagayan, it's a very unique place for me to be because the first time I watched it, I was watching it to catch up with and then watch the finale live. So that is around when my whole love for all of this was built, because I watched the finale of Cagayan and then I was looking for content to listen to about this. Then I found you. Then from there on, I've watched every season live. But when it comes to the seasons between 27 and like 31 with Cambodia, I've watched those like 5 seasons multiple times. So Cagayan is almost like second nature. I just had to get a little refresher before this podcast. So definitely I have put some dents into it.
Dave, do you have a real strong connection to Cagayan?
It's definitely my favorite season. What's interesting about it was this was probably, it was the first time I rewatched the whole thing all the way through since the original viewing, but I think it's the peak of my Survivor fandom. I really remember that it was like, I was watching it, then I was listening to know-it-alls, then I was going to the secret scenes, and then I was going on the subreddit. I was doing putting in 6 hours a week of just not Survivor everything. So I think that was the peak of everything there. So that I have that sort of shiny feel about it, but on the rewatch, for me, it held up. I think for me, it's, Jeff even says it in the live reunion show, which, he says a lot of things, but I think this was true, that it's one of the best casts in terms of, it just kind of seemed to mesh together. And for me, I think it's because I watched it so avidly, but I think every person is memorable in a way. And I don't think you get that with a lot of seasons. So that to me is my Survivor Cagayan. I just think it's the best season in terms of casting and end result.
Yeah, it is a really great season. And of course, it was one of those seasons chosen by Survivor or the powers that be to be on Netflix. And I think that certainly helped raise the popularity, Puya.
Yeah, 1 of 2 seasons on Netflix, the only non-returnee season on Netflix. And I mean, it's very easy to see why, right? It's very easy to see why. And there's a reason why when a lot of people are asked the question, hey, I know someone who's trying to get into Survivor. What season should I show them? More people will tell you to show them 28 than anything, because some of the other seasons that might be highly regarded, you need a lot more history to know who's playing, what's going on with the backstories. You can just jump right into episode 1 of this and be captivated, and then that'll push you to go through the whole journey like the rest of us have.
Yeah, and I did convince my son, who is going to be 8 this month, to get on board and watch this season. He's been watching Big Brother this summer. He's very into it. I said, hey, come on, let's just watch some of this Survivor. And we were watching along, and he was very, very much into it. And he said, Dad, when this is over, can we watch all the Survivor seasons? I'm like, are you kidding me? I just watched them.
But it finally happened. I feel like that's got to be like, in your world, that's the best thing your kid can say. Just poorly timed.
39 seasons into watching all the seasons.
It's a double-edged sword for you by the sounds of it.
I really don't want to start back at 1.
All right. Island of the Idols. Put it in.
Back to Island of the Idols. Start it over again. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But yeah, iconic season. Dave, was it different for you going back and watching Tony after now we've seen him win the second time?
Yeah. I couldn't quite put a finger on it. I think it's really hard to remember what it was like watching it the first time. And I think, just the coverage of Tony since, understandably, is like, this guy's chaotic, and we just kind of accepted that his gameplay works, and it worked twice. But it's like, I tried to put myself back in the position of watching it for the first time and week to week going, there's no way. Everything he does is just, he's going to self-implode. I remember, like, after rewatching now, I was like, oh, I really thought LJ was going to win the whole time until he was voted out. That's what I really remember. Yeah, I was positive. I was looking, and this is something I do, and I know you all do, but I do it more than I should, is just reading the edit. And I think partially it's because all I do is edit video. So I see everything. Jamal, when he was on, he was talking to you about like those close-ups they do at Tribal Council. That's all in this season. They do a lot of that this season. Whenever people are reacting to, especially things Kass say, they make Kass to be quite the villain I'm not entirely sure that she was perceived that way the whole time. So anyway, that was a rambling answer, but I think, I like Tony just as much. That's the basic thing. And I think you just like him the more you get to know him. You never feel like he never really sours on you.
So watching Tony win here after watching him win in Survivor Winners at War, I did feel like I had a little bit of a different reaction to Tony, Cagayan Tony. And it's almost like the opposite of Sandra. But yeah, I felt like it was a little less special watching Tony win the first time, because it seemed like it was such a miracle that it was, I've called Tony Vlachos a unicorn so many times. Like, this was a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. How did this happen? But the fact that he did it a second time, to me, almost, I feel like that took something away from watching it this time.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where when the least likely thing to happen happens, and you're like, that should have never happened. That had no business happening. It's well worth going back again and again and again and just seeing that play out. But then when it happens again, and it happens amongst a probably stronger cast, then you're like, okay, maybe this wasn't as unique. This wasn't as much of a unicorn. I think it's still a unicorn game, especially, I would say, you look at that first game, and in the rewatch, it was a lot more sloppy than I might have remembered, but it still has happened twice. And the only other person that has had that result is Sandra. So it does put them on another level than everyone else. And it does take that unicornness away from it just a little bit.
What do you think, Dave? Am I being a negative Nalia here?
You are, but I understand why. I just think it's so hard to really erase your memory and rewatch it with, like if somehow we were able to erase your memory right now and maybe erase your memory Winners at War and say, this is season 41, and you were to go and watch it, I think you would still have the same reaction of being complete awe and shock. And you would still say it's 1,000,000 to 1. I think all that would happen. And I think what really the exclamation point on that for the season is really when he convinces Wu to take him. I mean, it's just, that I think even on the rewatch, you have to go, how is this happening? I mean, you get, especially on the rewatch, you see that point in the beginning of right after they voted out Spencer. He says, I'd be an idiot. Like I would, he says it right to Kass, and he says, how stupid would it be if I took Tony? And then he takes him 24 hours later. So it's just, I think you have to somehow erase your memory a little bit to kind of believe it, because not even since, except for when he played again, have we seen someone so chaotic and with such a weird edit where he really kind of got the sort of like, this guy's a little bit nuts. I mean, I think maybe the closest thing is Adam in a way, but we even then, like, you don't really get the same, like, oh, there's no way he's going to win.
And he plays such a better game the second time around. I wonder if it's like because he played a perfect game the second time he played. Like, do you really see like the rough edges more this time around?
I wonder if he kind of, it's, what's the saying where you play to your competition. I wonder if it's a little bit of that where his and not to say that, you know, Spencer and Kass and they were good, but I think he played to that level, whereas against a bunch of winners, he'd play to that level. That's how I felt watching it, that he was just adjusting. And it certainly helped the game changers happen. And I know you've said this in the past, but like, I don't think he wins Winners at War without just tanking there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, another thing that I felt like that I didn't necessarily love on the rewatch here was the Tyler Perry idol. Of course, Tyler Perry is going to make his appearance back on the show at the finale, or on the show at the finale. And so Tony has the Tyler Perry idol, and it's fine. It doesn't really play a factor up until the point when the idol expires. And I really feel like that I don't like how the show handled Tony being able to use the idol at the final four to make it to the next round. I do feel like, and if anybody hasn't watched the season recently, Tony's idol expires at the final five. He doesn't use it. He has a real idol and the super idol, and he doesn't use the super idol. He plays his idol for himself at the final five. And then at the final four, he tells everybody, okay, look, I've got the idol. The last night is gonna so you can't vote me out. And so he is able to then they vote for Spencer, and then he reveals actually the idol is null and void. I cannot use it. If you vote for me, I'm gonna go home tonight. And then he ends up moving on to the next round. But I really feel like that this seems like using a loophole of production to be able to like that they should be able to ask production, like, hey, what round do the idols expire?
Right. Well, and I think this is your summer of Big Brother watching coming out, where you're like, yeah, you can't use production as a strategy. Stop this. It's no good. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that I think we've talked about this before. I've definitely thought about this, where if they lay out some of these facts out of the season, this is the structure. The idols will go all the way till final five, and that's it. That might add a layer to it, because I mean, ultimately, Tony was able to hide behind this for no reason and make it through. But also, he was able to, the credit where credit is due, he was able to convince a student of the game that this was what was happening. And hey, Spencer ate it. He was like, yeah, okay, cool. You're at final three now. That's fine. I do think, and in watching this, maybe I just thought I felt this, but because they realized it was final two, I think that helped put validity to it being a final four idol working, because there's still one round before the final tribal. And then once they realized, oh, most likely it's a final two, I feel like that gave it credibility even, which is wild to think about.
Dave, the thing that does save it for me is what you mentioned about Tony then convincing Wu to take him to the final two. So it's not like some of the earlier seasons where, Terry and Yule never have to play their idol. That Tony does have to then make it through a round.
Yeah, to draw a weird comparison here, it's sort of like Chris in Edge of Extinction in that he does everything right in those last 3 votes to convince me as a viewer, okay, I think he deserves it. Well, me, not other viewers, but me. The one thing, though, I would say that, and this might be a little bit galaxy brain, but I feel like if you can lie about what the clue says on the super, or what the super idol says, then production can also work against you. Meaning, if I'm Spencer and I go, okay, this is what Tony's telling me, I should be able to ask Jeff Probst at Tribal Council, hey, does his idol work until the final four? I feel like if Tony can do that, then you should be able to use Jeff against him in that moment. That might be a little bit, I don't know if that's like a hot take, but I just think there has to be some balance to be able to do
agree.
that.
Okay. All right. But enough with my complaints here about the season. Let's talk about what's great about the season. The Brains versus Beauty versus Braun. I'm not sure if that's the right order that you're supposed to say them in. Puya, I feel like that the 3-tribe format here of the branded 3 tribes, it works so well here. Survivor's going to chase this now for like the next 5 years also.
It worked so well that they decided we need to find a new sequel for this, and they've not been able to hit gold again the way they did with this. I thought this was a great theme for the season. I think that's another reason why it's very easy for newcomers to jump in. You can tell what the divides are the minute they tell you Brain, Brawn, Beauty. You're like, okay, cool. If this was a new season for someone and you're hearing heroes, healers, hustlers, you're like, what does this mean? What's a hustler? You're like, just you wait. There's also a season where with collars, white collar, no collar, blue collar. So this is the best recipe for the 3-tribe themed format, I do think.
Yeah, Dave, how fun was Brains versus Beauty versus Braun?
I love it. I'm curious about, I like, is it South Africa or Australian Survivor? Whoever's doing Braun versus Brain, I feel like,
Australia.
I think that's a little better. The Beauty just gets, I mean, it's fine. And I appreciate that Morgan kind of owns it. Like, that's cool. But I just feel like they're all kind of beautiful people. That's why you cast them. So why not just make it Braun versus Brain? I'd rather simplify it to that. But for this purpose, I think it works really well, especially in my view. If there's going to be a theme, I feel like if it's kind of dead by the merge, then that's great. And that's kind of what happened here. You didn't really hear a lot of people talking about it after the merge.
Yeah, and the tribe divisions work so well, and it's interesting for the viewers. And then also, I do think we get a lot of like organic story out of like how the 3 tribes operate, even after they are swapped into other tribes.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think that the interesting part of it with this season too was that it wasn't 3 tribes that stuck with each other the whole way through. Because of the divides within the tribes, it made it so that the divisions added more layers to it, more interesting stuff to it. I feel like the Brains made it pretty far when you think about it, the remaining 3. But at no point were they really like, okay, the Brains tribe is going to stick together. That wasn't a part of it. And like the other thing I like about this, these tribe divisions is that it's like, okay, so they're all the Brains. Who's the smartest of the Brains? They're all the Brawns. Who's the brawniest? And then with Beauty, it's like, who is the most underrated? Who is the most because I think with Beauty, to what Dave is saying, it kind of makes them seem one-dimensional, whereas with the other 2, what skills they have to like win the game or make an impact that's pretty on the surface. But with Beauty, it's like, okay, who's underestimated? Who's actually smart? Who's actually brawny? So that does add more intrigue for me as well.
The cast is also that I think it was Dave who mentioned really on point, really strong cast. I was gonna say maybe a little top heavy. I think that we get some like a few people like specifically. I think I'm not sure everybody on the Beauty tribe landed.
Yeah, they didn't mesh the same way. They weren't as I mean, the Brain, you get the story, it's a disaster. And that's like clear from the beginning. So you follow that, you track it. Braun is I mean, they even kind of play into it themselves. We're like, well, we're going to work hard. And that's what we do. Great. Beauty, it's kind of, okay, I get the gimmick on day 1. They're all pretty and they know it. And then that's it. There's nothing, like maybe that's the point, but there's just nothing else after that. And I feel like when we get to the Bryce boot episode, I mean, you don't even see Bryce talk until 2/3 into the episode, and then he's great. But I'm just left thinking, well, where was that? Why didn't we see more of that dynamic? So I just felt like you don't really have as much understanding of them until the merge, basically.
And it's not like Bryce isn't great. So I don't know why they didn't lean on him more. Of course, hearing so much about Bryce's experience over the years from the Purple Pants podcast, definitely like I'm it's hard for me to not be angry also at this beauty tribe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Very much so. No, Bryce is incredible. We already knew this, but we'll say it again so that everyone else knows that we mean it. No, seriously, I think that honestly, and I do think, Rob, with regards to the cast, beauty being in the worst of the 3 spots for memorability, I think it has to do with the storylines, where obviously Brain was just on TV because they stayed getting in trouble, right? So they had to be on TV. With Braun, not only does the eventual winner and runner-up come from that tribe, but also you have RIP Cliff Robinson. He is a basketball player, so he's automatically remembered. And then Sarah calling out Tony's occupation becomes such a main part of the story that, of course, you're going to remember that as well. But then with Beauty, they really focused on Morgan a lot and LJ. And then they started us off with the whole LJ, hot versus cute. And that kind of became the driver there, which kind of meant everyone else kind of got yada yada at the beginning here.
Morgan gave them such good television.
From the beginning. I don't know. I think someone in production must have said the word conceited to her because you got to do a montage or whatever. She said conceited about 7 times, and it would always start with, I don't want to be conceited, but now it's like, here it comes. Whatever you're going to say. I can't wait.
Yeah. And she has some great lines. I think that Heidi from Survivor the Amazon would blush at some of the things that Morgan says in this season about how, Kass doesn't like me because she's ugly. And she gets asked at like one point, like, would you rather be if somebody would rather be cute or ugly? Like, they'd rather be cute. Come on.
Not true. I mean, there's a subreddit called Technically the Truth, and that lives there. That's I guess.
Yeah. I mean, but Morgan just gave them gold all season long.
Yeah. You know what I thought was strange, and I remember this in the real time too, that maybe it doesn't matter at all, but I feel like there's a perfect scene where Tasha could be like, I was an NFL cheerleader too. That's in her bio that she was an ex-Rams cheerleader. I was waiting for the moment where I just felt like Tasha was the person to confront Morgan. I don't know why I had that in my head. Maybe it's just the cheerleader aspect, but every time Morgan spoke, they would often cut to Tasha just kind of like this. And I was like, just say something. I want to see this conflict.
Yeah. Chaos Kass, Puyo. We haven't talked too much about her just yet. She is a force in this season.
Oh, yeah. So good that she gets brought back a second time.
Sure.
No, Chaos Kass was, we talk about Tony being the unicorn. How did Tony get further? How did Kass survive that entire pre-merge? How did Kass survive the merge vote? How does Kass survive the vote after? That was also amazing to watch as we went along. And then the feud with Tony, second to none. Great stuff there. She just never backed down from any argument. And it was pretty wild in this rewatch. It really reminded me just how blunt she was for no reason. She'd be like, yeah, so you're on my short list tonight. Like, why? Why are you saying this? I don't understand why you're doing this. It was very compelling to watch.
I have a Kass hot take that will probably be in conflict with what you said, Puya. I think on the rewatch, and I just love Kass, so maybe I'm certain there's bias in here, but I felt like the only really, really bad move she made was when she went after Tony when he wasn't really talking about her. And she just made a whole meal out of it. And obviously.
So that's, I think, is that at the final 6 or the final 7? There's a morning where like Tony's like telling Spencer like all of his cop stories. And Kass is like, you hear that? He's talking about me.
Yeah. And again, to Tasha, every time this happens, Tasha goes, yeah, man, it's bad. And Tasha just has to nod her head and encourage it. But I think that to Kass's, I think that was terrible how she blew up on him. But then I think once she realized that Tony was blowing up, she just kind of let it happen. And I don't know. I think I just really like Kass. I might be a Kass apologist, but I just really liked how anytime someone just was starting to get mad, she just kind of blew on the flames a little bit and let them keep going. That's why Spencer and her are like one of the all-time pairs on Survivor.
Yeah. She has a confessional at one point in the season where she talks about how she says that she loves the ambush. She's all about the ambush. She says I do it in the courtroom too. I do trial by ambush as well. It's not a recommended strategy, but I do it. Puya, could you imagine the trial by ambush? Your Honor, I'd like to call the defendant's ex-wife to the stand. Come on out.
Yeah, I feel like nothing will get me worse than me getting surprised and then stumbling over everything. Because I'm someone who I need to mentally prepare. I need to pick the pieces up. I need to, come in with like the mental of like, okay, I'm ready. Mentally, I'm ready. I'm here to go. She would get me every time with the ambush. So I kind of understand the whole just coming like, yes, I'm thinking your name tonight. If it works, if the ambush works, you've got the other side completely at a loss and they're going to scramble and you kind of get to walk away. They might resent you for doing that to them, but your job is done. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's not good jury management. I think that's kind of what, and I agree. But again, me as a viewer, and I think I'd like to think, I don't know why I'd like to think this, but I feel like I would enjoy Kass on the island. I don't know if I'd have an alliance with her, but I would get a good laugh out of her antics for sure.
I mean, I always enjoy Kass on the podcast. I think that she on the show tends to she will Tony says at one point, he's like, look at her. She's always sitting there. She's got the same look on her face. You never know what she's thinking. And she will be like, yeah. So what are you going to do about it? And then she, like the person on the other end of the conversation will be just like screaming like, no, you don't understand. Why? What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing it. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like, no, that's what she does.
It's so good. I have no complaints.
Yeah, Tony is going to get into it with Kass, among others. Trish gets into it with Kass, but yeah, as was mentioned, Spencer, a great foil for Kass. Dave, what do you think about Spencer on the rewatch?
So I wonder if any other viewers or listeners would have this reaction if they're around. Like I was maybe 2 or 3 years older than Spencer when the season came out. I couldn't believe how young he looked. Now just 9 years removed. I think he's 21, 20. I couldn't believe. I don't know. That was so striking to me, and I think that's a weird experience when you watch Survivor seasons later on and you're just older in general. But man, he's great on the rewatch. I think it's I understand. I think Jeff was extremely harsh in this. You're never going to win to a 20, 21-year-old, but I don't think Jeff was wrong. I think he maybe should have kept that to himself, but. Maybe it worked because I think the whole thing with Spencer is that when he's an underdog, he plays way better. And not to say he wasn't an underdog on second chances, but I feel like when things aren't going his way, he's much more sympathetic to the people around him, including a jury. So I think this is, a really good run for him. And I actually think it's possible he could have beat Tony in the end too, because he had just a lot of people who are maybe more sympathetic to him on the jury. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I just feel like Spencer, it's just really enjoyable to watch here, and you are rooting for him despite yourself. Even if episode 1 you go, this guy's a dweeb, you end up kind of loving the dweeb.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that he came into the show like trying to be a character, and then because of the way that circumstances went, then he had to rely more on just like being himself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the first episode he talks about I tied for first place in this chess tournament. I'm calculated. I'm ready to go. He gets humbled immediately. He gets put on the outs on his tribe. Is struggling there. And honestly, it's one of those things where he is clearly the underdog, and I remember rooting for him as well. But there was something about how he would take an L at every side, every corner. That was very enjoyable to watch for me because he does that. He's so animated and he's so besides himself that everything is going wrong. He goes in for the advantage in the auction, doesn't get it. It's like he wins nothing. And the fact that he made it all this way far was very fun because there was still a chance. There was always that little flame of like, maybe, just maybe, if he gets to the end, he can make something happen. But it was very fun because I do feel like I saw a growth to him from the first scene we saw in the premiere to where he ends up going by the end. And one of my favorite cast assessment moments for Jeff Probst is the B-roll of Spencer doing one of these. And as he looks to smile, just Jeff's voice in the background be like, Spencer has 0 chance of winning this game. And it's just like Spencer looks so happy to hear that in the B-roll. And I never forget that image.
Well, I've always wondered, because I remember that vividly. And then that was before the preseason. And then during the season, he says, Kass, 0% chance of winning this game. And I have to wonder if Jeff in their conversation told him 0% chance, because it felt like he's projecting it there.
Yeah.
Either way, the clips match up nicely together. But I also, going back to his reactions, to me, it looks like you could put it in black and white, put some music behind it, and it's the silent films that are a little bit sped up, but you don't have to speed it up because he just kind of like throws himself around and flops everywhere, and it just looks like when
he wins, he's throwing himself on the ground also.
Yeah. There's one moment when they win and Jatia just throws herself on him, and he's just like floppy noodle, but he barely catches her. It's great.
Dave, what was your reaction to Wu going back to watch the season?
I love Wu. I think I don't know, you have to have a heart, or cannot have a heart if you can't like feel bad for him in that finale show.
That's right.
He's just got his arms full. I can't think of, including All Stars, where Jerry gets booed off stage. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad comparison, but I somehow felt even more for Wu there, because he just so dejected, but then he gives such like a sweet answer when Jeff says to him, "How you doing?" And he's so, even then he's so composed.
Give it up for Tony. He played a great game and class act, great guy.
It felt rehearsed, but in a way where I respected it. I was like, man, you do not, I get it. So I don't know. I think he's a good spirit. There's that, I mean, one of the all-time gifts is him just saying, like, jumping up and down, I love Survivor. That's Wu. So I think they got exactly what they wanted out of him. And I think he's doing well enough now that I don't, a few years removed, I think it's
fine.
Okay. I feel so bad. It's so fresh in my head again.
Yeah. No, I found Wu even easier to root for on this rewatch.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's a lot of characters on this season. A lot of characters, and things get nasty between different characters. We've talked about a bunch of feuds in this season, but somehow in the middle of all of it, Wu was always composed. He was always the comic relief. His moments in the auction are my favorite. Watching him interact with the kids was great.
Yeah.
And it's really one of those things where obviously the instinct for a lot of the hardcore fans would have been to dunk on him, like, dummy, you made the worst mistake you could have. And like, I'm sure he's heard that to everything, but I genuinely feel like he was happy for Tony still. So, good for him if he's okay with it. He obviously gets to come back again for a future season to try and right that wrong. So he gets his redemption potentially to try again. But no, he's just a nice guy. It's hard not to root for him.
Yeah. I wonder if it's a curse of none of the second chances really go great for the Survivor Cagayan crew. Maybe the best of the bunch, you could say, is Tasha, who ends up in second place. But Dave, I feel like that Tasha's second place in second chances is a quieter second place than she has a sixth place finish in this season.
Yeah, I think from both, I mean, I guess results oriented, yes, better, but from an edit standpoint, just all around. I mean, does she get 4 or 3 individual immunities in a row? At one point,
3 in a row,
and he says you're about to go for Kelly Wentworth's record. He basically gives like the Sports Illustrated cover curse. Yeah, Wigglesworth. Yeah. And it doesn't like. There's a moment when he says it, and her face just goes like slack, and I go, oh no, now he's freaked her out. But yeah, she has a great showing in this, and it's second chances. I don't know. I just felt like either they did her dirty or she just didn't play as well. I don't know what it is. I think any interview you've done with her, I've read, she just seems wonderful. So I don't know. It didn't go. I actually would like to see her a third time for that reason, because I would like to compare those seasons and see where the real Tasha is within that.
Yeah. Anybody else want to highlight Puya before we go back and start the beginning of the season?
Let me quickly give it a look over here.
Well, how about Sarah? because of course Sarah is going to be a big part of Tony's future story. Here she is here in this season, the worst of her 3 seasons as far as placement goes. How about Sarah 1.0?
I mean, Sarah 1.0, definitely in watching this season, you do recognize that she had a pretty decent handle on the game already. Like, the reason Sarah ends up going out is because she's in this position where she's in the middle and someone else would like to be in the middle instead. And there's a 5 that need her, but then they can't trust her. So Sarah just ended up in a bad spot. And I think it's very clear from her other 2 games that she, more often than not, you put her on a season, she will do relatively decently. So that was very much, especially after having seen Game Changers and having seen Winners at War, looking back here, it was a fun reminder of, oh yeah, you still have the same, it's the same you. It's not like she just had to get burned really bad once to be a little bit more composed and careful, really.
Yeah. Dave, how did the origin story for Tony and Sarah play for you?
I feel like I saw somewhere, either in response to your tweet about it or something, that, or on Reddit, where people were like, see, that this Cops Arrest Alliance is never real. There's not a 3-episode arc or something. That's what people have said. But I don't know. There kind of is. I think that the problem is that Tony just isn't as into the Alliance until Winners at War.
Yeah.
But from Sarah's perspective, she has that really funny line where the Alliance still exists. He's just not part of it. It's just a one-person Cops Arrest Alliance. Yeah, I liked 1.0 here. I mean, that interaction is so funny, where she knows he's a cop and he's like really not doing a great job of lying, but somehow she buys it, and then just an episode later tells her. I love how that all plays out. I don't like to use the term swap screwed, because plenty of people make the most of a swap, but I feel like Sarah was kind of swap screwed here. I think just circumstance alone, and Puya kind of alluded to it, really just kind of screwed her by the merge, where I think if she'd been with Tony throughout the pre-merge, she probably would have been fine at the merge. It just kind of didn't go her way. So
she was merge screwed.
Yes, merge screwed. That's right. Yeah. And I do like the term merge screwed, so I'll use that here freely.
It's funny because I think that the Tony Sarah relationship hits rock bottom, like by the finale, where she says she's not even talking to him.
I forgot about that.
When they go to Game Changers, that I suspect that, and I think that she's like talked about this, that Tony would like call her up and like, hey, Sarah, come on, you ready? You're out training. And then I think that like they sort of like rekindled this relationship, like fake or not, to go to Game Changers. And then Tony was like out so quick that he never had to betray her trust in Game Changers. So they were able to like maintain that friendship then over the next couple of years. And by the time they get to in Survivor Winners at War, like now they've had like a good relationship now for years. So credit Tony going out early again for them having a good relationship in Winners at War.
I think it's pretty clear that if he had a chance to screw her over at really any time in those first 2 seasons, it was going to, and he did. Yeah, it didn't matter. Yeah.
He would have.
He'd swear on his Cops Arrest Alliance for sure.
All right. So let's take a pause here in the podcast. We are going to go back to the beginning of the season and talk it all through here as we were talking through the second best season of all time, Survivor Cagayan. All right, but if you're watching the podcast, we're not going anywhere. All right. The premiere of Survivor Cagayan kicks off Brains versus Beauty versus Braun. We have a twist to open up the season, Puya. We've seen this a couple different ways over the years. Pick your leader, and then your leader picks the weakest person.
Yeah, which typically doesn't do much for me, but I feel like the leaders did make it worth it based on some of the decisions the leaders may have made here. And then specifically, I'm looking at you, David Samson, with your pick out of nowhere. That really sets up the start of this premiere for me.
Yeah. Dave, we haven't talked too much about David Samson or Garrett Adelstein here, but I mean, I thought that David Samson he brings a lot to this first episode.
That's kind of gets back to what I was saying, where this whole cast delivers. I mean, even you know, and even David has that great sort of soundbite at the reunion show where he says, you know, everyone but one person loses. I was just the first loser, which is a good way to put it. But also, you know, I don't want to soundbite anywhere of me saying I'm the first loser. But I really liked. I liked that he also approached it where he, you know, it was an adventure for him and he wasn't too bitter. That's a big part of it too. And I have so much to say about Garrett. I don't know if we're ready to talk about Garrett, but yeah, David's move really made no sense as much as he justifies it.
We can talk about Garrett, certainly. I just want to bring up David Samson has now, I think, become a little bit more prominent in the media. I'm not sure if he's a podcaster or has a YouTube, but I feel like that he's more of a baseball sports commentator.
Well, he was technically fired. I don't know if this is true, but he was fired via text. Is that right? I think that the from what? From the Marlins. Yeah.
I think that his father-in-law was like the owner of the team, and then I think they sold the team.
They did. They sold the team. Okay, no, I think it was that he got like a push notification that he'd been fired before they told him, which is actually kind of worse. But yeah, he seems to be doing fine. I think he's in, like you said, he's podcasting. I don't know if is it Bill Simmons? Something like that. I think he's doing all right.
Yeah, I see he has a YouTube channel called Nothing Personal with David Samson. He's a sports commentator.
His wiki says he's also a podcaster for CBS Sports. So
yeah, that's what it is.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay. So still in the CBS family.
Yes.
Him and Cochran both.
Him and Cochran both. But Dave, so that David Samson immediately identifies Garrett. That's the weakest guy for last third of the game.
I think what he does here, I mean, in retrospect, I don't know how he would have known this, or maybe I guess his goal is to sort of sink Garrett's game, and he does that, but he sinks both their games. Like, it's sort of, he just, in that moment, writes their, their death certificate.
Mutually assured destruction.
Exactly. That's right. I mean, it's true. And so in a way, his plan worked, but he had to self-sacrifice. He had to pull the fail-safe key. So I don't know. I think it's a great moment. It's a terrible move, but it's a great opening episode because of it. And as much as he explains it, I'll never really understand it. I don't know if Puya has a better understanding of a version where that works, singling Garrett out.
Oh, most definitely not. I was just there for the ride. I was like, all right, you're saying pull out the popcorn? I got you, David. I'll just sit and watch this mess happen. Literally, think about it. That is the opening move for the Brains tribe in this season. And it was all downhill from there. It really was.
Well, yeah, and Garrett really comes across as like a major douche canoe, right?
Oh yeah, king of the douche canoes. Right out the gate,
a wax douche canoe.
That vibe. Yeah, because like that's the thing. Right, Dave. We work with this whole like theme where Garrett's part of the Brains tribe. He's supposed to be brains, but then he's also jacked, and you're like, okay, so you're smart and jacked, and you're gonna tell us how to do things. You are king of the douche canoes, easily decided. Yeah. And it's very funny because I feel like we've seen players like Garrett where there's a lot of promise there, and then you give them leeway to play, and then they mess up their own game too. So it's very spectacular.
I wonder if there's something like that where if you see somebody who like has like obviously like two of the three traits, like is it safe to assume that they don't have, and I'm saying I guess like looking at like the strategic, the social, and the physical, like it's like, okay, well, he's on the Brains tribe, so he's smart, and then he's physical. Is it safe to assume he doesn't have the social?
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe. I think Garrett was better served on the beauty tribe. I think you could have gotten away with putting LJ on the Brain tribe instead, but I don't know. I think they really liked, up until this point, I think Garrett killed it, having a poker player. And it just, that never comes into play. Every single one, even to an extent, the Poker Alliance or whatever it was called in Winners of War, they don't win. So I just don't know how. I don't know how that. Again, I think he killed it. I think they finally said, okay, Jean Robert, Garrett, whoever else, this isn't working anymore. We're done with this poker. It doesn't apply to Survivor at all.
Albert.
Albert.
They brought Anna Kate, and then they brought Ronnie Barda, right?
Ronnie Barda,
Okay, he didn't kill it. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, Boston Rob learned poker. I think after after he played Survivor All Stars. Like I don't think he knew it, but he didn't he wasn't like a serious poker player. So, yeah, it's not great for the Survivor poker players. Enough. All right. Well, then the other camps, we have the Sarah gets picked. She picks Trish. That's sort of like the most uneventful one. They have a decision to make of get a clue to the idol or get like a bigger bag of rice. Trish is the only person that's going to pick the bag of rice for their team. On the beauty tribe, LJ is the leader, but he thinks Morgan is the weakest. And Morgan can't trust her, Puya, because Morgan, she's hot, not cute. The other girls, they're cute. Trust them. Can't trust a hot girl, specifically a hot girl with a grudge then.
Yeah, this from LJ gave me big bro code Barney Stinson vibes, and I was like, okay, it kind of works around that time. So yeah, you can trust cute, you cannot trust hot. That's a different level. That's no good. We gotta send Morgan out. And I do like that the three tribes. Trish picks the rice, right? And Garrett goes for the idol, gets the idol, and Morgan goes for it and doesn't get it. I like that we got one of each result. It really does set it up where not everyone's guaranteed to get the same thing, which I did appreciate.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I didn't know, I couldn't remember, but Morgan's lie does work until she confesses later. They kind of force it out of her at the swap. But I can't believe it. I guess it's the one tribe it's going to work on where she comes back and I don't know. I don't even remember the lie she does, but it works pretty effectively.
Like I chose to get all these supplies that we have.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Okay. I guess Morgan is solid.
I chose this sand right here. That was, you're welcome.
Yeah. We have a house. We have a camp now because of me.
Yeah.
Okay, 2-hour episode to kick off Survivor Cagayan. I think there was, if I remember correctly, I think Winter Olympics forced for Survivor. I think they didn't want to go up against or launch Survivor during the Winter Olympics in the spring of 2014. So they ended up doing a 2-hour premiere. 2 hours. I guess this is going to be similar, I think, to what we're going to get here for the opening of Survivor 41.
Which I'm not mad at. Yeah,
it's serendipitous. Sorry, I think it works that it's you immediately are establishing the theme of the first half of the season, which is the Brains tribe doesn't have it together. That kind of works within that first episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So ultimately, the Brains tribe they are going to be a disaster in these first couple of challenges. They're going to lose the first one, and ultimately in this group of 4. Garrett and Spencer, that's like a pair. Then they're going to team up with Jatia and Tasha and want to go for David Samson, who seems to have bonded with Kass, who wants to vote out Jatia first. But ultimately, David Samson is going to be the one to go. David, anything else to say about the vote out of David Samson?
I wonder if there's a world where you have Kass and David. Like if David played in a season where he's not out first, does he play well? Because I think he's at least a pseudo fan of the show. He seemed to understand what was happening. I don't know if he was someone that was watching it actively, but I felt like he was someone that, I guess he was on the Brain tribe, was smart enough that he could play this well. He just made a really kind of poor first move. And, they didn't know what was going to happen when they called people out and he called on Garrett. That different things happened there. He didn't recognize that. So there was a little bit of a blindside to him. But I do think there's a version where David plays Survivor and does well. I don't think he should come back at this point, but I'm curious about that.
Dave, I cannot imagine the world where David Samson plays and does well.
You can't.
I would really struggle to see, because I just feel like that he's always going to be like, he's the same person who within 5 minutes to start the game, like says publicly about that this guy is a threat. Like I just think that he's just way too confrontational and is like looking like, I think that him and Kass actually, because they're both so blunt, I think would have been an interesting pair to have in the game. But I just feel like that in any world that he plays, like maybe if you put him out there with like the all-stars of the all-stars, like maybe he could get like under the radar. But I think that he's just going to rub people the wrong way no matter what season he's on.
I think that was I guess that's my counterpoint, but I mean, you're right. But I feel like if Kass can be in the final 3, then surely David can be. Maybe they can be the
world where people are like, hey, we're going to drag him.
They're each other's blunt shields. They just, say blunt things left and right. And it's too confusing. You don't know which one to vote out.
And he would be good TV no matter what season that he was on. But I just can't imagine. Maybe a 26-day season, getting a little closer to the end.
26-day season where also the game pace is going to be a lot faster. I think that is where he would thrive because, again, the move he makes is a phenomenal decision to make around the merge time. Not so great day one at the beach. So obviously that's one thing. And as far as the bluntness goes, I love that he couldn't let it bothered him when he was picked as leader. And he was like, just because I wore a blazer, which, by the way, a suit matches the pants. This is just a blazer. He couldn't let it go.
Well, Kass said, I never trust a man in a suit. He's like, it's not a suit. Pants.
All right, well, then I trust you.
These aren't matching. It's a jacket and pants. It's the blazer. Blazer glory.
Someone in a future season should wear like a blazer, no shirt, swim trunks. You really throw them off.
Wow. Pretty sure Andrew Savage had that look going in the season I watched last week.
Fair.
Yeah, it's classic.
I just picture him in a beanie now. That's all I can picture him.
Yeah. By the way, Mike Bloom was saying that he wasn't sure if he dreamt up the Andrew Savage action figure on the podcast last week, but people did dig it up.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I was sure that was just a Mike Bloom pirate dream.
No, it was for real. So after this tribal council, we see that Garrett and Spencer are going to try to pick up the swing vote. Kass, vote with us. They feel like that they have a majority now. And so Spencer, Kass, and Garrett, that is the threesome. And they're going to work together going into the next vote. But meanwhile, we have some stuff going on at the other tribes. We should talk a little bit about the early days of Brawn. Cliff Robinson, again, R.I.P. Cliff Robinson has passed away just in the, I believe it was just in the past year that we lost Cliff. Dave, we haven't really highlighted this, but, fun to have Cliff as a part of this season.
He's definitely, I mean, not that there's a lot to choose from, but I think he's my favorite ex-NBA player. But I mean, more seriously, I really, I appreciate someone that seems to at least, if not know the game, really enjoy the game and want to be there. And he definitely wanted to be there because you get a lot of that, the opposite with a lot of ex-pro athletes. And I don't know, I wondered if it was a foregone conclusion that they were just going to vote him out the first chance they got. It really felt like it. We didn't really, it just kind of seemed like every time it came up, oh, Cliff is going to be the guy. And they couldn't even do it against the Brain Tribe initially trying to throw the challenge. But I not until Scott Pollard did we see someone, an ex NBA player, make the merge. And I would rather have seen Uncle Cliffy out there. I think that would have been pretty fun.
Well, Uncle Cliffy really got hosed here because he was on a tribe with Lindsay, who adored him. And then he was with Woo. And Woo just was like, yeah, I know who you are. I've got your basketball cards. You're Cliff Robinson. He loved Cliff. It just so happened that he was with Trish, who was salty, who said like we didn't want him out there. And then Tony didn't like. I think Sarah was like indifferent about Cliff, where then Tony is like, oh my God, I heard Cliff. He said that he was saying he wanted to vote you out. And then Sarah's like, that's it. He's got to go now. He said my name. And really, I just thought he got a raw deal.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily did anything wrong to, get eliminated by any means. Genuinely, I think that It was a combination of Tony, Inception, Sarah, which actually works to his benefit here. And then that he was like maybe liked too much by other people. That's really where it goes for me. And it was very easy to see why. Like, who doesn't love a gentle giant? And that is the vibe we get from him from the minute we see him. He just seems like a fun person to be around.
Yeah. Dave, his best moment in the season comes when the Braun tribe tries to throw the challenge, and then it comes down to him just like hitting the baskets, and it's almost like that he's too tall that he has to has to get down on one knee, and then once he does that, then like he's just locked in.
He's like someone, when your kid has one of those, short basketball hoops, he's like, all right, I'll just get down here and do it. And he just, once he gets in a rhythm, that's it. It's so, and, that's a great moment too, where Wu, not unlike most of the season, is really unsure about throwing it and then just decides, okay, I'm going to dive and get all these balls for him. So, I think you're right, Pooh. I think he gets a raw deal. I don't know the world that he like can work around it. I think he had the social, which Tony pointed out plenty of times, but strategic, that part, I don't know if that was there to save himself. I don't know if he never seemed to look for an aisle or anything like that. But I would have much preferred him making it a lot further.
So in this second hour of the show, we also are going to get Tony finding the idol. He finds a clue to it. He knows exactly where it is, and we get the, of course, iconic moment.
Huge. I needed this. Ooh. Ooh.
Wait, Tony reading clues, tree mail, like it really like comes back in Winners at War. Like it's
extortion.
So great. Yeah.
He delivers it well. I'm gonna say, Rob, that sound drop in the entire last 7 years that you've been using it has never sounded like anything that I watch on the show. Even when rewatching it, I was like, I know what I'm seeing. It doesn't sound like what I'm seeing. It sounds like something way different. But I mean, only Tony would be able to pull something like that off.
I think that's the sound clip that launched the soundboard,
and for good reason.
Yes. Like that was, I think, the reason for a soundboard was just to play that clip.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes into the sort of people who are like, oh, that season's not that great. I think there's just, I don't know if that's the right phrase, but almost a Tony fatigue because we've heard these clips so many times. But to me, they never get old. You know what I mean? That you've heard that woo, woo too, but you hear that him just whatever he's doing to the idol. And it's just, I've heard you play that clip probably as an average RHAP listener 100 times. So I wouldn't say I'm numb to it, but it's in your head.
Well, this is one of the challenges for me on this rewatch where I've made no bones about that. This is my favorite season of the podcast to have gotten to cover. And so I will always love all of these characters and players from this season. So it's been a challenge for me to try to separate my love of Survivor Cagayan from placing it here in this rewatch. Because of moments like this, it's just incredible.
I don't think you have to apologize for that, though. That's it's just.
Definitely,
I mean,
get
so
it.
much.
Do you think they cast Tony and ever expected? I mean, that's why Survivor's so good. You just would never anticipate that moment ever happening.
I want to say that Tony, I think, had been in the casting mix from one of the earlier seasons. Maybe it was Philippines, and then I think did his wife have his
that part sounds
child?
right?
I think that sounds.
I remember that. I don't know if it was Philippines, but I definitely remember that.
Dave, maybe there could have been another universe where you and Tony could have been on the same season.
South Pacific, maybe. Yeah, man. Trust me, I think about it all the time.
Yes. Who is the person? They wanted you to play Fabio.
Yes. So my whole casting
the woo to Tony's. Yeah.
So that's not untrue. I pointed to Cochran, Sophie, Albert were all in my group, and I pointed to Cochran and dinner or something, I said, "That's my Steven. I'll be his JT." And they were really into that. I don't know what happened between then and the final decision, but I was prepared to be at least a jock type, whatever that is. But they were like, "No, you're like Fabio. Like, just take it easy." I'm like, "All right, sorry. I'll get lost or something."
Kass is going to compare Wu to Fabio. I don't think that Wu knew who Fabio was.
No, I don't get any idea. I mean, is there any doubt that Wu's a recruit? I mean,
the model.
What do we have to fight for it? Fabio and me, a fire challenge.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Tony's gonna find the idol, but back at the Brains tribe, they will lose once again. Another disaster for Luzon, and so Garrett says, "Hey, let's just sit here and let's just talk it through, Puya."
Yeah, very, very early, we just shaded David for making a decision way too early, a bad decision. This is an odd one from Garrett. Garrett's big idea is, hey, you know how we're sucking? Just sit here and sulk in it. Don't even bask in the awfulness. Don't even go and try and find positivity somewhere else. Don't talk about silver linings with anyone else. Don't talk strategy. And also, he's doing this with people that know the game and want to play the game. Like, you look at this Brains tribe. Tasha has a confessional where she talks about this. We already know Spencer's a student of the game. We already know Kass knows the game. And he's basically telling them all, just sit here and don't do that. How about that? A concept. Just hang out with me. I'm so fun. Just sit with me. And it's just poor. It's so bad that he ends up putting himself on the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Is there? This is just as you described it, Puya. Now it occurs to me, it's like he was trying to do a really bad version of the buddy system.
This is almost exactly like what Boston Rob does in Survivor 40, where it's like, the vote is locked in. I've got my 3. They've got 2. If we just sit here all day, nothing can change. Let's just sit on it.
Yeah, I think Adam should have, or whoever, should have thrown the rice out. That would have made a better impact.
Yeah. Too bad Sarah wasn't on this tribe. She could say, like, I'm not going to be in a playpen.
It's a weird choice. It's a weird choice from Garrett because nothing's going to make people feel more irritated than if they just can't do whatever they want. It's like, I'm not going to go far, but I would like for there not to be limitations for me to be I'm not, if Liana was like, you cannot leave the stream room, I'd be like, I wasn't gonna, but now that you've said that, I just want to walk out 2 feet. Like, what are you going to do? Like, that's where my mind's going to go. So definitely doing that limitation, not good, not a good choice, not a good look at all.
All right. So eventually Tasha is very upset. Puya, this is sort of like, hey, we're here to play Big Brother, not Big Baby. That's like the energy that she has during this. And so we see Tasha and Kass, they're going to have like a complaint session about Garrett. And then Garrett and Spencer walk down to the beach and then they realize, wait, who was supposed to be watching Jatia?
It plays out like a sitcom. You could really add a few, like a laugh track or a to when they come back to camp, because it's just
big, like Home Alone energy. It's like,
yeah,
Jatia.
Oh my god,
we left her.
They have to use John Candy to get back to camp. It takes a while. Yeah, I don't know. I love Jatia and I love all the interviews since with, and I would love to see her back again. I can't make heads or tails of her pouring the rice out. I completely agree with her being upset, but I part of me wonders if the producer was just like, hey, you should pour out the rice, because it just I don't know where that comes from.
So I think, just going back to when this is filmed, I think the most recent season they watched is Survivor, and I don't think that she's ever talked about this, at least not with me. But the most recent season they watched was Survivor Karamoan, I believe. I'm trying to think of what, because this got filmed.
Oh yeah, because Brandon says he's going to pee in the rice or
Brandon
something.
Hans does jump out the beans in the rice.
Okay,
that's what sort of like leads to him getting voted out. So it's sort of like, that's a little bit like the mic drop thing to do. Like, hey, oh, you're going to vote me out? All right, well, I'm dumping out the food. That's it. Yeah. And the wild thing is she stays.
It's the best part of the whole. That's the best part to me of the whole premiere. Even watching it back, you're just like, how did? It's less about her, I think, at least in this vote, than it is about Garrett. Just how poorly he plays it, because you have to just. I mean, how do you top pouring out 90% of the rice?
Yeah, I mean, she herself says. I'm going in like a crazy woman, like a banshee. That's why they have people guarding you. I'm like the mental patient, and you left the mental patient alone, and I went crazy. It's what happens when you leave crazy people alone. I mean, she's great in these confessionals, Kuya.
Oh yeah, and Jatia really does add a lot to this tribe. With this, I mean, not many people can pour out the rice and then live to tell the tale of the next tribal. You know, like they really can't. So it takes a special someone to be able to make that happen. But this just added more drama to it. Like watching it the first time and seeing Garrett do all this stuff, and then seeing Jatia pour the rice, and then Jatia survive still was phenomenal. You cannot script it to be this good. You just can't.
Yeah. Dave, in the finale, Jeff says, we would love to have you back, Jatia. It is crazy they haven't had Jatia back.
Yeah, I was, and I know that I think you've said before in some podcasts that Jatia is a person that I think everyone will love her back. And I don't know what happened. She would have been a great second chance ballot too.
Well, they had so many on the Cagayan second chancers, but I feel like that I don't know how she doesn't get the call on Game Changers.
Yeah. Oh, I would prefer her over half that cast. She definitely is. She poured out the rice and stayed in. That's no one's done it before or since.
Yeah. So she's gonna stay. Garrett's going to tribal. They go to tribal council, and Kass and Tasha and Jatia. They're gonna vote out Garrett.
Yeah, and the cherry on top is Garrett left his idol at camp because he didn't think he was gonna leave. That's how much he was blinded by his own reflection. He just thought he was killing it, and they took him out. One swoop.
I'm surprised he wasn't at tribal council in that, that pose like this. That would have been really good if they positioned him that way, full screen.
Yeah. He has a moment. I'm not sure if it's the first tribal council or the second one, where also like a bug crawls on him. And he like freaks out.
Yeah, as they're going into tribal.
Yeah. Okay. So much for Garrett. The third episode or the third hour of the season is when we really start to dig into Cops Are Us. And then we get the whole back and forth of Tony can't decide whether he wants to tell Sarah he's a police officer or not, Dave.
No, he can't. And I don't even think he really decides until he does it in the moment. I think the following episode. It's so good. And like, I think that's where it's such a good interaction that you couldn't even like manufacture, because it's just it's showing these two characters, and it's showing how sharp Sarah is, and it's showing how funny Tony is, and just you're getting insights into both these characters through this interaction. And whether or not you disagree or agree with this, it's the start of a 3-season arc, and it's such a great start to it. And if you kind of if you watch that and then you immediately watch the fire challenge, I think that's a really interesting beginning to end type of situation where you could really just appreciate how far they go in 6 years with that, starting with that moment.
You're right. It's a great character study of the two of them, especially Tony Puya, because he's just he's 100 miles an hour with all of his lies, where he does not hesitate. If you are going to catch Tony in a lie, it is not going to be because he hesitates. He is talking before he even thinks of what he's going to say.
Yeah, no, and I think that is, the sign of a good liar, right? If you are able to, if you don't say an and you just immediately respond, fire back, no one's really going to doubt you. And I think he did a good job of it. And I think that he would continue to do a good job of it. Obviously, once you see Tony once, now you're going to doubt everything he's going to say. But when you don't know him, he's hitting on all cylinders, because I feel like for him to get clocked right out the gate, and then to firm it the way he did and get past it, but then later, because by his own decision, decide to confess it, was very fun to see. But I was very impressed with how quick on his feet he is anytime he gets asked anything like that.
She's like, "Are you a cop?" And he's like, "No, I work in tile." And then she's like, because you seem like a cop. He's like, oh, I got plenty of friends that are cops. I got tattoo. Look, I don't have a tattoo. Look, I have a tattoo. I couldn't be a tattoo if I'm a cop. Like he's just like all over the place. And but then at the end of it, he's like, okay, just kidding. I am a cop. Oh, just like you're just in your face. I'm not a cop. Like, what is he doing? Like, who does this? What a maniac.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like the hokey. You put your leg in, you put your leg out. He's just playing with you at this point. He's playing with your emotions a little bit. And I think that the way he does it is so fast paced that you might even forget that you cared about what you were asking. And I think that's the key, because I wouldn't say he's the best liar, but I would say that he has a good way of just taking you off script and throwing your defenses down completely just based on this like quick back forth that he does with you.
He's like a magician. It's this misdirection. Look over here. We're just talking. He's better at lying than he is at, responding to Kass accusing him of lying. That looks more like lying than this does. It's so strange.
We get some very bad weather. I'm not sure if it's a monsoon or a cyclone that ultimately hits the beach. But Dave, this is harrowing for the survivors.
Yeah, that makes it a good season. When not when it dominates the whole season, but when you have these just moments to remind you it's Survivor. And I think it's Jeffra. It looks like she's wearing gloves when they show her hands. It's real gross. And I appreciate
nightmare. What he says.
I'm excited to talk about Jeffra. She's lovely. I don't have like a hot take on her.
Talk about her.
Well, I just think she's part of what I'm saying. It's a perfect cast. Like you have the minor characters and the major character. And I would call her a minor character, but she's a really good supporting character in these moments where, she just adds to it without being the strategic mastermind. She's just the person really cold and giving a really good confessional about how terrible the weather is. And I appreciate Jeffra. I think she adds to the cast as a whole. I couldn't tell you much about any moves she makes in the game, but you don't really forget her, so that counts for something. Her name's Jeffra.
Her name's Jeffra. Yeah, we've never had another Jeffra along the way, and so we ultimately are going to have this challenge where they have to throw buckets of water. The Beauty Tribe gets off to a big lead, but ultimately the Brains Tribe overcomes seemingly never getting one drop of water into any of the buckets. They end up acing the puzzle, and then the Beauty Tribe is going to be off to Tribal Council. So then we really do a deep dive into everything that's going on at the Beauty Tribe. And so we see some concern about Bryce from LJ, and Bryce seems to have a good relationship with Morgan. And then he also feels like that he can get Jeremiah. He can be like Jeremiah's wingman, where it's like, hey, like he's like Morgan's like agent. It's like, hey, you want to talk to Morgan? Like I can make that happen.
Yeah, I can facilitate that. I mean, and I think that is like having been blessed with the opportunity to listen to Bryce for so many years. Like he's just so easy to talk to. He's so easy to listen to. You know how many podcasts I've listened to him talk about anything? Many. So for me, it's very sad watching this now, knowing Bryce and knowing who he is and be like, please don't go. Don't let him leave. It's sad because I think ultimately his big problem here is that he was with Morgan and Morgan was already on the outs from like day one with everything that had gone down. So it was a sad state of affairs for our boy Bryce here.
I don't know if Bryce has talked too much about the first two votes, so episode 1, because we kind of get a brief glimpse into him and like the alliance with Morgan and everything. And I feel like from episode 1, you're kind of going, oh, I think he's got this under control. He seems to be in a good position. And then again, it's like 2/3 through this episode when we find out Beauty is going to Tribal Council and it's suddenly he's on the outs. And I just feel like there's a huge missing gap there that we really don't quite see. I think numbers wise, you can understand it looking at it, but I felt like he kind of had a better handle on strategy. And I guess kudos to LJ in that sense, but we're all Bryce fans here. So it's just disappointing in retrospect.
Yeah. I guess they do ID him as the potential best player in this group. It's frustrating to watch because like it was like tantalizingly close to him staying by way of a 3-2-1 vote where that for whatever reason, yes, I guess there's a possibility Morgan has the idol, but bad read on Morgan to think she's ever going to play the idol on Bryce for them to do this vote split. And they set up a scenario where if Jeremiah votes with Morgan and Bryce, they're able to pull off the pre-merge 3-2-1 vote in the 6-person tribe, which is really incredible stuff. But for whatever reason, Jeremiah doesn't go through with this plan.
Does Jeremiah, maybe I missed something. Does he know that he could make it a 3-2-1 blindside in that sense? Like, or does he understand?
I mean, he must. I mean, I don't know what Jeremiah understands and what he doesn't, but he's gotta know, right?
I think he was too busy trying to figure out when he's going to reveal he's a model. He had to find the right timing for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I had forgotten about that too. So watching him like, oh, and by the way, I was like, now, okay, like this is a reveal. Yeah, no, I think ultimately with the beauty of a 6-person tribe too is that if you get a 3-2-1 going, you're on top. Like, what are the people going to be mad at you? What are they going to do? They're outnumbered. Like, you have the majority. But ultimately, I do think that it's kind of funny that Jeremiah doesn't do that and then ends up still aligning with Morgan later in the game and ends up on the outs with the other people that he was voting with. The duality is pretty funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, this group ends up being like completely fractured. So I feel like that Jeremiah definitely goes the wrong way here. Like he never rejoins forces with LJ and Jeffra. So that he might as well. It seems like that Alexis is gunning for him at the vote where she goes home. So no, it's a real shame of what might have been.
Yeah, I do. To say one positive spin on this, we were saying earlier, we don't know the story of every tribe or of Beauty as a whole, but I think their story is that they're just so fractured. And that's what happens during the swap where they see them, they're all gossiping about each other. And I think that's kind of fun. I do sort of like that, brains they're not smart, but they're organized. They're working together. Mm-hmm. Beauty is, they're doing okay. They're winning challenges, but they're not organized in any capacity. And I think that is kind of a fun, comparison between the two tribes.
Mm-hmm. And so ultimately, Bryce is going to go out here at the 3rd tribal council. He has some good moments on the way out, though, Puya.
Yeah, he did. We got the ... Phenomenal. Love that very much.
I forgot how late that was. And we barely got that. And to me, that's so iconic. That's we
almost lost it.
The talk of the town. Sure.
Yes.
Sure. So ultimately, like we said with David Samson, but times, a lot more. Bryce doing great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Bryce
thriving.
Is chilling.
Yeah. Where's the rest of this Beauty tribe?
Nowhere to be seen. LJ just got on social media before the show, if that's how I remember. Mumbles out some answer about that, and that's the last time we heard from him.
That's it. Okay. So let's go to then the 4th hour of the show. Get a blindfold challenge. Never my favorite, Puya.
No, I just feel like you're setting someone up to get hurt, and it's never worth the payoff. Yeah, you gotta I don't like when the McNuggets are in danger. I don't like when your head is in danger. I don't like when you're
that's big on TikTok, though, right?
Not on my corner, but yeah.
I like that.
I mean, any format that has 15-year-old boys on it, for sure. But that's what's weird is it feels like the challenge team that invents these blindfold ones. It's like they got Jeff Probst's kids to be okay. What do you think? That's funny. They're everyone's.
Would that be a successful TikTok video if I just did all of the McNugget shots from the blindfold challenges on a TikTok?
I actually think it would be. I mean, I don't know if I advise it or not, but yeah.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Back in the day, Just like you have to add your commentary too,
Mhm.
this, green screen in front of it reacting.
Yeah.
But I do remember back in the day, I made a few vines around second chances, and one of them just was just Steven doing the slingshot poorly over and over again, and those did well. So
Mhm.
maybe that translates to TikTok as well.
Hey, unlike Steven, you did hit the mark.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Yes. Okay.
Roasted.
So we see Tony and Sarah talking, and it might be in the previous episode that Tony tells Sarah about how he heard the story that he listened in on Cliff and Lindsay talking. And Puya, it's a very like detailed story that he tells to Sarah about the fake conversation he heard between Cliff and Lindsay, where then I forget exactly how it went. He's like, oh, and then Lindsay, she was saying like, hey, Cliff, I don't know what I'm gonna do, and he was like, hey, you gotta stay strong. And then she's like, hey, we should get out Sarah, and he's like, yeah, I think we should do that. He like went back and forth. It was like a whole screenplay.
Yeah, it was like a one-man show doing both sides, trying to do a bit of an impression on both. I mean, that's the beauty. Like, if you can make it seem a lot more elaborate and a lot more like you're quoting someone, that helps the believability of it. So I think the fact that he was able to try and do an impression and try and do both sides does help him here. Because again, I feel like given Sarah's observations of him and her picking up on him potentially being a cop, she is going to be hard to pull one over on. And he successfully was able to do that just by doing his little antic here, which was a lot more funny to watch than I would have remembered.
Yeah, Dave, in terms of like these last couple of weeks of the countdown, I feel like that the lesson is that if you just come out on Survivor with just bold-faced lies, I think most people will believe you.
Yeah, as long as you can convince yourself of it, I think. I don't know if there's kernels of truth and how he was, because the way he was describing the conversation was so just, as you said, detailed, but also just, I don't know how you make that up unless you're just, I don't know, sitting there. I guess he said every night he was sitting there to himself thinking about everything that ever happened. So maybe he just wrote a screenplay in his head over the course of a few hours at night. But I don't know how you come up with that. I think bold-faced lies is definitely the answer, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're going to get some conversation about we need to throw the challenge. Sarah's getting everybody on board to throw the challenge, Dave, and she goes to Woo and says, we got to throw the challenge.
Woo goes, oh, okay, yeah. Is my question for you is Woo in these moments, because it's the same thing happens when they're on a reward much later in the season, and he kind of just pauses. Is he just like trying to figure out a way to say no or lie to them, or is he actually like, I don't know, is he just kind of playing Fabio in that? Is he sort of kind of trying to play dumb a little bit?
I do think that like this point where I think it's when Woo and Kass and Spencer go on the reward, and then they're getting frustrated because he keeps saying like, all right, I'll consider it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna consider it. But here he does come around and says, Cliff has a fat bankroll, so he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. And then he's like processing, and then he's like, all right, I'm all in. And this has come up like during the Big Brother conversation this season of like when somebody says I need to get back to you, like they almost never get back to you and say, okay, I'm in. But Woo does this sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, he literally operates the opposite of Tony, where Tony immediately replied almost without thinking, you'd think, where he had an answer ready for you. Woo took his time, and I think Woo sincerely was just trying to gather the data, figure it out, but not everyone's doing that. Because I feel like if you think about it, if someone messages you and says, hey, 8 o'clock Wednesday, drinks, you in, and you're like, I'll let you know, 90% of the time I'm not hearing back from you, and you're not hanging out with me. So
depends on the week, Puya. That's Survivor time.
I mean, that was a bad time to pick for the three of us here, because I think all of us would be saying, I'll let you know, and they're not doing it. But yeah, so I feel like once someone hits you with the give me a little bit to think about it, more often than not, it's more of a write-off. But with Woo, it's sincere, he's just trying to think it out. He's just trying to process the situation.
Yeah, he's just thumbs upping the text, just an emoji react.
like react, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, the Braun tribe is going to throw the challenge so they can vote out Woo. But this one happens to be a basketball challenge. And as my son said, this is Cliff's challenge. Can't throw this one. He knew.
That's so good. I mean, I hope that they didn't change challenges and it just worked out that way. But part of me, the tinfoil hat theory is that they had this challenge lined up and they said, okay, we're going to put this out now. It's just because they're trying to throw it. But I love it. I think that's such a perfect, okay, you want to throw the challenge? Try it here with the guy who's actually professional at this specific challenge. So I love how it worked out. And like I said before, I love that Woo, you kind of see the moment he goes, all right, I can't pretend anymore.
Yeah, don't want to get yelled at by Cliff.
Exactly.
And so the thing is, the Brains tribe is just so bad that Jatia and Kass, they're not exactly like Charles Barkley and manning the boards in the water.
Oh yeah, the rebound game was weak with the Brains. Also, Spencer, I feel like this is where Spencer gets redemption in his tribe because Spencer literally breaks his back getting all of the balls and then ends up doing a lot of the shooting. And all he's asking for is, hey, just pass the balls back to me. That's all I need. And I was watching this and then I tried to visualize it and I couldn't understand why they were struggling with it. And I don't know if it was just fatigue potentially is the only thing I can think of. Because it doesn't seem like a difficult task. Once the balls are being shot, you just take them, you pedal over, you hand them over, right? So
don't forget, this tribe has 0 rice also. They could have been gassed.
Fatigue it is. All right, there we go. I got my answer.
Certainly possible. Yeah.
Do we ever get any kind of coda to that? Is there ever we're just really hungry because there's no rice, or did they ever get more rice? Is there
I would guess when we get our tribe swap. So even though the Brains stick together, I think that they go to the Brawn tribe. And then the other group goes to the Beauty tribe. So I just think that they just sort of abandon ship on the Luzon camp. So the tribe that had no rice, basically they get the rice that was at the other camps.
So what's that? But I mean, that's still 6 days at least of basically no rice. I don't know. I'm curious about that thread and just how bad it was.
Fished some of it out of the fire, like grain by grain, but yeah, I think that they probably ate better when they got to the other tribes. But I thought that Spencer got some bad breaks on the it seemed like that he just did not get too many forgiving bounces of the ball there. And I don't know if that's just that he's not a finesse shooter, but I feel like there was a bunch of times where the ball it seemed like he hit the center and the ball just bounced out.
Yeah, the jumpers were not wet enough from Spencer.
Honestly.
No, that's what it was.
You put some backspin on it, I think.
I think so. I mean, I think that's why it worked. Aside from the fact that Cliff is a literal NBA player.
Oh yeah.
I think him being him coming down helps because there's less bounce, right? If he's just shooting them direct, it might just hit, go in. Whereas if you're going aerial, there's a lot more chance if it hits the side, it's just going to bounce right out. Because it did look like Spencer had opportunities to gain the control and win, but the bounce shots just got him. He just wasn't sinking them directly in.
I think Cliff was doing more of a free throw with his, and Spencer was doing a jump shot. I think that alone was enough to kind of just too much energy coming out of that.
And Dave, I don't know if this is something that they put out of order, but I will say that they also plugged this challenge in when we had in Survivor Co-Wrong also, where Scott Pollard was in and we had Scott Pollard versus Nick Majorano in this matchup. So it's they will have this competition in the back pocket for when they have an NBA player on.
Yeah, what they need to do is have a poker challenge ready for all these poker players and get that on the back burner. Help those guys out. Yeah.
I also feel like that in Survivor Guatemala, they had a challenge that was almost literally some sort of NFL combine coconut throw. Also, I feel like that they did that. We haven't really seen anything that's for in recent seasons, but I feel like that for Gary Hogaboom, there was something there also.
Yeah, so like I'm confused when they do this because who wants to see someone in their element, right? Isn't the whole point everyone's out of their element? So when you give the basketball player a basketball challenge, am I not supposed to assume he's going to win it? And then when he wins it, am I shocked? So like to me, it's like, where's the excitement there? And like, if you wanted me to feel worse for Spencer, mission accomplished. Because when he's going one-on-one versus Cliff, I was like, just throw him back at tribal council again. Like he's not going to get this.
All right. Brains Tribe headed back to tribal council. Dave, in hindsight, was this the wrong move to keep Spencer?
No, I don't think so. And I don't even think that to an extent that Kass regrets it as much as she kind of pokes fun at him. I think, obviously there's a swap like immediately after. And so, but like I said before, they remain strong pretty much throughout, in some ways, throughout the final 7. So I think that there's something effective there. And I do think Spencer means it when he says, I'm with you guys. And that carries out because at least for a long time. And so I think, I don't know, I think it was the right move. I think there's just too much of too many other factors with J'Tia.
Yeah. In terms of like for not this specific game, but do you feel like that this and logic's out to be the right call for future survivors where it's sort of like you're right before the swap, keep the person who might be better in the challenges in case you don't swap? Because I do think that we could see in this upcoming season of Survivor, 6-person tribes. Jeffra said we're going to be in small tribes the whole season. Like I definitely could see a scenario where we have like a group of 4 potentially going to 3 and having to make a similar decision.
Yeah, I do think that when it comes to this decision, obviously it's risky because if you vote out your Spencer here and then you stay in the same group, yes, there's someone in the order where you believe, okay, we have another easy vote here that's good for us. But if the whole point is to try and survive and salvage some numbers, you want to make that decision to keep. And I think ultimately for them, the other aspect of it is if they were to swap and they did get rid of Spencer, it's like, yay, we didn't need him for the challenges, but then we can't rely on J'Tia potentially because we don't know where J'Tia is going to go next. J'Tia might find a landing spot with someone new and forget all about us by morning. So that's not a good situation either. That's not a solid guarantee either.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the right call here is to still keep Spencer because even if you get swapped with Spencer, if you're Kass or you're Tasha, like chances are Spencer is going to get voted out before you are on the swap tribe too. Right. So he's a good meat shield to keep around, I think also. All right. So let's go to our swap. We get 2 brand new tribes. So probably the more interesting one to just talk about in terms of like the tribe makeup ends up being 3 brains, 3 beauties, and Sarah. Dave, they are going to be the new orange tribe.
Yeah, I think this is the first moment where the brains maybe have a chance. So this is the redemption part of their arc, so to speak. And I think, like I said, this is where Sarah, you could say, gets swap screwed, but she survives the merge, so it's fine. But yeah, I really like how this swap turned out. Sometimes the All-Stars version where there's a little bit too many people clumped together. But this, I feel like you get split enough. I like that, the beauties are split up. I really like how this turns out.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, we have the Solana tribe, which ends up being Jeffra and LJ together, Cliff, Woo, Tony, and Trish. So 4 of and Lindsay. So then it's the rest of the Braun tribe is together.
Yeah, so it's 5, but like the reason this worked well and the reason this keeps the season on a good pace is because of the whole, we're really sketched out on having Cliff go far, which helps in this tribe divide because otherwise LJ and Jeffrey should have just said, good night, we're going to be out. So that works there because there's some seed of doubt ready to be sown there. And then obviously on the other side, you didn't have a situation where the brains were separated and like 2 are here, 1 is here. They're all going to be the first ones to get voted out. So it did keep it intriguing and it did keep you guessing on what's going to happen next.
Yeah, Dave, we did the challenge here of the kicking and screaming challenge that they call it, where you have to grab onto the pole and then drag another person across the finish line.
This is a challenge that watching it, I'm going, this is, I'm not so sure that they should be doing this, but playing it, I would love to play that game. I would have so much fun.
Would you be the puller or would you be grabbing the pole?
I know that I could be the puller. I could really secure that pull. I would have no issue. I'm pretty tall and got enough pandemic weight on me. I'd be fine. But I think the pulling part sounds pretty fun too. I mean, I have a lot of siblings. I've played the version of this before. It's just kind of, it's a little uncomfortable to watch this on TV where you're just seeing people being thrown around. That's I don't know. I think there's a reason they stopped doing it.
Yeah, but I would not want to be pulled.
No, because I feel like if I'm getting pulled, it's just no holds barred. You're gonna get a knee where you're not expecting it,
right.
And like no one's doing it on purpose, but it's just happening. I wouldn't want that. That being said, I feel like I wouldn't want to be the one pulling either because I'm worried about hurting someone. I don't want to do that. So it is a very complicated challenge to pick. I think ultimately, actually, to be honest, let me be the one that might get injured. I'll be the one that's getting pulled. I'm fine with that because I feel like, again, my weight, it'll hold me down. I'll be okay.
Yeah, on hindsight, I do think that I will introduce this game to my children tomorrow. I think that might be a big hit at my house. But the highlight of this challenge is Cliff Robinson just sitting there.
Totally not. I mean, that's basically an immunity idol within the challenge. There's just no way. I was trying to pair them up in my head. I thought, like, from any tribe, just who could maybe pull him. And I thought Tony and maybe LJ could try, but I don't think they would still be beat by the other tribe. It would take them a half hour. He's just huge. There's no way.
If Cliff doesn't want to go, they're not taking
He's not going.
Yeah. Okay. So let's stay on the Solana tribe. They are the ones that are going to go to tribal council. We have Tony and Trish. They're a natural pair, and they end up really befriending LJ, who has Jeffra in tow, and there's a Boston connection between Trish and LJ. Is LJ from Boston?
It doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't seem like it, but if they say so.
Take it.
That was just strange because you hear Trish telling you this in her Boston accent, and I'm like, is LJ just lying to you? Because he doesn't have that. It's not even close.
Horse rancher, right?
He is, and I think that maybe he like moved there at high school because he went to a Boston high school. I remember him saying that to her, but that maybe it's one of those things where he moved there when he was like 14, so his accent doesn't really.
Yeah, it does say he's from Boston, Mass. So
no, I don't. Doesn't sound like it.
there you go. All right. So he hits it off with Trish, and there's a little bit of some weirdness about does Trish have a crush on LJ, and is LJ gonna play that up, Puya?
Yeah, no, there was a little bit of that for sure. Also, Lindsay did not hide her feelings about this either. But yeah, I feel like Trish was definitely excited to have someone from from her neck of the woods. And maybe there were a little bit of, crushes there potentially. I don't know. Can't confirm nor deny. But definitely, again, more storyline added of, hey, the beauties, we're going to make our looks work for us. We've got what it takes to get what we want from people.
Yeah, so Dave, there was a bunch of things that I misremembered about this season that I thought I knew, and I thought I knew this season pretty well. So I would have told you like a couple days ago, I would have bet anything. Tony leads the charge to get out Cliff Robinson. Tony didn't like Cliff. He wanted him out, didn't feel like he was the leader. No, Trish is the one really pushing for Cliff Robinson to go. Tony, I think, would prefer to see the Braun tribe stick together.
Yeah, it's weird. I had a similar reaction where in my head there's and I think this is mostly true, but one of the main narratives of the season is Trish is holding Tony back and she's keeping him calm, and she says this at Final Tribal, and I think that probably is true. But in this specific moment, the way Tony's talking about Trish is the same way Trish ends up talking about him basically every moment post-merge. So it is sort of strange that this is really the one time where Trish is leading the march and Tony's trying to go, well, let's calm down. And, and to Tony's credit, I think when you have an alliance member so firm on a decision, even if you fully disagree with it, just going with it because she's the one leading the march is, I think, is the right move. Even if he really, I think we got a pretty good sense that he was not in favor of this at all.
And Woo, he's still on board with Cliff, as is Lindsay. So Cliff has his tight 3. So ultimately, they're going to go ahead and try to knock off Cliff. But yeah, for Tony, he really feels like, we're really like better off with Cliff rather than LJ because we don't even know this guy.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's funny given where they go right after this, but for Tony, there's no reason, but also, Tony kind of has stoked this flame a little bit with his tribe. They were safe. And the other thing to remember is they've been safe the whole way through. Like, they've not been to a tribal yet.
First tribal.
So so they're at a place where there could be some feelings here of unresolved, voting that needed to happen that didn't happen the last time, especially when they tried to throw a challenge to get this mission done. Now they're in a place where if we get this done, we still have majority. We're still in a good spot. And Tony's just got to ride this out now. He has no choice here.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're going to get ultimately Cliff voted out. It's a 4-3 vote. Boy, Woo is shocked, Dave.
Whoa, man. It's funny that within that alliance you have 2 different reactions. You have the shock, and then you have Lindsay's like, I'm done.
Yeah. This was a big moment in the real time, because this was in the era of the hashtags. And so I remember a couple of moments during the season that got the hashtag treatment. The hashtags do not still exist on the Paramount Plus, but it was like hashtag, like, was it blindside or shock face?
It was blindside for this one because I remember using this GIF at one point, often, and it is Woo looking at us, and then it just hits us with the hashtag blindside on the bottom, which I feel like I'm okay with the hashtags not being a part of stuff anymore because they they're not really unique or creative. But also they kind of do, leave a little timestamp on where we were. So I do kind of appreciate that. I did notice in the reunion, I'm like, oh yeah, look at these tweets from 7 years ago. These are, they're timely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Survivor archives.
All right. Yeah. Well, they go back to camp, and Dave, Lindsay, who we have not really talked much about. I guess we should do with our final thoughts on Lindsay. But she's like, that's it. I can't with you people. I'm out of here. No Cliff.
It's so
no Lindsay.
In memoriam. She seemed nice enough. I just didn't. I don't know. It's like there's just. I think what happens a lot too when people quit. They get purpled a little bit, and that's fine. I did appreciate that Jeff doesn't. It's not like an Austin situation. He's not shaming her. He's just like, you're quitting. Okay. We're barely going to show you on the show then. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. You think that she just got like no edit because she quit?
I think almost definitely. And again, I prefer that sort of no edit, but also not shaming them on the way out kind of situation. I think that's kind of the best thing you can do. Yeah. Just make it so people don't remember her. That's fine. But it is weird because it seemed like there was some underlying thing there that I don't know if she just didn't want to react in a bad way. Like there's something in her that was like, I feel like I'm going to have a really bad reaction to this. I'm trying to get away from it. So I don't know if there was more to that story, but we don't really get it.
Yeah. Like the Lindsay's arc or lack thereof consisted of the closest person to Cliff in the season. She did it a couple episodes where she was making fun of Trish. She clearly did not like Trish. And then when Trish talked back to her after this vote or tried to justify it after this vote, she wanted none of it and then cited, I don't want my daughter to see me like this on national television, which I was like, oh, okay. Good to know. I just learned that now. And then they let her leave and she's gone.
There is a really fun moment in all of this where Trish says to Lindsay, Lindsay, you think I'm annoying? And then she's like, yeah. It's like, now ask me if I care.
The Trish blowups are, that's what I have to say. I'd completely forgotten about all of Trish one-liners. They're just she just snaps, and she alludes to it early on in the scene. She's like, well, wait until you see the Boston side of me. And then we see it.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Jeff is going to come, and then he asks her, like, do you want to say goodbye to the tribe? She's like, not really.
It sounds like she was at a friend's sleepover, and he's like, "You ready to go?" Yeah, I just want to get out of here. I don't want to say bye to anyone.
Bring the boat. Let's get out of here. Okay. Tony feels like this was a twofer.
Yeah, that's what he says. He got the head of the dragon, and now here goes the rest. So yeah, they're right.
Yeah, double elimination from Cliff and Lindsay. All right. Meanwhile, then the other tribe is the Apara tribe, and or is it Apari? Who cares? So, Dave, the beauty tribe is rapidly falling apart here.
It's magnificent. This is really, where I was taking back about, you don't know about the beauty. You do know about the beauty tribe. They gossip. That's their pre-merge arc, and I love the way this is edited. This is one of the better sort of like creative edits throughout the season of just there's even a moment where Morgan's talking about Alexis, and Alexis walks up, and Morgan does this like thing, and it's great. It's supplemented by all the other, like the brains basically talking about how they can't keep it together. This is going to be so easy.
Yeah. They are just loving it. So it's nice to see the Brains tribe have a moment after the reward challenge. Much like on last week's episode, we have the ability to what is this called? To raid the other tribe's camp. So yeah, a little Shades of Pearl Islands.
Yeah, a little bit of raid. Go in, make the picks that you want. So Tony goes over with Wu. They're the chosen ones. And again, you could not have picked a better person to make this somewhat interesting. So they take their comfort items, they take their fishing gear, they leave them a tarp, and then they get a clue to the idol, but this is useless. They don't need this. What do? They decide, hey, and again, Rob, this goes back to what you said earlier, the whole using production as a strategy. He straight up was like, this is a clue that we get to share with one of you. They give it to Jeremiah, and they're like, all right, Jeremiah, you have this clue. You read it? Good. Now give it back. All right, bye. And no one believes Jeremiah anymore because it's too ridiculous otherwise.
Now,
so good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. So they basically did like the Survivor China thing of, well, we get to pick one person to give the idol clue, but this was like an old idol clue that like this was not part of the exercise.
No, yeah, they used an old clue. I mean, it's weird. In real time, even rewatching it, you're like, what's going on? And you don't really understand it until Tony kind of explains it. And, to Jeremiah's credit, he quickly realizes exactly what they've done. He's like, they totally put a target on me. This is terrible. And no one believes him. It is a thing where, like, should they be able to do this? I think, again, it's okay as long as, if you can ask production, is this real? But
I had no problem with this. This is like in bounds. I feel like that, we'll see people like give each other fake idols in the future. Like, I feel like there's nothing that says like Tony can't publicly give a fake idol clue to somebody.
I feel like this is what they were trying to do on Island of the Idols when they Jamal made him write a fake whatever, poorly executed, but honestly, I think it was the same idea.
That seems like a better play for Jamal. Should have been to write a fake idol clue and then hand it to somebody in front of the group. Yeah.
Maybe we can go reshoot that season.
I have to give it to somebody else. Like, that seems way more believable. Although I guess Dean did somewhat, and enough people did believe that he had a fake legacy advantage.
Yeah.
Or real.
I do love, I love schemes. I love hoodwinks. I love trickery, and this hit the mark for me.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. We're going to get to our immunity challenge. And this time around, Tony's Solana tribe is going to win immunity. But in their celebration, Tony exclaims, "Top 5, baby, top 5." And they overhear, wait, what did he say? What an idiot. How could he say top 5, baby? We're 6. We'll be 6.
this is where people like Steven and me were sounding the LJ is going to win drum. There's no way. Like, this is it. And this is just like I needed this. Ooh, this is top 5, baby, is such both a soundbite and just something that I think we all just say in our life now. If anyone ever says top 5 in any context, I'm yelling top 5, baby. And so it's iconic. It is a bad move. I don't think you can justify this at all. I don't know how Tony really recovers so quickly, but he does.
I mean, I think it takes a minute. I mean, he really doesn't recover at the merge. I mean, Sarah is not going to vote with him. It's only by way of like Sarah being out of the game. Does Tony and they get Kass to go along with them that he does recover. But this is bad. Sarah's locked in with the other side, at least for now. I mean, she's going to still flirt with the other side. But meanwhile, back at camp, I think Puya, we get probably the most boring vote of the season.
Yeah, kind of the yada yada of it all. Ultimately, this is where Alexis goes out, and with little to no. And this was this the most? This was a unanimous vote, right? This wasn't a close one at all. So yeah, it happened. Sorry, Alexis, but it just happened.
Yeah. Morgan says that she's very tight with LJ. LJ makes her twerk.
I had forgotten about that. That was weird then, weirder. Well, just weird. It's just weird. Everything about that. That's like that. And that's the takeaway. I feel like, unfortunately for Alexis, it's one of the last things you remember is that LJ liked that she twerked, which is really a bummer especially because I know that she's a Survivor super fan, still I think pretty actively live tweets things like that, and I feel like she did not get it.
Live tweets, just like live tweets, like oh, that was cool.
Hey, we need those reactions. She's just making reaction gifs via Twitter. Yeah, that's true. Maybe she did get an accurate edit.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the pre-merge. I mean, Puya, do you think that maybe it speaks to one of the reasons people regard this season highly of that? It's a very breezy pre-merge. I mean, you basically have the 2-hour episode, and then there's 4 episodes after that. You're at the merge.
Yeah, and I think it helps that you got a little bit of everyone leaving. So from every tribe, someone has left. The dynamics are very much mixed up going into the merge. You don't necessarily, it's not like, okay, all the Brawn are together, all the Brain are together. Everyone is in their own element, doing their own thing, which is great. And ultimately, it's easy to consume. It's easy to understand where the votes went, why the votes went there. And there's some decent comedy there too. And the quit wasn't as bad as other quits may have been. They didn't put much of a light on it. They just kind of moved it on and made us forget it happened. So yeah, I think it's very, very good setup for what was then to come later, which I think a lot of people really enjoyed what happens later more.
Dave, any other thoughts about the pre-merge?
Yeah, I would echo what Puya said. I mean, the fact is, it's 5 episodes pre-merge. That's perfect. That's because I think any season in general, like especially if you're rewatching it, you kind of just want to get to the merge for the most part. So it's nice. It's a perfect rewatch for that reason.
Interesting, because I feel like that. So we have the number 2 season this week, and I haven't talked about this next week on the podcast. We're like with the number 1 season of all time. It's going to be Heroes versus Villains when Shannon, Gus, and Chappelle join me to talk about the number 1 season of all time, which I feel like is a very long pre-merge.
Yeah, and somehow they get away with it there. I think because it's returning players. But in this case, we're like, I don't like these guys are fine. Like I said, they make a great cast, but when I'm done with them, I'm done with them. So it works out.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. When we come back, we're gonna get into the post-merge of Survivor Cagayan. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we have all of the post-merge to talk about. Plus, we'll get into some questions and, of course, the answer to the feedback survey that we do every single week here on the podcast. So stick around. We will be right back after this. And we're back to talk about the second half of Survivor Cagayan with our panel, Dave and Puya. How was your break?
Terrific. Just drank half the pot of coffee, so I'm ready.
And
It
had
was
some
good.
ribs. They were succulent, juicy, melt in my mouth.
Yeah, I don't know how Liana burnt a quesadilla and the house smells a little burnt. But she told me not to say anything, and I just
And
did.
and
But
that was the first thing you said.
So she listened to these
Yeah.
podcasts because you might be safe.
We'll find out. We'll find out. You'll see. You'll know if I'm not in the stream room come like 3 weeks on a podcast. I got kicked out, but until then, I'll be fine.
Yeah. You got to act like Tony when Kass tells Woo that Tony revealed the plan. And just play it off very naturally like Tony.
I think I can pull it off. I think I've got what it takes.
Okay. Merge time. All right. There's a final 6-pack of the 3 brains, 2 remaining beauty over there, and Sarah. And they're going to target a weak player. But there's some disagreement, Dave. Kass and Sarah are not on the same page about how this vote should go.
Yeah, I again, it's like where I love Kass, so I just support what she's doing here. I don't know if it ultimately was the right move that she made. I think, you know, Sarah later proves in the Game Changers that she's probably a better strategist than Kass in some capacity, at least. And so, yeah, I as a viewer, it's great TV.
Yeah. Although, you know, now that I'm thinking of this, there is like some cosmic karma to how this all plays out, where, you know, Kass ultimately does end up being like a merge vote in her own future season. So while she does like completely change the direction of this season with her flip here at the merge in Cagayan, ultimately she does end up paying that invoice in her next season.
Yeah, and it's very spectacular to think about because deciding vote here ends up in the same spot that she landed Sarah in, which was very interesting for sure. You know, I think what Dave said, I echo, and that I think Sarah had the better idea here. Ultimately, if you think about the divide, the disagreement here, the top 5 baby versus the top 6 baby. I feel like you want to be in the top 6 baby team because maybe in the top 6 baby team, you might have a better chance of making top 1 baby. So
I don't know if I said this in TEOS, but I chalk this up to that Sarah ends up, and maybe we did this in Wiggle Through Time, maybe. But at that merge feast, they get a bottle of alcohol, and you see Sarah like chugging a bottle of alcohol during it. Like, I think that Sarah might have been playing this round under the influence.
I think there's a lot. I think there's some evidence to back that up. Some of her confessionals are the very standard. Oh, this is in my control. I got this. And
I'm the president right now. I've got this. Everybody better kiss my butt. I shouldn't say that, but it's basically that.
It's possible, not unlike what you said happened in the Amazon, Rob, where they got about 50 confessionals from you from one night of drinking. So I felt like all of Sarah's confessionals this episode were from the same 20-minute span.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk this through because this is an all-timer, episode number 6 of the season, Head of the Snake. Okay. So everybody is going to get together for the merge. And so Tony feels like Dave, he's going to bring Sarah back into the fold.
Yeah, that's the thing is if I'm Sarah, I probably don't trust Tony, so I get why she's skeptical. But it is another world where you want to imagine why didn't Sarah just go with Tony? I don't know. It's tough. I understand where Sarah's coming from, but it's just I think at this point the top 5 baby really did do the permanent damage that you said it did.
Yep, Puya, that Sarah's argument here to her alliance is like, hey, I am with you guys, but I'm not voting out this person, I'm not voting out this person, I'm not voting out this person. So like I am with you as long as like specifically go after my target. And Kass, basically her argument is that, well, then that's not an alliance.
yeah, it's like, no, the conditions you're putting in don't count. You got to be with it no matter what the decision is. And I don't necessarily feel like that's the way to go. Obviously, you can't be, and here's the thing, right? With a self-interested game like Survivor, there are moments where you just can't be picky choosy. You got to go with whatever the option is, as long as it's not your name. And I feel like the site was lost this round on that.
Yeah. Interestingly, this is clearly like not the anybody but me philosophy. Really from either Kass or from Sarah.
Yeah,
Like,
is the anyone I want?
Yeah,
which was a small
it's like
number.
okay, I will vote with anybody, like as long as you are specifically voting out my target.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get so much discussion and debate here that we see Tasha try to be the person who is going to be the intermediary between Kass and Sarah, and Kass really objects to Tasha takes Sarah's side. That as a parent, I definitely can relate to how they're like, oh, no fair. Why do you always have to you always take her side?
That is where, Kass does, as again, big Kass fan. She does have some childlike tendencies here, it seems, where her reactions don't seem to fully match you'd expect that maybe more from Spencer, which I think is what makes, again, that dynamic so funny, that every so often you have Kass who's really stringing, like she knows how to string Spencer along and mess with him, but at the same time, Spencer's reactions to Kass are so much like, that's really the best part, that he can't understand how Kass is acting this way. I think that's always my favorite part within that.
We have our immunity challenge, and Wu ends up winning immunity. Wu is going to bookend the season here with first individual immunity and last individual immunity.
Yeah, and I feel like obviously you see them come into this merge. I remember at the time I believed, Wu is going to clean up in the competitions. And then he puts this showing out, which looks incredible, but then doesn't really get any more W's on his resume, which was a little bit surprising, but also I was okay with, because it made it so that Wu's storyline, went other places as opposed to just winning things. So I remember this was the first time I had ever seen these water shoes that Wu was wearing. I had never seen them anywhere else before.
Yeah, it's even my son, when we watched this episode, he said, "Dad, I think Wu won because he has shoes." Because I think his shoes was the difference here.
That's how this is 2014. I can't think of a more time capsule-y thing to really pinpoint the time, because that is the year. And then
Did you have shoes like that?
I didn't, but I knew a lot of guys that did. Maybe I am a Fabio after all. But I definitely knew a lot of people that had those shoes, and then they didn't anymore.
Okay. So it's 5 versus 5. Sarah is very much in the middle. Sarah feels like that, siding with the group that she just came from. That's like the weaker group. That's maybe might be better for her to go with.
Yeah, which I don't think is a bad shout at all. I mean, you look at the makeup of the two sides. You've got 3 brains, and 2 beauties, and then on the other side, you've got a lot of your Brawn people. So really, the choice was, again, the top 5 versus top 6. You want to be in the best spot potentially that you can be, and one would have yielded better results than the other ultimately.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna get a meeting of Trish and Tony and Wu. Trish has an idea of I'm gonna talk to Kass. Tony tells Trish, like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea, Dave. Don't talk to Kass. Trish is gonna do it anyway.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of these moments where you see Tony holding Trish back. In this case, Trish did the right thing here, but it is. I don't know. I don't know if if you guys remember the first time you watched, if you remember how much Trish was involved here, but I'm starting to understand why all these people on Twitter too were saying Trish is someone, like, she's got to be the one to come back. So she clearly kind of knows what she's doing here and has a lot more strategy than I remembered at all from the first watch. Yeah,
she's such a great partner to Tony. And of course, ultimately, like, we'll think of Sarah more as Tony's partner. But Trish is just such a great compliment to Tony, because she does so much damage control for him. And that's not really how I see the Sarah and Tony relationship in season 40 play out.
Yeah, because when Tony walks in, we've talked about his energy. He goes mile a minute. He's speaking. He's causing, destruction every which direction, every communication he does. But then Trish kind of comes in, picks it up, softens the blow, kind of is the good cop to his bad cop, hypothetically.
Yeah.
Where I feel like when it's Sarah and Tony, they're more similar than I think, you might think on first appearance.
Yeah.
But having Trish helps him big time.
Yeah. And I do think, not that anybody is saying that, Tony 1.0's game is like anywhere near as good as Tony 3.0's game. But I don't think that Tony could have won this season without Trish. And then, I think that he, maybe you could also say he can't win season 40 without Sarah.
Oh, I think you can definitely say that. I mean, we don't know. We didn't see 24-hour day footage, but I mean, from what we see at Winners at War, Sarah is definitely helping Tony out almost step by step, day by day.
But it's a little bit of a different skill set, but I guess there is some overlap where that I feel like that there are members of the alliance that, Trish is like keeping on board between, the Kasses and the Jeffras and the LJs. And I think that Sarah is like serving like a similar role, but is not needing to do as much damage control because he's not doing as much damage in season 40.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And I think that is, it's like 3.0 is a more softened up version of 1.0, right? Where it's not a lot of this just destruction in every which direction and mass chaos being caused. It's not a lot of that. So it doesn't require a lot of that damage control that he may have needed Trish for in 40.
Yep. The one time he does do a lot of damage in season 40 is when he votes out Sophie, and then he sort of does his own damage control with Sarah. And then I think that Sarah may reel Ben back into the fold. So they don't need too much of that. But here he strikes out hard with Sarah. Davey, that he takes her aside. Sarah's not interested. She's not biting working with Tony.
Yeah. And again, why should she? I totally get it. I don't like, you don't disagree with Sarah's reaction to this. I don't even think Sarah, I guess you could say it's somewhat of an emotional reaction, but I think it's also a strategic reaction that, hey, like you yelled out top 5, baby. I don't want to be a part of this. Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like I'm really with you. So I mean, I get it.
She also says that Tony is the player that's the most like her in this game. And she's like, I would vote me out.
Right. And that's true. I think she is most like him. And that's probably why they worked well together in Winners at War as well. But I think in Survivor, you generally don't want to work with people that are just like you. I think you probably are scared of that because especially if you know how you lie, she's probably very wary of Tony's line.
Mm-hmm. All right. Kass is going to pull Trish aside, Puya. And basically, Trish says, tell us who you want to get rid of. We'll do it.
Free pick. Just tell us who.
Name.
Yeah. Whatever you fancy. We'll get that order put together for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, Kass has a decision she has made. And that would be give me Sarah. I would like Sarah to be the option here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is such a delicious offer for Kass that she can't pass that up of like, Kass, which of your enemies would you like to see served on a silver platter tonight?
She's that gif from I don't know, is it Billy Madison where Steve Buscemi's got that lipstick and he's crossing out. That's the top of the list. Yeah, but she's not crossing. That's that's the enemy. Number one.
Number one. So all right, Kass is on board to flip. And we go to Tribal Council, and these Tribal Councils get very contentious this season, Puya. There's a lot of back and forth between Tony and the other side.
Yeah, and it's been very interesting to watch this season with the Tribal Councils where they don't need a lot of driving done. There's a lot of back and forth, and there's a lot of, I don't know, self-assured is the word. They just all sound very confident in that what they're doing is going to figure its way out, and they're going to be completely fine.
we're going to get some discussion of the idols also, Dave. The idols are going to be looming very large here in the post-merge.
Yeah, that is one thing that I think the idols work well in this season, and I like how they're played or misplayed. I'm all for everything there, but I do think this is the season that truly sets up the 30s in terms of Jeff getting really excited about idols all the time. Here they are, go get them. He mentions this in the live reunion show at least once, that go out, look for idols, do what Tony did. He was the only one doing it. And I think that this really is the season that makes production go at idol advantage crazy. So I like it here, but I'm also wary of knowing what's to come.
Well, Dave, I think that in a lot of ways, I think that this season is sort of like the high that Survivor gets. And I feel like that all through the 30s, they're not just with the idols. I just feel like that they're chasing it in terms of like all of the excitement and unpredictability. And I feel like that in a lot of these seasons, like the advantages come up. Like if there is not a Tony in the season, well, how do we inject unpredictability into every episode of this show?
Yeah, I don't, there's no way
here.
Exactly. And there's no way to manufacture this, which is, I guess, the problem. But I think it works best when, contrary to what Jeff says in the finale, when it is just a couple people knowing how to play it. Not like a Ben Driebergen situation necessarily, but where it's people are trying to look for idols, but it's not just this like everyone has an advantage in their pocket, because then it's just, as a viewer, I have no idea what's happening. And then suddenly Sari's gone and I'm sad. So I don't like that.
Yeah. Okay. Tony ends up saying that there are idols. He has one, and Spencer, well, would you want to take it out? And they go back and forth, but finally, Tony reveals his idol, Puya.
Yeah. So I remember when this happened, I didn't understand why he would do this, but this is before I recognized Tony as Tony. This is before I was like, oh, he just be doing stuff like this all the time. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I love the Jeff, could you validate this for me? I do like that line a lot. So
yes,
that tickled me on the rewatch too.
Yeah, I think that he says that, he's doing that because he's like, again, trying to read the room, trying to get the reaction. I mean, he will play the idol for the wrong person. He will play it for LJ here.
Yep.
But something that I feel like has gotten lost somewhere along the way, like Tony's going to wear the idol around his neck a lot. Russell started this. Malcolm is going to do this, but I feel like that you don't see a lot of players with wearing the hidden immunity idol at tribal council anymore.
Yeah, I think only a big personality can pull it off, if that makes sense. I almost feel like if you have someone, let's say a Jeffra, doing that, people are just gonna be like, what is she doing? But I think with Tony, he's just so loud on everything that he does. You're just whatever strategic reason he has for that, I'm sure he had plenty. You kind of just accept it, but it takes, I think, a certain type of personality to go to tribal and put it on and act like you're looking in your bag and don't do that all. And he does it every tribal, a different version of playing with his bag of tricks.
Yeah.
Is
it too much of a tell in modern Survivor where it's like, oh, Puya is wearing the hidden immunity idol? Okay, let's vote for him. He's definitely not playing it.
Yeah, I feel like there's no situation where anyone's going to be too spooked at this point. If they see it, you got to play it. Like, there's no world where you're going to be able to fake him out. I just don't think that's the case. I have not gone back to rewatch this season, so Rob, you have to help me here.
Sure.
Did Ben wear the tribal, the immunity?
Ben, I don't know if he wore it or if he took it out, but then they said like, well, then if you're going to play it, why don't you play it now? And they got Ben to play it before the vote.
It, yeah.
And I guess I think he wanted to do that because so then they would have to vote out somebody from their side. So that definitely did happen in season 35, where I guess if you do have that option, but that had never happened before that. But yeah. All right, let's get to some idol playing. Tony, he is going to play his idol on LJ.
And then LJ is going to return the favor, and none of that matters.
He's going to cover Tony's ass.
I think that's one situation where like watching it is, I mean, again, like you're rooting for good strategy, but at the same time, this plays out I think you go back and forth in this tribal council, like 3 or 4 times where, okay, you think they're covered, they're not, but oh wait, Kass flipped. It's probably one of the best all-time tribals for that reason.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like that this was like super exciting in the real time. Does it come across as maybe a ho-hum in the like that we've seen so much? This is like maybe like tame by today's standards.
It's possible because there's a lot of bells and whistles now. There's a lot of like this, and then now we have everyone getting up and whispering and like the whole thing. But let me tell you why this I think still hits, Rob. So Tony plays the idol on LJ. LJ returns the favor, now reveals his idol. They're like, ooh, okay. And they think they've got this one side completely fooled. Then the first paper gets read out. It's Jeffra. The faces drop. They're feeling very smug.
Yeah.
Spencer's like, you thought you knew it. I'm a chess champion, guy. You're about to get a taste of the Spencer Bledsoe.
And he's standing there like this.
Yeah. Then the votes are coming in, and then it's like, okay, it's 5-5. That's fine. We got this. Nope. It's Sarah leaving. And because of how worried Jeffra is, she starts clapping. Tony starts clapping. They just lost 2 idols. They nearly lost everything, but they got the flip they needed. And it's the clapping with still like mixed in with the dead silence of Sarah realizing she's gone.
Yeah.
Which and then, just makes it for me.
Is it Jeffra that's like, Kass, thank you. And it's like, oh,
yeah.
Kass, 0 chance.
I think it's all of that. And I think you're exactly right, Pooh. Like we've seen people misplay idols. We've seen all of that. We've seen people flip, but it's totally the reaction. And not just that they're clapping, but the way it's Tony, who's formerly of Cops R Us Alliance, clapping in the face of Sarah. I mean, it's kind of brutal. There's a lot of things when you're watching it, there's 11 people there and you're basically wanting to see every person's reaction because everyone has a different, had different levels of knowledge of what was going to happen. So that's the best part.
That's very well put, Puya, that I feel like that the well-defined characters here really do help define this moment. Not just the misplayed idols.
Like almost every person has something here, which is very interesting to see play out.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, I think this was and no better way to start a merge by having this happen, because then the rest of it's going to be fun.
And this is the season in the post-merge. We're really going to get wild vote, boring vote, wild vote, boring vote, back and forth all the way through. And so we're going to get the Morgan vote. And Dave, we're going to get Morgan it's like the roast of Morgan here in this episode.
It's pretty intense. I don't know. It's almost like you don't feel that bad because she just kind of, when you finally get to the tribal by the end of this episode, she's just like, yeah, those are all true. And then she kind of goes, I'll do my best. Like I'll start working in camp. It's this just non-committal. I don't know. As far as boring episodes go, it's pretty fun for that reason because it's almost a foregone conclusion pretty early on. And it's just this sort of like, how do we get rid of her and who's going to vote with us? And so it's more of the destination than the journey in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Morgan's going to give it to Kass pretty hard here in this episode, but Kass is going to compare Morgan to like a 14-year-old dog. Tony's going to compare Morgan to she's like a pillow.
Yeah. The dog was brutal. I felt the pillow's weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Like I understood what he meant by the pillow because like she's just like laying there, kind of like pillows go on beds. She's like sleeping. I got it, but I do agree it wasn't the best one. The dog really does put the roast in on this episode. But yeah, pretty much, Rob, I think you set it up perfectly where exciting vote, boring vote. Morgan was pretty much, well, you're not doing anything here either. Bye-bye. Like just go. Everyone like cease fire.
Yep. Although more connective tissue with last week, 2 weeks in a row talking about Morgan.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Okay. Outback Steakhouse. Dave, are you a fan of the Outback Steakhouse?
I would say there's Sandra, and then I'm like right below it.
But
more ironically, like probably most Survivor viewers, I have a friend of mine. He used to be my roommate. He's Australian, and we used to go there. and he would, instead of his ID, he'd show them his Australian passport, and then he would act. He said, yes, just like mom used to make it," which isn't true. None of that food is authentic. So my version of Outback is enjoying it ironically, but the steaks are really good. So so to answer your question, if I was on Survivor and there was Outback, I would give them every soundbite they needed. I'd be all over it.
And Puya, looking ahead to next week, boy, I'm wondering maybe if you want to be a top 2 season of Survivor, you got to get that Outback product placement.
Get that sweet Outback take. Do not get Applebee's, because I feel like you're not going to be making it top of the charts here. But yeah, I mean, steak is delicious, and they got steaks, so I'm happy.
Much better than an Adam Sandler movie, for sure.
For sure. Puya, will you and Liana ever frequent an Outback Steakhouse?
We really, you know what? We could. We used to. So when Leon would visit me in Montreal, we would go to this place called Baton Rouge, and it was essentially Outback-esque. It was like a little steakhouse that we would go to that's just, franchised all over the country. So we definitely have our own version. Yeah. And we're not mad at it. We do like it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this time around, the team of Spencer, LJ, Jeremiah, Morgan, and Jeffra, they're going to Outback Steakhouse, and Spencer is picking up a clue to the idol. It's all happening. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that
this is the exciting part of the episode. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not even, I don't know. It doesn't, it kind of, maybe I've just seen this too much since. I don't know what it is, but I feel like the clue at the feast in the napkin, I feel like it was fun the first couple of times. And now they're just looking in their napkins. It's not as exciting.
Well, Spencer got it, and so they come back, and it's a rainy day, and Spencer is going to go off and look for the idol clue. But I guess because he was going to go into the water, he takes his pants off and leaves the idol clue. And here comes Woo, and Woo is going to activate ninja stealth mode, and he ends up telling Spencer, like, "Oh, here's your pants and the idol clue," and then he's off like Sonic the Hedgehog. Puya.
Yeah, he that was great. Again, this was a mundane episode for the boot, but this was the best part of the episode, so might as well bask in it, because again, we had our misdirect here. So Spencer gets the clue, Spencer fumbles the bag, Woo intercepts the clue, and now there is a mad frenzy for this idol. Everyone is going to be, they end up telling their companions, "Hey, this is the clue. Let's go try and find it." And everyone's mad dashing for this idol.
That treasure hunt.
Watch.
Yeah.
I think low-key the funniest part about this, and it is the most exciting part of the episode, is just the way Spencer folds his clothes and then I put folds the clue in between them, but in a way where as soon as Woo picks it up, I don't know. For me, every time I watch that sequence of him just folding his clothes and waiting for it, I just think it's so Spencer too. It's such a character moment.
Dave, did Spencer work at a Gap at one point?
Yeah, it's really well done. If he needs to get a side job working at Gap, this is his resume. You can just show him the video. Here's a clip. Don't show him the second part where Woo chased him, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's maybe like that. They put the receipt in the bag. Like you fold the pants and then put the receipt in there and then slide it in the bag. Like, did you need a gift receipt with that? No. Okay.
Needs a digital copy instead.
It's a mad treasure hunt. Everybody's looking for the idol. Even Morgan has gotten up out of the shelter to go look for the idol. That's it's serious, Puya. Morgan is looking for the clue. Or for the idol.
When Morgan's on the move here, everything has hit the fan. Not one person is chilling now. Everyone's looking for this idol.
Okay. Now, Kass, she is watching Spencer, supposedly like a hawk, but she looks away. Spencer sees it. Spencer pockets the idol. Gets one over on Eagle Eye Kass.
I don't know if it's because we know that he's actively hiding it, but I don't know how Kass doesn't see it. He's doing that awkward locker lane and just kind of getting ready to ask her to homecoming. And it's like, Kass, look at him. He's not acting normally at all.
All right. And then Spencer gets on a roll. Is going to win immunity.
Yeah, this is the rare Spencer W episode where everything goes right for him. And they had us fooled in the beginning when he loses the clue, but everything looking up Spencer right now. It's a good place for him to be.
Yeah, it works. It works out for him. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to tribal council, and, Spencer is going to try to make a push for Kass to come back and join them. But ultimately, there's no hope for Morgan, Dave.
Yeah, again, foregone conclusion. I think earlier I said, again, journey, not the destination. We all know it's happening. It just kind of, I'm sure it could have gone the other way, but I think we're all kind of satisfied with Morgan being gone at this point, including the majority of the tribe. But I do like that they sort of sprinkle in this, that Kass and Spencer still have some kind of connection here. And again, that is easily my favorite. People talk about Tony, Sarah, but at least for Cagayan, Spencer Kass is the best relationship, for better or worse, throughout the season.
Okay. All right. Tony got a couple of votes, which freaked Tony out a little bit. He got 4 votes here. And Tony said that he was so worried that he pooped himself.
I forgot about it. This is the turn of the season. I mean, this for Tony, before this, it's kind of Trish leading the charge or doing kind of maybe a little bit erratic. And then this is where it all flips. And from here on out, Tony is the one who's reacting to everything, probably a little bit too extreme. I understand that, 2 votes aren't great, but I don't think it quite matches the reaction there.
Out of nowhere, Puya, LJ is the new target for Tony.
Yeah. So he basically now has decided, I need LJ gone. But also, I can't break my word to LJ unless he breaks his word first. So, Operation Entrapment, full motion here for Tony to get something going. But it is fascinating because I do think from this moment on, like Dave sets up here, this is where I start seeing the more erratic Tony, the more like Tony at 130. Because and I know he's talked about in interviews, obviously after the show and stuff, where he never slept. He always was in thought. And you were watching it play out live on the show here. From here on out, he's thinking on everything on like too many different levels to the point where he's landing on, okay, it's time for LJ to go, which I'm not mad at because it makes it exciting because we went from, again, exciting, boring, time for the exciting episode here.
Dave, in the real time, this was the move that I think we had the most of an issue with here. Was this too early to go after LJ at 9?
I have to think, for me anyway, I know why strategically you can see the issue, but I think the real reason that I was upset about it in the real time was that I thought LJ was the winner. and I thought, you get in your head about not only do you think they're going to be the winner, but you think this is the winner I want, even if it's subconscious. So I think that's really, for me, what I was actually mad about. I don't think it's too early. Obviously, hindsight is 2020. But I think that I think it was the smart move. I think, like, in my mind, it's never too early to blindside as long as you have everyone in agreement. But that might be my own little personal philosophy outside of this.
Well, it's wild the way that Tony goes about this, because I feel like that this is some like full on entrapment that happens to LJ, where Tony wants to get LJ out, and he makes up all of these lies about other people. But for whatever reason, it was like he needed to get LJ on tape, say, well, maybe we should go for Woo then. So he tells the whole story. He's like, I'm really worried about Woo. He could have an idol, and I don't know. I'm getting really paranoid, and I'm wondering maybe we should, I'm starting to get really worried about him. And then LJ says, I guess we can go for Woo. Is that what you think?
It's great.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, if that's what you think, LJ, we'll go for Woo.
I just want to keep. I don't want to stop you from continuing the impression. So
got it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's effective. Clearly, I don't know that. I don't know how many other players that could technically pull that off. It doesn't. Really...
It wasn't really effective because later on, Trish is going to say, "Yeah, LJ said you were trying to get out." He's like, "No, he said that. He was the one saying that. It wasn't me."
But does Trish ultimately believe Tony or no? I feel like Trish always errs on the side of. Okay, all right. Maybe I'm thinking of other moves, but I feel like generally speaking, throughout this season, Trish just defaults to believing Tony for some reason. So, or just agreeing with his nonsense.
I mean, I feel like after the vote, she's like, "Look, Tony, I understand why you did it." He's like, "Okay, yeah," and he gives like fist bumps her. But it's like she like really interrogates him, and she's like, "No, this doesn't make any sense."
I feel like sometimes she says, "I know why you did it," and then she just gives an explanation. And Tony goes, "Yeah, that's why I did it." Like she could just, she wants to give him an out. Yeah,
you nailed it. Yeah. Okay. So all right, Tony was working on setting up LJ. He ends up going on a reward for a spa day with Spencer and Jeremiah. Just broing down on a spa day, Puya.
It's a couple bros having a spa sesh. Yeah, I
should done this podcast from a spa.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would be a vibe. I'd be very okay with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be very fun. Yeah, this is a good landing spot for Tony, obviously. This reward with these two, again, they're on the outs. They've got nothing. So why not be the person to give them a glimmer of hope? Why not be that guy? And Tony is that guy.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, they're going to try to work on Tony and basically say, like, hey, Tony, like, if you ever want to do something, you got our number.
I'm in your Rolodex.
Yeah. Let's work together.
I wonder how much like Tony really entertains. I don't know. Like, is Tony? This is my question for Tony in every season, but I guess particularly his first and third is he really loyal to that core alliance, or is he going to entertain people outside of this much? Like, I don't know how much of him is actually loyal to the alliance versus how much is just in it for himself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think he has any loyalty to the alliance. I think he's going to stick with the group as long as it serves him. But I definitely think that he's going to take other meetings with people outside of the alliance if they're interested. And then like he feels like, okay, well, that's always like another direction that I can go. But then I'll always be able to like, no, I'm lying to them. I'm like, I'm just telling them what they want to hear. Like, I'm not really working with them. But really, like, he's like, okay, if I'll let you know if I need you. And we see that happen in Winners at War also, where it's sort of like, you know, he has like Nick on the back burner, and then ultimately like when he wants and basically like he sort of has Jeremy like that also, and then when he wants to make the move against Sophie, like he dials them up and basically says, okay, and then now this is the real alliance now. This is really what we're doing. But then he goes back to the people that he was working with in the first place. Like he's just got like everybody on the like I was gonna say speed dial, Puya, but I thought I was like, it sounded like really old.
Speed dial still exists technically. I don't use it, but
yeah,
I feel like the modern day, maybe different. He has different group chats ready to go.
That is probably the modern day. Yeah, the group chats definitely are in place. Yeah, and I think that's the thing with Tony's game is that it's messy in this edition, but he was very fluid in that he's willing to pick up any pieces to kind of work with at any point. Like, he's not gonna shut people down and be like, nope, well, the line's drawn and this is what is gonna be. No, he's very okay with like hearing people out, which I think is not a bad spot to be in. I'll listen to what you have to say. I'll make the decision after. But
now, Dave, compare that to how LJ handles things, because Tasha has a plan. And she's like, hey, like we could vote on Tony. Let me get LJ over here. He's like, hey, would you like to meet me for a rendezvous?
That it's weird. I remember that so well while watching it, but I definitely forgotten it since. And the way that Tasha has stood up is just, it's so good. I mean, I wish we could have just had a full 2 minutes of her just sitting there in silence, just how funny it is just being stood up by him.
And that got the hashtag stood up on the episode. I remember that.
Yeah, that's where the hashtags work, I think. When it's a unique situation, that's very funny. When it's blindside every other episode, I don't necessarily love the hashtag. Yeah. But here it worked.
Yeah, Tasha was indignant. So mad.
Oh yeah. Do we blame her? Absolutely not. He did the equivalent of he got added to a group chat, saw who was in there, and said, nah, I'm leaving this group chat. Like
that happened to me the other day. Like I got that I went on my phone, I touched it, and I got like ended up in a clubhouse room. Like, I don't want to get out of
it. Quickly before anyone jumps in, you left.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, Rob. Oh, get out of here as soon as I can.
Yeah, I get worried with stuff like that. I'm always like, if I take my phone out of my pocket and the screen is on, I panic. Like, what happened? Hopefully nothing was posted anywhere. Let's make sure it was locked. Okay. Yeah.
I feel like this directly applies to LJ saying he just got on social media right after the season.
Figured it out.
He just got into an Instagram live with Tasha. Was like, "Oh, I'm the only person here. I gotta get out."
Yeah. David, but in fairness to LJ, he says like, yeah, like I can't do this in front of Tony. Like Tony's already freaking out.
Yeah, I mean, it's, knowing he's going to be out that episode makes it really hard. But I think, I don't know a way he does this without, if there's a more subtle version. It's really hard for me on TV to understand like, where can you do things without being seen by Tony, especially when there's shacks everywhere? Not that they knew about it. But that is one thing where I wish there was a better way, like almost aerial drone shots. This is totally wishful thinking, where I could actually understand where people are in the island at any given time, because it's really difficult to understand if there's a situation where LJ could talk to Tasha without him knowing, and without her ever saying anything about it.
Yeah. You want basically like the island map on the bottom of the screen?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like you're in a video game or anything, just like that. The two dots.
It's like on Among Us, Puya.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like a Marauders map from Harry Potter, where like you're like, oh, these little steps here, like that's who that is. Okay, that's very cool. I would love visual. I love visual things like that, and I feel like if it doesn't take too much of the screen, if you have room for a hashtag, you have room for this little map. Is all we're saying.
Yeah, they do it on Amazing Race a lot. When they're lost on the way to a checkpoint or something, they'll show the map and show where they're going. That's the complete wrong way. That's always fun.
All right, so we said that the last episode was a good one for Spencer. This is a tough episode all around for LJ because he ends up getting framed by Tony. He ends up standing up Tasha, and then Tasha ends up besting him in the memory challenge on having the wrong tile. And then we're going to see then LJ end up being the target of Tony's vote. We see Tony break the news to Woo. LJ's gunning for you. What? LJ. Yeah. I know.
I just feel bad for Woo. I don't know. Maybe that's just who he is, but like that's his whole character for most of the season is just Tony telling him things. Yeah. But maybe that works. Maybe that's what that's his role in the season. It's just constant incision.
I couldn't believe it either when I heard it. Whoa. Yeah. But then we will get where Trish is like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
The sibling metaphor really works a few episodes later, where they all just are kind of this weird family and they're all kind of gossiping amongst each other. And Woo is just the son that Tony has, lying to. But, your Uncle LJ, he don't want anything to do with you. He told me.
Yeah. All right. So Tony's got that other group text going with Tasha and Jeremiah and Spencer. And he's going to add Woo and himself to it. And ultimately, that's going to be the group. They're not going to tell Trish and Kass and Jeffra about what's going on with the plan to vote out LJ. And that's going to be it for LJ, Puya.
That's it. By a vote of 5-3-1, LJ is gone. And I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Tony, one of my favorite things is Tony's explanations after these votes of like why it happened the way it happened. So right after this, his explanation to Trish was that this happened because we didn't want you to have to be a part of it, or to the people he left out basically. And they kind of like, okay, maybe we get
Makes
it.
sense. Story checks out.
That's fine. I feel like no one wants to argue with Tony because I feel like they are not going to win that argument. It's just going to keep going and going until you fall asleep because he doesn't sleep. So it's very funny because I think he gets his way here. He only takes Woo over with him for this vote because he doesn't need anyone else. But then he somehow is always able to go back to his group anyway and like patch things up.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, he's going to be patching together the Spy Shack here. We saw Spy Shack earlier in the season, Dave. It didn't really bear too much fruit.
Yeah, I was surprised at how little you get the Spy Shack. I think it was just so, like hardened into my memory that I was sure that there was more of it. But what we get is great.
We built the Spy Shack, and the Spy Shack was like literally in the shelter. Like he built
Yes.
like a trunk on the shelter that he was going to sit in. I think that he tells Sarah that's when he overheard the fake Cliff Robinson and Lindsay story. So it doesn't bear any real fruit here, but he's going to overhear Jeffra talking with Trish, and he's going to start to get a little bit of a bug in his buff about Jeffra, Puya.
Yeah, and I feel like it didn't need to be much for him, but all Tony ever needed to hear was someone mistrusts him or doesn't completely want to roll with him, and that's enough. And I feel like he again got his reasoning, got a reason to now consider looking at Jeffra moving forward as well.
Yeah, and Jeffra's going to go on the reward with Jeremiah, Spencer, and Tasha. So basically, Jeffra is going to be recruited by the enemy lines to talk about things. And here is where they're going to tell Jeffra about Spencer has the idol. Hey, you should work with us.
There's a moment where Spencer says, "Let's all shake hands," and then they start to, and then Spencer puts his arm out and no one shakes it, and he just kind of tucks it back in. There's a couple of moments I noticed watching this throughout the season where he either tries to hug someone or shake their hand, and he just gets, no one does it. It's so good.
Yeah, another Charlie Brown with the football moment.
Exactly.
For Spencer. All right, they get their letters here also, and for Jeffra, this is the moment that basically these letters are telling her she's got to make a move.
Yeah, this was the sign from above she needed. The letter really does solidify her thinking, I've got to be a little bit more self-interested. I got to do something for myself. And now that LJ's gone, that was like her main link to them. So she's willing to jump ship and join the three on the outs.
Okay. All right. So it's all set up for the immunity challenge, and Tasha is going to be able to balance the ball on a stick. And they've got this big plan in the works here at the final 8 to blindside Tony. But Tony, he is going to be out there hustling always. And Dave, he finds the once mentioned previously super powered idol.
Tyler Perry, super powered idol.
Tyler Perry's idol. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He finds it and he needed it. Though that's not the same direct quote. But yeah, this is the point of the season where if you're a Tony fan, you're super excited. If you're not, you're kind of going, oh, like this is totally unfair.
Yeah.
But really quick, before I forget, and sorry to backtrack, I had paused the screen on Jeffra's letter.
Yeah.
It is. I imagine it's two-sided, but the side that we see is not anything that she says.
What does it say?
It's her mom. It's really funny, but it's her mom telling her all the things that she's telling people that are asking where she is. And it's just all the places she's pretending that Jeffra is. And she's explaining to her, when you get back, don't be surprised if someone tells you, asks you about your journey in the Outback.
Story.
Yeah. So I imagine it's two-sided, but I was laughing at the actual letter is very funny. And I was also laughing that she said in her mom's handwriting, and it was like serial killer block letter. But anyway, it was a nice letter.
Yeah.
Sorry to back to the super idol though.
Yes. The super idol is here. That the super idol, I guess, came by way of Tyler Perry, who tells us in the finale, he thought it'd be a good idea to have an idol that you could play after the votes are read. Jeff volunteers the information that there shouldn't even be a clue for it. He says, if anybody finds it, they find it.
Yeah, so I feel like I've forgotten about that aspect of it, where Tyler Perry's big spin on the idol is it comes with minimal clues later in the game, right? That was kind of like what the highlighted part was in the reunion where they talk about it. I feel like if you put an idol out there with no clue, that is great for like an extra bonus idol outside of the ones that might be in circulation. But I mean, I feel like a lot of people have already shared their opinions on this. The super idol need not exist no more. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too overpowered.
The super idol with no idol clues, like it was buried underground, like in a season that doesn't have this lunatic on it. Does anybody ever find this?
I don't even know if it's mentioned. I think they cut out that they were even told about it. But yeah, I think, I will say the one thing they kind of did to sort of correct for things like this, they didn't specifically do it with the Super Idol, obviously, but you can only use this for the next 2 or 3 votes. I do think in that situation, it still is. I think that's valid. I think that's fine.
Dave, do you think that later on in the season there would have been clues to this specific idol?
It depends on how much Jeff Probst wanted to impress Tyler Perry, which I think was a lot. So yeah, I think so.
Do you think that if this idea came up from anybody else besides Tyler Perry, would this idea have been greenlit?
No way, because he just reinvented the original idol. Unless I'm misremembering, but this is like the Yule idol, basically, right? Yeah. So yeah, I don't. I mean, I think Tyler Perry's great. No, it's not a knock on him, and I also think Tyler Perry's reaction to Jeff trying to bury him with it is hilarious. I forgot in the live show that Tyler Perry basically says, "Don't try to put this on me on my TV." Yeah. But yeah, I think it's, he tried it. It didn't work. I don't know if was the Medallion of Power also Tyler Perry's idea. Am I imagining that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Dave, how famous would somebody have to be to give you a terrible idea that you would do on TikTok?
All they have to do is reply to me on Twitter. It's happened.
Yeah.
I've been pitched ideas. I would try them but the thing is, I'd have to think it was a good idea, which I think a lot of terrible ideas are good ideas. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. But what if you knew it was terrible?
If I knew it was terrible, okay, all right.
Yes. What is the baseline for how famous the person needs to be?
I think so. I'm going to give a numerical value, so it's a little easier. I would say on Twitter they would have to have at least 500,000 followers for me to go. Yeah, it had to be significant because I feel like at 500,000, that's where you are. Yeah. Whatever you do, you're important enough in it for me to go. Yeah. Okay, well, I can say that. I can't even think of an example. Whoever AOC told me to do this, so I'm going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I would take a terrible idea that I knew was terrible for somebody far less famous than that.
What's your numerical value?
Yes.
See, I don't know if I would go with like Twitter as the metric.
Okay, like, are you saying you would go with like the Instagram for the metric?
I wasn't even thinking like social media famous. I was thinking like what level of notoriety?
Okay, so Arnold's what was it? Patrick. Arnold's like relative.
Patrick Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Probably aim higher than Patrick Schwarzenegger.
Okay. I just wanted to see where the baseline was. So not Patrick Schwarzenegger. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So all right, we'll think we'll open this up. Okay. Anyway, we are going to see Tony. He has the idol. Trish is going to work on reeling Jeffra back in, and this is another round where Trish really moving the ball forward for her side.
Yeah, again, Trish putting in work to make sure that none of these mistrusts are going to affect them, and is able to kind of do what happened with Jeremiah earlier in the season and bring her back to maybe a side that she was not looking to stay with. So convinces Jeffra to reconsider flipping and moving to the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, Dave, they get her all the way back.
It works. Yeah. Again, this is the way that, I don't know, at this point in the game, in the season, Trish is kind of playing a better game than Tony on pretty much every front. I think if you had a grade card, you would have a lot more A's for Trish than Tony at this point.
Do you think that Trish needed to vote Tony out here? Do you think that she should have flipped?
I don't think so. I think, and again, it's tough. It's really tough to say, especially when this game is so like internal. This season is in my head, but I think that Trish, if she was like not as loyal to Tony, I think at the final 5 is the time. She had the numbers. She just had to turn on him. But maybe that's I don't know. What do you think, Puya?
The problem lies with the fact that if you write Tony's name down and he doesn't leave,
Exactly.
he can't handle it, and then you have to deal with him, right? So,
Right,
because
right.
I was
And
looking
it's
at
too
the
late
voting
now 'cause
history
he does
here.
have he does it like maybe the last like at the Morgan vote really when he got 4 votes like
Just throw
that was
2
the
more
round.
on it.
Yeah, that would have been the round.
That would have been because he doesn't get another vote after that until the final 6.
Mhm.
So again, it's once you put his name out there, it is a pretty terrifying spot to be in because a lot of people I'm assuming had noticed how he was feeling out there on the island. So definitely at this point it might have been difficult for Trish, but also if Trish was looking at her win conditions, she couldn't get to the end with him. It would have to be again someone else to take credit for some of his stuff potentially.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to then see at the tribal council. Jeremiah is going to let the cat out of the bag here, Puya, that he's going to let Spencer Tasha know he's actually a model. This is the biggest, maybe when Tony, like Jeremiah, I guess, has like 3 moments. Like he's big in the Bryce vote. Tony like dunks on him with the fake idol clue, and then he reveals that he's a model.
He did kill that chicken. That's the 4th thing he did. Is that one? Yeah, it's very funny because now that we talk about it, Jeremiah had what happened to him. He did earlier with Bryce, where he had an opportunity to go somewhere else. He thought about it. He considered it. He backed out, went back to his other alliance, and voted out. It goes, complies with that vote. And then here he gets Jeffra on his side. Everything might look good. Then he loses Jeffra and gets voted out. And that's honestly it. Ever since him, Rob, the only person that has been able to one-up his reveal of occupation is Bronte in Big Brother 18.
Mm-hmm.
No one else after, no one else since.
Yeah. Do you want to explain that for Dave?
Yeah, please.
Of course. Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to leave you in the dark on this.
It's okay. Again, just a Big Brother 19 fan, which was did not work out for me.
This is Big Brother 18. You just missed this one.
Yeah. So Bronte in the Big Brother 18 house revealed the week she was leaving that she's actually a math genius. And again, I emphasize this, says this on the way out the door. So there's no celebration, no like, oh yeah, no. It's like I'm leaving, but I'm a genius. Like that doesn't really fit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mentioned that Spencer told Jeffra he had an idol. I don't think that happened. I think I might have made that up in my head.
At the challenge, or sorry, the reward.
Did he mention that?
I thought he did. Maybe it's a
Either
Mandela
way,
effect. I don't know. Good.
Yeah. Not important because that Spencer is going to waste his idol here.
Yeah. Which again, I don't mind a wasted idol. I wish Spencer had played it correctly because he's the underdog, but maybe that's part of it. Just Spencer failing until he almost makes it.
Yeah. I do not mind a wasted idol unless the front runner who already has another idol is the one who scoops up the next one.
That's
right?
a good point.
Like,
yeah.
That is the problem. Everything else is fine. Because I like, I do like the philosophy of if you know where the idols are and you don't use them, then they're just never going to go back into the game. So you're in a good spot. So had he held on to it here, we would have been in a good spot. But then also Tony definitely does this. And he did this, Rob, you mentioned this already. He does this on a couple troubles, but in this one, he kind of decides, all right, let me pull the whiteboard out and tell you, Spence, the young lad here, Spencer, really goofed by looking at me and making the wrong decision and using it on himself because he was wrong. And he likes to rub your nose in it a little bit of like, ha, 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 I fooled you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So that was the boring vote. Jeremiah. Let's go to the final 7, where we're going to see Tony swing back to the other side. Jeffra is going to go out in this episode. And so it's just down to Spencer and Tasha. They feel like they're down and out. Now, I'm trying to remember, Puya, do you have any recollection of this? Was this Cagayan or is this in Second Chances that Spencer and Tasha were not as close as the edit portrayed them? I want to say I feel like it's this season.
I think it's this season, right? I feel like it's this season. Well, like in Second Chances, they were not together right out the gate. I don't recall.
Yeah.
It
But they're
was
on separate tribes.
through.
They end up like both being like allies of Jeremy.
Yes, yeah. I think Jeremy brings the two of them together into into the united front they are. Because here, again, they were just both on the outs and both winning things. But I think here there seems to be some camaraderie. So it might have been Second Chances. Yeah.
Dave, it's like they're on the same page, but I feel like that if I recall from my postseason interviews with Spencer, that him and Tasha were not actually like that much of a pair.
Yeah, it always with them it seems situational in every way. You know, that they were on a tribe of just basically they were two of the three, so they had that together, that bonding experience. But I don't recall a moment where they ever really made a decision together, at least on screen. And yeah, it doesn't. They don't seem to gel quite as well as maybe other.
Yeah. And like with Spencer, he called Garrett his main. He called Jeremiah his main. It was like he picked every dummy before he was like Tasha my main. It was like I'm gonna ride with Jeremiah. This man is my answers to my problems.
All right, Survivor auction time. Pretty good auction.
Love it.
Yeah,
This is probably one of the best auctions before they killed it. I think. I love the low amount of money. Like they actually pay the accurate amount for a steak. You know, it's like $20 or something. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trish has to call them out for being cheapo depots. Too many people are playing for the advantage.
A phrase I haven't heard before since.
I know, right? So I wanted to ask you both this, and it's not an important question to the strategy at all. But which of the food items in this auction looked most appealing to you? And I'll just tell you mine right out the gate. Those ribs looked phenomenal and always will look phenomenal to me.
Yeah.
So
only $60.
I had the same reaction that I think Spencer had, which was they looked much bigger once they were like near the face, you know, from far. When Jeff pulls it out, I'm like, that's like one rib. That's all bone. Who knows? And then I don't know what animal they got it from or how big a cow. Those were huge. Yeah, I think the ribs were they looked the most, but in general, like I think this was one of the better sort of food auctions, and that I felt like all the food they had looked like it tasted good.
Yeah.
It didn't look like, you know, the pizzas of the early seasons that are just the ingredients.
And the Woo with the ribs moment, like they matched like the music to Woo's sultry description of the ribs in that moment.
Yeah, that's where Woo shines in a non-strategic narrative sense. That's perfect for him.
Yeah, that was good. Get a fat dip of that guac is always an amazing line.
That guac.
Yeah, it's a great auction.
Puya, did you see if Jeffra's $100 quesadilla was burnt?
I'm gonna say yes, because if Liana's listening this far, she makes the best quesadilla. So this was definitely, compared to Liana's, burnt and
well
awful.
Worth $100 for Jeffra.
Oh yeah. This was a great one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Advantage time.
Woo!
Tony and Spencer.
I don't know how Tasha. Yeah, and not Tasha.
Tasha was sitting out. She was waiting for a clue to the idol.
I think that's the lie she told herself afterwards. I don't buy it. I think she was. Have you ever seen an auction that has two advantages? Actually, this is an actual question.
Usually, I think they have done a clue to the idol and an advantage in the challenge. I think in Survivor Caramoan. I think Malcolm buys a clue to the idol. Cochran buys an advantage in the challenge.
Okay. All right, that's fair enough then. If that's the last season they would have said, I retract my previous statement. But I still, I don't know. Even then, I think I would have just gone for it. You never know. You know, it's no guarantee.
It's funny because I feel like if she, and this is probably a good indicator of, are her and Spencer very close or not? Because if they're very close, we just upped our odds to 2/3 of keeping it away from Tony. But she went the self-interested route of, if they both zero out and there's even one more advantage, that puppy's mine. No one's getting a shot on this. I have my full 500 sitting right here. So I like the idea, but I feel like it was, I don't know. I can't even say though. I'm about to say it's very clear that was the last chance to get something,
Mhm.
because he was like, all right, let's put the advantage out that you're all waiting for. Let's talk about that now. It didn't seem like there was going to be a second one.
Yeah. Just take the advantages out of the auction. I don't know how many times we need to say the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's what fixes it for sure. And it's especially if they mean what they say with these shortened seasons, that they're really gonna starve them, which is
Food.
Bring back the auction without advantages. I think that'll actually have some value again.
Right. What are we saying that was good in this auction? Woo eating ribs and having a fat dip of guac. Nobody's like, oh, Tony and Spencer drawing a rock for the clue to the idol. That was great.
Yeah, you don't get excited for people who look really hungry and are really hungry, intentionally like starving themselves for a piece of paper. I don't know. I don't, as much as I love the strategy side of Survivor, I don't, it doesn't make me really that happy.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like, I applaud Tony and Spencer in this instance of sacrificing everything for the betterment of their game, for the betterment of their positioning in the game. But it does suck to watch. Literally everyone got a bargain. Like Kass got this amazing steak sandwich for like $40, and these guys are just starving it out. I don't like seeing that. I'd rather see someone indulge in the food and not have the advantages be there. That'd be better.
Okay. This is a good episode for Spencer and for Tasha because there are 4 women left in the game. And so they are going to try to create some paranoia. And again, hard to tell if they are on like parallel tracks or if they are working with each other for this. But, Spencer's trying to get Tony worried about the girls. That, hey, just so you know, Jeffra was talking about how she wanted to vote against you. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, and again, good on Spencer. He's kind of, I don't know. Back to what I said earlier about Spencer. I forgot how young he looked he is young. He's 20 or 21, and he really quite a few times, to some extent, pulls a fast one on Tony. And I can't imagine myself as a young lad being able to trick a 30-something-year-old police officer. So it's easy to root for him.
Mm-hmm. Tasha, she is going to be, hanging out with the women. They're all in the water, really helping to sell this story of look at the 4 women. They're all hanging out. Uh-oh, Tony, you're in trouble. So he does finally go out and look for the idol. And he finds now his 3rd idol of the game is a second idol in his possession. This is a regular idol. He says, "Come to Papa. I love you so much." It's like kissing it.
Yeah, this is a sign of look no further than a man who has 2 idols in his possession, still playing nervous. And one of the idols is literally a 1-up. You fall, you get back up, doesn't matter. And he still plays with this nervous energy the whole way through, which is very fun. But I do like that Spencer was able to throw the Inception out. I do like that Tasha was able to add a little bit to it. And ultimately, this is the beginning of the end to Jeffra's game.
Okay, Tasha is going to win immunity. That is the 3rd in a row for her. So what are they going to do? Tony wants to bring in Woo. Say, look, we got to vote out the women. It's all about, look, if the women get a hold of this game, we're done for, Woo.
So there's something within this that I think there's post interviews with Tasha where part of the reason she didn't vote for Tony to win is she took issue with, is it this part or how Tony phrased it? Am I remembering this correctly?
What did he say? What did he do?
That he basically, him saying that the women are working together was sexist, and that I might be totally misreporting this, but I think that was the sort of reason that Tasha voted for Woo at the end, was that it was a vote against Tony for what he said at this moment.
Against Tony. I don't recall the exact reason. I have to go back and look at what she said.
Yeah, I had to go back too. But yeah, I was trying to figure that out and square it with whether or not Tasha wasn't
had hard feelings towards Tony after the season was over about that. Or about for some reason. And so we're going to see where now they feel like if they vote out Spencer, all right, the women are going to take the advantage in the game because they're going to run away and hide. And so we got to get a woman out in this round. So, all right. So Tasha and Spencer are going to work with Tony and Woo. But yeah, I was thinking about this today. For Tasha, like, boy, don't you think that she's better off here if she actually does go with the women? Like, I don't know if that was on the table.
Right. I don't think so. I don't think it was on the table potentially, but I do think it would have helped her big time because now she has probably a more permanent landing spot. But I think ultimately it was, can I take people away from Tony? And I think the answer was no, because it was like the whole mission was stop Tony, but then Tony's the only one answering their group chat messages. Like no one else is, everyone else is leaving it on red because Tony's like said not to talk to them. So he had all the stakes and she really had no other choices, it feels like.
Not to mention Tasha has also won 3 immunities in a row. So they're like, why do we want to go to the final 4 with you?
Right. Like you're going to win. So we're not doing that.
Yeah. At least Tony's with us sometimes. Okay. Let's then get ready for tribal council. But wait, Spencer's going out and looking for the idol, Dave. This is throwing a little bit of like Tony's like, wait, should I not do this?
Spencer could have done anything and Tony would have just made up a reason to be worried about anything. I feel like at this point, I don't know. I don't see a world where Tony reacts normally to anyone looking for the idol. But it ultimately doesn't seem to matter, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. They go to tribal council, and I thought it was pretty wild that like Tony like is like going in on Jeffra a little bit here at this tribal council, which I thought was odd considering he's trying to blindside her at this tribal council.
Yeah,
idols. There's nothing she could do. Maybe this is just like pointing back to the thing you said where he's like likes to rub people's face in it.
Yeah, I think he likes to do today. Your lesson for today and why you're about to get voted out is this. Why you came up short is this. And I think it's a little bit of what you're saying too, though. 2 idols. Like, it's hard not to feel like Thanos at that point. Like you've got all the Infinity Stones. What are you gonna do facing me, Jeffra? Like you're gone. It's over. I think he just couldn't help himself in this moment, kind of go in a little bit because I think it's almost like he wanted her to know that he had heard some stuff and he didn't want her to think that she was being slick. I think that's what it was with him in that moment.
Okay. All right. Ultimately, Jeffra is going to get voted out. 4 votes for Jeffra, 3 votes for Spencer. And we're down to the final 6. Dave, anything else on Jeffra? You said you thought she's a good character.
Yeah, I think she's just, again, like you don't need every character to be this game bot strategist. I think she's just someone that fits well in with this cast. And I don't know. I just liked that we had people that weren't necessarily larger than life, especially in comparison to someone like Tony. Not to say that Jeffra's not larger than life in some aspects. I just mean that like she really is another reason that you just have a really great cast across the board.
Which aspect would you say she's most larger than life?
Her accent. I don't know. I don't know. I think Jeffra's just so pleasant and nice. And there's something refreshing about that. And I would say the same about Jeremiah and just a couple other people where they're not like, they're there to play the game. They're excited about playing the game. They're fully emotionally involved in the game. And I think that's just something that you want when you watch a season of Survivor, that everyone, especially post-merge, is contributing in their own way. That sounds so kumbaya, but I don't know. That's how I like about Jeffra.
Hey.
Yeah. Jeffra has the unique distinction where her gameplay and her last name matched. So that was a very cool thing to see in this season. Yeah.
You don't get that too often.
I know. It's very rare occurrence.
Yeah. Even better. It's like a book where the characters are just, it's like Harry Potter. So many of the characters sound like their names. Jeffra Bland, perfect. Hufflepuff.
So Kass has had it. That's enough, Puya. That look, burn me once, okay. Shame on you. Burn me twice. Shame on me. That's it. I'm out.
Yeah, she got it twice. She's done with this. She's upset. with Tony, because like once again, this is the second time where she's been left out of the decision. And I loved her confession where she's like, if you didn't learn from what I did, you don't want to leave people out. That's not good. And yeah, this is the beginning. I would say this is probably the beginning of the Kass versus Tony chapter of the season.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Because we talked about this scene earlier in this podcast, Dave, but we mentioned where there's one morning, Kass is like, I'm going to sleep in. And that Tony's got like, I'm a police officer, AMA, with Woo and Spencer. And then Kass, he's talking about me.
Yeah, Kass was on a whole separate subreddit. I don't know. I don't.
He's talking about me.
They do show him say something, but it's not. I can't remember it, but it's like, Kass is sleeping, and that's it. That's all he's actually saying, and it's not even negative. It's just, I don't know, but it sets up the episode so well that you have. I mean, that's like what 5 minutes into the episode, and that really is the driving force throughout this whole deal, and how Tony just becomes more and more unhinged. And like I said, I think Kass, whether or not she recognized she was wrong about what she thought she heard, she recognizes that Tony is quickly unraveling, and she might as well just let him continue to do so. And yeah, I think, I'm not saying she has total self-awareness, but I think at that moment she realizes that I can just let him keep kind of digging his own grave for now.
All right. They're going to go back and forth, and Kass says that, she thinks Tony's imploding. She says that Tony's having a tantrum, and he's like, Kass, you write down my name, you'll go home. She's like, wait, what do you mean? Like, write down my name, you'll go home. You wait, you see, you're done. She's like, oh, and then basically he like comes out and admit that he is a special idol, and she can't vote him out. I think later he'll double back on this.
Reason number like 17, while watching this live, you were like, there's no way he wins. I think he's charming, and he kind of every day he wakes up and he fixes yesterday's mistakes, whatever he says. But this is just shouting that out is definitely just a thing he does in the moment. And it's not at all strategic.
The moment. Yeah.
The moment's right.
So we're going to have a reward challenge that there's a big come from behind, a lot of come from behind wins in this season. And it's going to be Woo, Spencer, and Kass. They're going to win reward. They're going to visit an orphanage in the Philippines, and they're going to bring some supplies. And this turns out to be a nice moment, even though it starts off with Spencer telling us how I don't like children. Don't really want to be around them.
Yeah.
He goes on that monologue for a while before he gets to the butt. Just I don't know about this challenge. I don't really like kids. But after I got into it, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah. But Woo, he loves kids, Puya.
And the kids loved Woo. This was a very sweet scene. This is one of those scenes where, like, if Woo was to win the season,
winner montage,
I would be thinking of this one, be like, yeah, no, good for him. Like, it was very, very amazing watching him communicate with those kids, giving them the backpacks, doing the backflips. And I think his athleticism really plays out here for the kids because they enjoyed it. He didn't need any special tools to show, to put on a show for the kids. It was very uplifting, rather.
Yeah. Okay. They're going to pitch Woo on a new plan. Okay. It's final 6. They could split the vote. It could be Kass and Woo and Spencer and Tosh. And they could split the votes 2-2-2 on Tony and Trish. And I guess they could potentially flush out the Tyler Perry idol here.
Rob, let me think about that for a little bit. I need some time just to...
Okay, how much time do you need?
just need a little bit more time. Okay, yeah, I could do that. The weirdest thing about that was that Kass she's like, I appreciate that he took his time. Like, really?
Yeah. Well, I think that confessional must have been after he actually told them yes.
Right. No,
they walk back and he's like, all right, I'm in. So
yeah,
maybe that's why Kass appreciated it.
It is, but I don't know. Watching it back, I thought, like, when he's hedging and not even really answering, and even when he says yes, I feel like he's just saying yes because they keep looking at him. I think he just wanted to give them an answer because they just were like
under a hot light.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fine, I'll go with your plan. Okay. So Trish and Tony talk. They need to have a one-on-one with Woo. Even though, but don't worry, Puya. Woo told Spencer and Kass he is not going to divulge anything.
Yeah, no,
It's fine.
Woo is going to keep everything under wraps. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. So Tony asks Woo, what were they talking about back there? Like, oh, Spencer wants to vote out Tasha. Like, Tasha doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. No, bless his heart. Woo, not a great liar. Not a great liar. I feel like he could have come up with literally anyone else's name and it would have been more believable than Tasha.
It sounds like he's hungover and trying to remember what happened last night, the way he delivers it. Tony's like, right, that doesn't, wait, what? What'd you guys do?
Yeah. All right. So Tony, he isn't buying it. We go to our immunity challenge. Spencer ends up getting the immunity here. This is the one where they're like running around trying to count things. Hard to play along at home, Dave.
Yeah, I like when I can play along. I can't hear. This is one of those times where I was 1.5 speed, just doing my best to to follow along.
There's 25 or 26 crabs in there.
Who could say? And how do you really know?
Okay. Tasha, she's bummed out that she didn't win. Tony feels like that Tasha doesn't seem as concerned enough about going home here, Puya. His spidey senses are going off.
Yeah, and he feels like, and here's the thing. This makes sense to us because we have seen Tasha talk about how she would like to play the game. When Garrett kept them in one spot, she was like, I want to go talk to people. I want to do one-on-ones. And the feeling here is that, well, that's not really happening. So something's got to give. Something's got to be going on here. But no, not really.
Yeah. Okay, so this vote ultimately ends up being a 4-1 vote. So things really kind of fall apart. So it seems like that Tasha, she's still on board. She votes for Trish. Spencer, he will still vote for Tony here, but Woo and Kass come around to the point where Kass feels like, man, I think I could beat Tony in the end.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from for her.
He's our Russell Hantz.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where she would believe that, but I mean, if I'm looking at the people around me, Tony is still like one of the last people I want at the end. I think Kass could maybe in certain scenarios beat Trish or Woo. There might still be a path for her here. I might be totally off there, but like, it's not Tony. Tony is not the final three or final two that she can beat.
Yeah. Puya, do you think that Woo might have told Kass he's not in on the plan anymore, and then Kass like trying to save face and like have some agency of that, basically like, oh no, I'm just I changed my mind of what I would like here at this round.
I don't know, Rob, because like to me, it definitely, this whole theory of she thinks she can beat Tony does start amplifying more in the later episodes too. I think it was a combination. I think, and I can honestly feel like I can pinpoint it, when she like shakes him enough that he reveals that he might have something bigger, like a special idol. I think that's when the realization sets in of like, maybe I've got this. Maybe this is possible. And this is also she is also the one person who has cited other Survivor players in her confessionals. So I could tell that she was actively trying to compare people to people and like trying to put them in different boxes. Like, okay, this is our Russell Hantz. Okay, I feel like I can beat him potentially. Now, is this a misread? For sure. But also Tasha, on the other hand, has won 3 in a row. Competition-wise, she's got Kass beat, right? So that's not going to be good. But yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, Tasha is going to get voted out. Nobody plays an idol. Nobody flushes an idol. Tasha goes out at the final 6. All right. Anything else to say about Tasha's run here, Dave?
I think it is her bet compared to second chances. This is her.
Yeah.
This is a much more favorable run for her. By the time she's out, you're like, oh man, but obviously in second chances, everyone wants Jeremy. So
yeah, in second chance, she actually has some good moments when she goes to the swap tribe at Angkor. But other than that, she's like has a pretty quiet post merge game in Survivor Second Chance. Okay,
Yeah.
All right, we're down to the final 5. Great episode of television here. The straw that broke the camel's back, not the llama. And so we're going to see Tony and Woo go in their boat, and Woo tells Tony everything. And Tony's takeaway is we have to vote out Woo now.
Like I said before, anything could happen. Like you could just do a random generator, and Tony's reaction is just also a random generator. There's no correlation.
Because he told Tony the whole plan, then Tony feels like that he's too honest. Got to get rid of him. And a bad read. Bad read that Tony can't beat Woo in the end.
Yeah. I don't know why. It seems like the last few episodes here, everyone has a bad read from every direction. Woo thinks he should take Tony to the end, or maybe could beat him. Kass thinks she could beat him. Tony thinks he should take Woo. It doesn't make sense, but I guess it makes good television. So I'm not complaining.
Okay. That's Tony's plan at the start of this episode. We get the reward challenge of put as much mud as you can on your body. Would you like to do this challenge?
No, I feel like
neither.
I'm okay. I feel like
I'm
getting
good.
in there and like lathering it on myself and then like rubbing it off on myself, it doesn't appeal to me. Now, if the reward is juicy, I'll do it, but I won't love it.
Rob, would you do this or the poll challenge?
I think I'd rather do the poll challenge, to be honest. Like,
Really?
I mean, you're in the mud in like your shoes and everything. Like everything is just ruined at that point.
But okay. But wouldn't it already be ruined? I mean, after 33 days or however.
That's fair.
It's ruined, but I just feel like that. Okay, my shoes are never wearable again. Like it's still like I still have to wear these shoes for 5 more days.
Okay. I would do the mud challenge. That's what I'm really trying to say. I would definitely, I'd be fully into that. I don't know why Tony's so good at it, but he's really good at it. Is it surface area? I don't know.
In Survivor Winners at War, that Tony wins the challenge for patience. That he has to he wins the challenge with like the stacking the blocks, and he says that. Can you believe I won a challenge that was patience? Usually my speed is fast and sloppy. And so that is his mode. And this is a challenge that is clearly sloppy. I mean, you'll see him on the slide puzzle in this episode. He can go fast. He can be sloppy. This challenge rewarded fast and sloppy. So I think this was a good one for him.
Yeah, and I think he also didn't have any inhibitions from the start either. Immediately he just did not care. Mud all over me. All over my head, whatever he had, he was ready.
I mean, Tony Cagayan is definitely the mantra, all gas, no brake. And this was an all gas, no brake challenge.
Yeah, very much so.
All right. Tony wins, takes Trish to go for pizza. But I thought it was a slightly poor taste. They said, all right, Tony, who are you going to take with you? And he said, anorexia.
Yeah, so this whole thing with Trish came up a couple times this season, which I did not remember.
Malnutrition, I think Lindsay calls her. Yeah.
Like Trish calls herself malnutrition, but I don't know / remember enough to know if this is something she joked about first or people said it and then she started saying it to go in with. I didn't like it. It's obviously uncomfortable a little bit. But yeah, he picks Trish for the spot.
Yeah.
Go with him.
Yeah. Not great.
I think Pooh is right. I think she did. I think the idea was that she was owning the insult, but regardless. But I think that's for her to own, not for Tony then to also use it again.
Yeah.
That's
And you can also say like if that is not something that she is actually dealing with, then she probably should, even if she's saying it about herself.
That's
probably should leave that alone. Yeah,
Very true. Yeah.
All right. So they're gonna go for pizza delivered by helicopter. A little extra, but we'll take that.
I support
I'm okay with it.
It's it's the Statue of Liberty of Survivor. The taking the votes, Pat. That's those moments I'm fine with. They don't make sense. We don't need them, but I like it.
Yeah.
Spend
Okay.
the money.
Dave, how do you think this pizza looked?
This one looked okay. I've had one bad pizza in my life, and I'm not very picky, but this one looked okay. So I think pizza. I understand why pizza is their one of their go-to foods. What I was confused about was that there was like burritos too. Like there's a moment where you see Tony just stuff his mouth with some kind of, maybe it's a cow. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I don't think it was. I think that Tony is just like taking slices.
He's doing
and inhaling them,
like a New York slice kind of situation. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'd have to go watch it back. I was sure I saw him just bite into some like random burrito, and I was very confused by that. But either way, the way he eats is unreal here.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
It's fast and sloppy.
Fast and sloppy.
Exactly. Yeah. And I feel like,
in Winners at War, he would have eaten with a knife and a fork.
Yeah, this is true.
It's probably the best comparison you could make to the two. But still quickly.
So much sauce on his hands. You'd think he was eating a lasagna by hand. Like, I was like, where's all this sauce? It's a pizza. It's contained in a slice. How are you eating this messy? Guy was hungry. What can I say?
I mean, Trish said he had pizza coming out of his nose.
He could have.
Yeah.
That's happened to me before. I ate spaghetti, came out of my nose. Maybe that happened to Tony.
Way.
Yeah.
Like, did you laugh on TikTok or something?
I haven't been able to successfully film it. But yeah, no, that's happened to me twice actually with two different foods where I was eating and then I sneezed and then it came out.
Oh my God.
Oh.
No, I don't know what the deal. I broke my nose forever ago, and I think there's something there that's allowed this to happen. So that's my special talent.
Not there.
Or not there. Yeah, that's probably more. That's probably closer to it. Years from now, when they're looking at my corpse, they'll go, okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's see. Chaos Kass. She's back. She's gonna then have a conversation with Tony, and Tony says, "Hey, look, Wu told me everything on the boat. That was stupid. He shouldn't have done that. But look, just so you know." Let's go to the end, me and you. I'll look past it. Kass, I think, kind of hits on 19 here. Like, wasn't this like good enough, right?
Yeah. Isn't this what you wanted? This sounds perfect for you. Just take it. Take the deal. You're there. This is not a bad offer.
The banker is on the phone. He wants to offer you final 2. No deal. I'm out.
Open the other suitcase. Yeah, I think Kass is always going to open the other suitcase, no matter what. I think that the whole, it's not really chaos Kass so much as contradictory Kass. That's really what she wants to do. Why I love her as a player.
Contrarian Kass.
Contrarian, yes, even better.
She literally said in the last episode, boy, I'm thinking the move might be go to the end with Tony. Tony, next episode, I want to go to the end with you. No, not going to happen. It almost happens, but not by this way. All right, so she's gonna blow this the whole thing up. She's gonna tell Wu, "Hey, Tony told me everything."
Yeah, immediately.
And then Tony walks in. "Hey, Tony, I was just telling Wu how you told me, hey, what you said in the boat." It's like, yes. Why would you do this?
Yeah. And thus begins Tony being incredulously mad towards Kass. And again, Kass, the thing is, Kass has this superpower that Tony cites in the tribal later, where she responds in the same tone with the same face to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's phenomenal to watch because I think it gets more of a rise out of people when she responds that way.
Mm-hmm.
It feels a little bit like it's The Good Place, and they've all been brought together to torture each other. Like all of them torture each other, especially when you get to that final four.
Yes,
they
yes.
all torture the other person.
Yes, we have been. Maybe that's how the season was casted so perfectly.
I think so. That's really what I was saying. When I say well-rounded cast, I mean everyone had a person to torture.
Yeah. All right. So Tony is just getting apoplectic at this point. Puya is so mad that you see there are people that have secrets and there are people like you that go and blow things up. She's like, so now we're not going to the final two now, Tony?
She's just winding him up and he's falling for it. He just can't handle her. That's so good.
Yeah. And this is where we end up getting the famous llama talk. I think this is the one we get here.
Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, and that's become a staple in the best of the year for RHAP every year. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. That this comes from that Kass didn't tell everybody that she was a lawyer. She said that she was working with she worked on her family's reindeer farm.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's definitely maybe it is reindeer, but yeah, regardless, llama was in his head. I think that my favorite part of this is that even Kass, but Spencer is just openly laughing like at this moment of, I don't know if what Tony's trying to do is break the tension a little bit, but it kind of does anyway. And it's just, I don't know. It's the perfect balance of like, people are arguing, but now I'm going to do a llama impression.
Okay. So let's see. I don't even know where we go from here. This is going to change a bunch of times, but we go over immunity challenge. This is Tony has a huge lead in this challenge, Booyah, and that he has like a couple of minutes on Spencer, but then again, fast and sloppy, that Tony is moving the pieces of the slide puzzle about 90 miles an hour, but gets absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, fast and sloppy is 1,000,000,000% the wrong way to go with direction to go with a puzzle, because if you mess it up one too many times, just to unjumble it and then refix it is going to be a problem. And if your opponent is Spencer, you can guarantee that if someone's going to catch back on a puzzle, it's Spencer. So the combination of these things, and I don't think this was the only time this season where Tony had a lead in a immunity challenge. He's pretty good to get to the end of it, but he can't clutch. He's not clutch on him.
At least not in this season. And Winners at War, he's going to be, very strong in these challenges. But all right, Spencer is going to win immunity here. And Dave, this is when Kass and Trish get into it.
Just because they're there to torture each other. There's no other reason. I don't know. Who instigates? Can you remind me? I'm trying to remember how this argument starts.
Okay, so I have in my notes here, Kass opens up to Trish. Do you think I'm stupid?
Yes. Okay, that's right. Okay, and what Kass later says at Tribal is that Trish was waiting to see what would happen at immunity to blow up on her. I think that is true. It doesn't make it less funny. It actually probably makes it funnier, but it does have the same effect where when you're watching it, you're kind of taken aback because you get that, the scene we've seen 1,000 times of them walking back to camp and, oh, great job, Spencer, blah, blah, blah. And then Trish just blows up on Kass.
Trish goes off. Yeah. She says, you don't want to argue with me. I'll rip you apart in 30 seconds. You could cry. You turn around with that big poop eating grin on your face and I'm going to win everything. And you're not.
I think until poop eating, it was going pretty well. And then, then I lost.
You're a vicious, cruel human being and everybody sees it except for you. And it's really quite tragic.
What's funny and tragic about that is no one goes, oh, that's not true, Kass. They're all just sitting there kind of not nodding, but not, not breaking it up either.
In their head, they're nodding.
Yeah.
In their head, they're nodding in agreement.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to see Tony, Woo, and Trish talk. And, okay, Woo, gets promised by Tony that he will promise on his wife and child that he is now loyal to Woo. But that's not good enough for Woo, Puya.
Yeah, Wu kind of, he's in a position where I think the way Wu sees it is he's seen first up because he's been for pretty much any time Tony has flipped, he has taken Wu with him. Wu is the only is that right? Do I have that right? I feel like I do have that right. Where Wu was a part of every single one of the blindsides with Tony, I think, in the merge. Yeah. So he knows firsthand that a lot of these people had stuff lined up with Tony that didn't necessarily get it. So it's a little bit of I'm going to be a little skeptical on you at this point.
Yeah. He doesn't feel like that Tony will side with him at the final 3. He feels like that Tony will take Trish to the final 2.
Right. And I think that's a pretty decent read for Wu, because the only person that Tony's closer to than him would arguably be Trish, very clearly.
All right, so then Wu, he's ready to flip to the other side. He's gonna ultimately be voting out Trish with Spencer and with Kass, even though Tony swears to Wu, and this is a very eventful tribal council, Dave.
It's all around great. And I think this is the one where I think they start saying this is the insane asylum. This is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And we're all, yeah. And then you get what Trish, someone quotes the line from that movie. Trish. Yeah. And it's so good. I think the best tribals are where everyone is, actively a part of it and it's funny, but also the jury is just, in this case, just laughing at I don't know. I like when everyone involved is enjoying themselves. And that's definitely the case here.
Yeah. Tony resets the whole thing with talking Llama to Kass and says
to Jeff's credit, he knew he just was trying to tee it up. So what? Oh yeah. He was just waiting for Tony to do it again. It seemed like.
Yeah. Ultimately, we're gonna see Trish get voted out here. Now, this is an interesting vote. It's a 4-1 vote here against Trish. Now, Tony, had he not voted for Trish, it would have still been 3-2. He would have been on the wrong side of the numbers. But
yes,
he has 2 idols. He could have played an idol for Trish and saved her here, and then Kass would have gone home. He did not.
Yes, because he could have used the regular idol on her, right, beforehand, and then sent Kass home for sure. So it's interesting because he clearly opts not to do that. Now, is this to enable for him to sell the next idol as his move, like the whole Final 4 idol thing? I don't know. I feel like if he uses this idol, he still has the other one. So what's the problem?
Well, I think that in asking Tony about this from back in 2014, he felt like he needed to put Trish on the jury
to advocate for him.
Yes, I think that was his biggest reason why he didn't save Trish. He needed her on the jury.
Okay. I mean, he seemed like he was fine without her advocation, but we'll take it. That's fine.
And I don't know how much that he was worried that, Dave, do you think that Trish would have beaten Tony in the final 2?
No, I don't think he was. Yeah, I think if what he's saying is true, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Again, you have to kind of take it they make that up later after the fact, but it makes sense.
I mean, take a look at the makeup of the jury. I think that there's potentially Trish votes there. If it's Tony versus Trish, 8 people on the jury, you think LJ, Jeffra, kind of feel like that's at least 2. Trish might have lost Kass's vote, but I don't know. Sarah, it's possible. Sarah could be pretty upset with Tony.
I don't know. I might have a wrong read here, but I think you're only getting LJ's vote for Trish. I really don't think people liked her as much. I don't think so. Jeffra's my girl, my bigger than life. I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Anything else on Trish going out here at the final 5, Puya?
No, I think that upon rewatch, maybe when I first watched, I don't think I had the lenses I have now, and I had maybe on my other rewatches, but Trish is a better player than I think I recognized the first time watching. And it's very clear that she has some social capabilities that really help put Tony's game over and help him navigate the game in moments where I think he was a hindrance to himself. She was able to untie those knots to help him proceed further.
Yeah. No, she was ironically not a cop, but the great good cop to Tony's bad cop.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. And I think she has the best jury question in the season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's really good in the final tribal council. All right. Let's go to the finale. And Dave, live finale. Jeff's there. Jeff's always telling everybody, call your friends. It's the Survivor finale.
Get them on the couch. Get in that group text. Tell them it's happening. I don't know. I have to wonder, at some point, Jeff, and I mean this, it's wholesome, but he became very family oriented in how he markets Survivor. And this is like definitely where around the time that began, where he's really focused on the idea of all these families are watching Survivor together. I think a lot are, but I think the majority of us are watching on our laptops or something. Cable cutter,
it's interesting
whatever.
that Jeff talks to like a gaggle of kids at one point during this live reunion show, and I'm pretty sure that those kids are on this season of Survivor.
Honestly, I thought about it. I was like, at what point
Somebody
are
look
we going to
these
get
kids up?
Yeah, because at one point we're going to get someone's introduction confessional to start the season, and there's going to be a shot of them in the audience. I know it's going to happen. Yeah. It's just a matter of which season that's going to be.
And they don't even have to be that good in casting. Jeff is just going to be so excited about the fact that they were on the live show and he talked to them. That's all that matters.
Yeah, this was the kid from the Survivor.
You remember?
Reunion. Yeah.
There was a moment with when he was surrounded by the kids where this one kid was like, yeah, I like to go on iTunes and watch old seasons when I'm sick. And I was like, that dates the show for sure. It's like, who's buying the seasons on iTunes now?
That kid was.
That one kid who now has to still watch them there because he bought them there.
Yeah, he owns them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the live finale. Okay, final 4. And so Tony is going to be setting up his idol here. And we talked about this in the very beginning of this podcast, Puya, but Tony has an idol that's worth bupkis, going to still play it.
Yeah, and I think the key to having this plan succeed is to follow it with full confidence, never yield, and just act like it is the most matter-of-fact thing. I'm safe at Final 4. You have to decide what you're doing because I am okay. And we also discussed in the same podcast that this is something that not many people can pull off. Again, it's not easy to firm such a decision and keep a straight face and not have people call your bluff.
And so Tony, he is going to try to pull one over on everybody. Kass has her doubts, Dave, that this is actually a valid idol still.
Yeah, I think at this point, however Kass feels about it, there's really no other outlet. Woo or Spencer aren't at this point. They don't care probably too much what she has to say, or they're not going to. And I think Spencer, to your point, Puya, because he believes it's a final 2, I think he wants to believe Tony because he's pretty sure of this final 2 at this point. And I think it confirms his suspicions. So believing Tony then confirms what he already thinks there. I think that there's something sort of satisfying to him about that. All
right. Final 4 immunity challenge. Loved ones are here, Puya.
Ooh, yeah. Again, in a surprising way. I feel like
what are they doing here? What was the concept here of let's bring the loved ones in for let them watch a challenge and then leave?
Yeah, and it's like is that your husband? That's your husband. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, this was fine. I feel like comparing this to more modern loved ones visits, I feel like the modern ones are better. Maybe it's because Jeff adds his own commentary to it, which can be pretty funny.
What's it like having a person in your life? that
Yeah.
is your brother.
Mhm.
Tell me about that.
Mhm. Seen it all.
It was sweet seeing them. It was sweet seeing them. It was very clearly they were happy to see them. But yeah, they were just essentially there to watch one comp and leave. Like there was not much else there going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're going to have this challenge. This is the one where we see this in a lot of the different seasons where you're standing up like on a really high perch. You have a bucket, pull the bucket down, and then you got to fill it up and read your key. Kass is so far out of this challenge. She ends up, she's like everybody else is working on their puzzle. Kass is not even close to being in it. She ends up having a massive come from behind victory and winning this one in front of Mr. Kass. It was very impressed.
It's a great comeback. I part of the reason I sort of really like this Love One visit. I understand like, oh, just coming for the challenge, not as maybe fulfilling, but I like when it's a surprise, not unlike Winners at War in some way, but when it's a surprise and that they probably thought there's no more Love One visits. For them just to show up, I really liked. I don't think they got the dramatic moment that they were hoping for. In fact, you just mentioned this, Puya, but Tony says, that's her husband, like very matter-of-factly. I don't know how he knows, but he knows what Kass's husband looks like, so that's interesting. But anyway, I like that I think it is true here that Kass's husband really did kind of help motivate her to come from behind and win. I think that's a pretty cool little mini story within this.
I mean, Kass has a great finale.
She does. You kind of, well, I did, and not everyone, but I definitely was rooting for it to an extent at certain points in this. I kind of like she had an underdog narrative going.
And I misremembered this as well, that I thought Kass was going to win the final 3 challenge, and then Wu won. I'm like, oh yeah, of course Wu wins. So I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I thought that she won both the challenges in the finale, but that doesn't make sense. But I had forgotten she had won the final 4 challenge here, and so she wins, and she talks a little bit about how that she feels like that she already has it figured out what she's going to say to the jury. And Puya, this is also interesting because just to have the connective tissue with her and Sarah again, Sarah sort of actually does bring this up in front of the jury in season 40, but she talks about how that she feels like that there is some sexism to how her game is viewed, and how that if she played the same exact game as a man, that she would be rewarded for that game. And that's what she was going to say to the jury.
Yeah, which I feel like is not an unfounded thought or narrative that we've seen on this show and many other shows. And I think this has been talked about in many different places, way better than how I'm going to summarize it in this podcast right now. But I feel like with dynamics in these games, there's a lot of, very easily it's like, oh, she should probably, she's like the mother figure, so you feel more betrayed by the move she might make, whereas this man who you don't really give that kind of assumption or value to can get the same move over on you, and you're like, okay, it's just game. Like the betrayal levels will feel harsher depending on who's doing them. If everyone does the exact same move, it's like if the 3 of us do the exact same move, one of us might be respected for, the other 2 might be looked at negatively. And then specifically here, what Kass is saying, I don't think is unfounded, and I think has legs. And I think Sarah's also bringing it up later. Definitely, depending on who the person is, the perception of the moves does vary and is treated differently.
I think what I like so much about Kass is that she, in a way, breaks the archetype of the mom on Survivor, and not to say that everyone was like this before her, but she while a lot of her moves we may not agree with, she's very unapologetic. And I feel like that's a nice contrast to a lot of what we'd seen before that. And so I really respect that she's not really going to let anyone trample on her, regardless of whether or not we think she's playing a good game. I really respect that aspect of her. That would have been really cool in the final jury speech as well.
It would have been wild to get that final 2 of Kass and Tony, where then she does make this argument, and it would have, because they ask in the or I think they asked what Woo versus Kass in the final reunion
would've
show,
won?
and everybody says they'd vote for Woo. But it would have been very interesting to see Kass in that spot and see what the jury would have said. But let's go live back to the green room here. And this cracked me up because Jeff ends up telling us, he's like, wow, like we're here with this group, and the great thing about this group is that there's no hard feelings. This group, like this group of people hates each other almost more than any other season of the show.
Yeah.
How many people don't even talk to each other in this cast? Like, no, they're all such great sports. Everybody here loves each other.
Yeah.
That's why I love this group.
He's
20
gaslighting
minutes
Twitter.
later. Yeah, 20 minutes later, we find out Sarah's not talking to Tony anymore. Like, they forget hard feelings. They had feelings, and a lot of feelings. So I thought that was, that was very cute of Jeff to try and cover that up.
Cute, not hot. Yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. So the final four, they are going to go to tribal council, and they got to figure out what to do. Dave, Spencer is going to, talk to Tony and say, like, hey, I think I clocked this thing, and this is a final two.
Yeah. And, Tony, for his part, believes him. It doesn't really help Spencer out in the long run here, but, I think that was the right move by Spencer. He did what he could do there. It ultimately didn't work in his favor, but I do think kind of taking Tony aside and making these arguments. And then, as Tony later says in the final three tribal council, what Spencer said came true. So, I think it's a really smart move by Spencer and really astute. I'd like to think if I was out there, I would be able to count the days and figure it out. But it seemed like Spencer was the only person who was fully aware that a final two was happening.
The thing that I just can't help thinking of, if it was a less interesting player with said Tyler Perry idol, and I don't even know if that player exists on this season, Jeremiah gets to the final four with the Tyler Perry idol. Do you think they're letting this stay a gray area, or because it's Tony, they're like, boy, let's see what happens. Wait, it'd be a shame to lose Tony here.
Yeah, that's not a bad point, Rob. I feel like that theory does have a bit of legs to it, I really do. Because obviously it's a situation where we know, and very clearly we've talked about different levels of, could they step in here? Should they step in here? And we're like, no, not this one, not this one. Here, it's convenient to leave it alone because, again, Tony's holding it.
Yeah. Although, in fairness, that Jeffra with this Tyler Perry idol, I think they feel like that's our new JT. We've got him. Let's so I don't know. Pick the person that they would think would be the undesirable here. Dave, what do you think?
Well, my only problem with this hypothetical is that I don't know that a Jeffra or a Jeremiah even thinks to pretend that in a Final Four situation. So it's sort of like, you make a good point. I think production was rooting for Tony, but I don't know that anyone else is bold enough to pretend this anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll allow it. Spencer goes home. It's not a game for Spencer. It's a passion for him, Dave.
I guess it's like the same episode. His sister says he just gets really excited about things and then calls me later. Really excited.
Nobody was more obsessed with Survivor than Spencer was at this point.
Yeah, that might be true.
And I mean, look no further than both in this tribal and then in Second Chances, when he's so close to the end, he doesn't care what he has to do to get there. He was literally like, I will tell you in front of the jury, don't vote for me. Jury, don't vote for me. Let me just get to the end. I don't want your votes. In the final four at Second Chances, he does a similar plea of like, he pushes everything to get there. He really, really cares and is very competitive and loves this game. At least in this timeline, where he was willing to do whatever it takes to sit at the end there.
Okay. So we're going to the final three. And in the final three, Woo and Kass talk. And before they go to bed, Woo says to Kass, we've got no shot against Tony. This is it. This is the final two.
He also doesn't he say something about I'd be stupid to take
Yeah,
Tony.
he said, I'd be the
Oh, yeah.
stupidest Survivor player ever, taking Tony to the end.
Man, 101 Survivor. Don't give him that soundbite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But kudos to Tony for
Yeah.
getting him to do the 180 here. Final 3 challenge comes down to, what would you say, steampunk, sort of like a gear crank, half second between Kass and Woo, and then ultimately Woo wins the final immunity.
I love this challenge. I'm usually, I think my eyes kind of glaze over sometimes with certain challenges at this point. A lot of them feel very same, but I always like a maze one, and I love that some of the things don't work. I like that we have an aerial view, so we kind of see what they're trying to do, and the gear is very satisfying. I was very into this challenge on the rewatch, even knowing the conclusion.
Yeah, Jeff said it was one of the best.
I believe him.
Okay. So they go back to these kids, Booyah. They ask a young man in the audience, like, what do you think Woo should do? What's the right decision? And this kid says, Woo should take Kass. Nobody has any respect for her.
Yeah, kids are savage and unfiltered. They say what they want to say, and this kid did not hold back. This kid was like, I'm starting the roast of Kass tonight. I'm the host. It's happening. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, was he wrong? No. The kid was 100% on the mark with the assessment of the season and where everything stood. But damn, it's hard to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Tony realizes he's in trouble. He's going to take Woo for a walk. And Dave, it's time for Tony to go to work.
Yeah, this is why it's such it's an exclamation point, like I said 4 hours ago on Tony's game, that he's able to convince Woo. I think it really, I think people do appreciate it, but I think it's usually more chalked up to Woo made a bad move as opposed to Tony said all the right things to convince Woo of this. And I think I might just be too much in Tony's corner here, but I do feel like Tony does make these relationships so he understands what to appeal to a certain person at a certain time. And you see him bring up Woo's passions, martial arts. He knows exactly what to say within Woo's moral code that could convince him to do this. And I think that really deserves a lot of credit. He knows exactly what to say to Woo in that situation.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite things that he says to Woo, that he says, Kass has stories. She did stuff. Even though they were the wrong moves, she played. She made the wrong moves, but she still made moves.
Yeah, moves are moves, whether they're good or bad in this situation. It's very, and I do think I kind of have to echo what Dave is saying here. I do think that it was the combination of using the whole moral code of it all, and then maybe highlighting that if you want to win, would you rather win against the best or no? Because you might lose against Kass, and that's not where you want to be. If you want to lose, you might as well lose to the better person as well. He somehow was able to package it in a way where the guy who literally was against him is now like, no, this is the right ending for me.
Yeah, I don't know if Kass had the closing argument to Woo either. I think she had the logical just blunt approach that she says to him, Tony's going to win if you go with him.
Yeah, I was confused about Kass on this rewatch where I was at Tribal Council specifically. When he votes for her, I don't know if this is just Kass not having a reaction to anything, but she didn't seem super surprised. Is that would you guys agree? I thought that was strange that she was, I don't know. I just thought this is such an obvious thing to convince Woo of. Why didn't she work harder? Again, all retrospect, but I just felt like Kass wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to give the satisfaction.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Ultimately, we're going to go to Tribal Council. Get the jury out here, and it was we're gonna go over the challenge. Everybody give their pitches. But Woo, He doesn't want to hear it. I'm ready to vote.
Yeah. Who hits them with the listen? No offense, but I'm done. Let's just get this.
You don't want to
over
hear
with.
from them?
No, I'm done now. I'm good.
It's kind of what you do when you know you're probably going to make a bad decision and you don't let your friends give you advice. You know what I mean? You don't go in the group chat to say I'm going to go do this thing because you already know they're going to tell you.
Lock it in right now.
Yeah,
okay? Yeah. Okay. He goes to get the vote. It is Kass. Kass says, "Some people will hate me. She had a hell of a time. No lies detected."
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Spencer's face here, phenomenal. Spencer cannot believe Tony just made it to the final two.
Mm-hmm. Now, Dave, this is the most celebrated modern season of Survivor here. I mean, this is an epic moment here. We have this final two that every Survivor fan knows about. Do you think it's wild that Survivor has never even considered another final two since this point?
Yes, I think it's crazy. I think so my second favorite season, and I don't know, I mean, it's not because of a final two, but my second favorite season is Token Cheats. So I think it just always works for me. I do understand where if I'm production and I'm looking at this, I'm going, well, in most worlds, Woo would have been smart in taking Kass instead, and this wouldn't be. So I think they probably recognize this final two could have been really not what we wanted. But I don't know why you don't bring it back. Like if you have especially, these 18-person casts, I think it works really well there. I think it works that it's random. I think that is smart, especially, fans versus favorites. Another example, like it works when you surprise them. So I don't know why we don't see more of that.
I mean, I think a lot of Suri fans wouldn't agree with it works, that it's random, but I mean that it is, I feel like that they do it in the international versions, which seems to work just fine. Please, do you think there's anything changed with a Kass, Tony, Woo final three? Does that change the equation in a meaningful way?
I feel like the voting equation, not really, but if I think Kass is going to sit there and just let Tony say what he wants to say, no.
Yeah.
And I think it would, from an entertainment standpoint, it would definitely give us a little bit more oomph into the final.
Yeah, I do think that Kass does have like a little bit of like Sandra upside potentially in the final two, where she's just like could, like, if she's like calm and composed and then has Tony like spinning in circles in front of the jury, like I'm wondering maybe if there could be a couple of votes there. It's an 8-person jury. Maybe she inherits the one Tasha vote that Woo gets, but I don't know if she can find 3 more.
Is there a world where Spencer votes for her at the end, just out of like, because she saved him in the very beginning? Is that crazy?
I think it's probably
he is such a Tony,
crazy, because Tony is such a,
and he gets
he's so like over the top for Tony.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. Should we go to the final tribal council? Anything from day 39?
The mirror. The fact that Tony thinks there's going to be another advantage and there's no other.
That was very funny.
Yeah. I've seen a few of these. Let's give them a mirror here on day 39. It's a big time filler in the finales.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's meant for, because otherwise they're just going to be sitting around talking about what their speech is going to be. And, yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go to final tribal council. Puya, what are some of the more interesting moments from the final tribal council?
So this is still clearly the old format, right? Where you walk up, you throw your statement, you leave. You've already highlighted Spencer becomes the pulls the half Murphy. I feel like just completely goes, it's Tony's game, it's Tony's world, we're all living in it. So that was fine. You've also mentioned already Trish had probably the deepest of questions, the heaviest one, probably the best one. But beyond that, what other highlights did you find, Rob? Because I feel like, again, the other thing for me is at this point, I was convinced Tony's got it, right? So it didn't give me a lot of change in how I was feeling.
Yeah, you're feeling really good about Tony's prospects at at this point. I don't know if anybody else gives you anything that's super memorable from the final tribal council. But as far as like Trish goes, when she really just like has Tony on the stand, and she talks about how she has a hole in her heart. She lost her 2 brothers, and Tony swore on his relatives. And her questioned him like, was it worth it? Like, was it worth it to you for $1 million? And hey, Tony says yes.
Yeah, and I don't think she's surprised by him saying yes, but I think, not unlike him trying to get Wu or LJ on record against Wu, like I think she just wants to get him on record saying yes to it, knowing she's going to vote for him. But I think it's great. I like that it's sort of it strips down or encapsulates what has been Tony's game, which is he will do anything, he will swear anything to win, and he will win because of it. But it is, I think what Trish is effectively trying to do is like, this is what you did to get here, and you're going to win, but I want the audience to know how you got it. And to you guys, I feel like the only really 2 people I needed were Trish and Spencer, because Spencer kind of it's the first time that you basically have a jury stand where he turns and addresses the jury and tells them what to do. I remember at the time that being a pretty iconic thing as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a little hard on Wu.
True.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, listen. Ultimately, this was always going to be the way it's going to go down. So I feel like it could have been worse, but also could have been better.
Mm-hmm. Like, this was a runaway to begin with. Like, it was a little hard on Wu. Like, I think we all got it. Like, Wu got duped. Like, didn't need to get Spencer stepping on his neck here.
Yeah. Calling him
like, what did Wu do to Spencer?
Nothing, and I think that was the problem. He did nothing towards Spencer. But this is the second iteration in this season where someone calls someone a dog, and they hurt both times. I feel like they were both too much both times, with Morgan and then now here with Wu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cut to the live finale, and here we go. Jeff says he loves this season. The players came to play, Dave.
Yeah. An interesting live finale. It's easy to make fun of Jeff in these finales, and he certainly gets off track, and it's just whatever. But I did like the questions he had specifically for the cast members themselves, and I liked the Spencer exchange and that sort of apology. But I just don't. It's not totally satisfying reunion unless you kind of hear from everyone, and I think it's probably an impossible task though. So
yeah. Well, we're gonna get Tony's win, and we hear a little bit about the reaction to Tony, how hard he works, that he can't even put any masks back on.
Yeah, he's been trying. He had parasites since he came back, and he's been struggling. So yeah, he definitely, and I think we heard about this extensively postseason, where like Tony had a long road to recovery after his first time playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We get into the back and forth with Tony and Sarah. Congratulations to Sarah, who is pregnant. And then they talk about like what happened, and she references how Tony went off on her on Twitter when she did her post-game press. Puya, do you remember any of this?
I found the podcasting world at the finale, so okay. I had missed
Tony
out
was a
prior.
legend on Twitter.
I remember this quite well.
Yes.
And I remember at a point I had to stop. Just because it was spoiling everything left and right.
Well, I don't even know if it was like the opposite of spoiling things, Dave, because I was like, oh, this guy must be out soon, because nobody who won the show would act like this.
That's true, but there was little like kind of Easter eggs, and I can't think of a specific reference for this one, but it happened again at Winners at War, where I saw him comment on one of Sandra's Instagram posts that he was now the king of Survivor, and this is before the season even started, and I went and I thought, I was like, I hope that doesn't mean he wins, and because she then replied, yeah, you're now the king. It's some exchange like that, and I just So Tony
Yeah,
on social
this is the
media.
first I'm hearing of this. I mean, it seems regrettable.
It was very regrettable. It was, and I think it
Mhm.
was like days before the premiere. I can try to go back and find it, but I just remember going, well, that's what that means.
Yeah.
So
But Tony was more unhinged on Twitter than any other Survivor contestant that I've ever witnessed. Of course, famously, Dave, that he went off on Stephen Fishback after I believe it was the Survivor Know-It-Alls when LJ got voted off, and that we thought it was a bad move. Famously, we were wrong. And Tony went on a Twitter tirade on Stephen Fishback, and then chalked it up the next day to that he was at a sleepover with friends and someone commandeered his phone and made those tweets. It wasn't him.
it's my favorite all-time Twitter excuse that people use in all walks of life. That wasn't me. That was my intern, whatever. I think it's kind of proof that Tony, and I'm not trying to necessarily compliment him here, it was pretty harsh, but his charisma is kind of what works in real life, and that he can read someone, and if he's being too harsh and he's actually hurting them, he kind of finds a way to sort of make the situation funny or break the tension. But on Twitter, it was just and no cushion.
Yeah, I mean, he would feud with Kass and Spencer and ultimately Sarah Lacina, to the point where then in San Juan del Sur, they had to institute the social media ban.
Right. Which I don't know. I was sad about it at the time, but also glad I wasn't going to be spoiled anymore. So
yes, okay. Well, yeah, they didn't have it for Winners at War.
No.
They have Tony's cop friend Nick here.
Yeah, who basically, and it felt like the whole time Jeff was trying to get was everyone mad at him? Like everyone he worked with, were they mad at him for like swearing on the badge and doing this and that? And the cop friend in like 4 different ways was like, no, he said he was gonna go win. He won. He got what he was gonna do done. Like that's it. That's really all it is. I feel like there was a lot of push to maybe get like, did he get more backlash from like his coworkers, which was never really gonna be the case here.
We also heard the story about how Tony saved somebody's life.
Yeah, his neighbor who was there, he kind of quickly goes over this part, but his neighbor was at his house helping him with something, and then he passes out and then he gave CPR.
Okay.
But it was kind of, I don't know. I felt like Booyah, my thinking was he was trying to get the friend to bring that up, and it just never happened. And finally, like, anyway, look at this.
Yeah. So look at this article. Look at here. Look what we have over here.
Yeah.
So we get to the woo conversation, and we referenced this earlier in the episode, but it's very uncomfortable when they talk to Woo, because it's like, Woo, are you okay? And like, he is not okay.
No, he like does his signature pause for a second and then says, oh yeah, I had the best time, amazing season, and he's like bigging himself up. I'm like, you look heartbroken. You're allowed to feel sad. It's okay. It is fine. Especially because now he also knows that he would have won if he went with Kass. So, and he had the choice. So that it sucks. It's not easy to swallow that kind of sadness. It just isn't.
Yeah. He's in like a trance, Dave, but it's like we need to somehow like figure out how to like save Woo.
Yeah, am I remembering the order incorrectly, or I think Jeff asks him, "Are you okay?" And then he goes, and then he does the vote, like the mock vote. Is that right, or does he do the mock vote beforehand?
I think he does the vote first.
Okay,
so
all right, that's less harsh.
Yeah, and then he goes to Woo, "Are you okay?" And then like after like a pregnant pause, he's like, yeah, I'm feeling fantastic. Let's just give it up for Tony one more time, because it was like one of the greatest games ever.
Man, poor guy. That's all I can say. It does feel like they just, they snapped and okay, remember the line? Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, also great to see. Woo seems to be doing wonderful.
Yeah. This is the
guy's in a million commercials.
For sure. His Instagram is like the happiest feed I've ever seen. Yeah.
So
he's living.
Yeah. Good for Woo. I guess Santa's summer home. Sure. Let's see. We get really, I feel like Jeff like bends over backwards to get Cochran's tweet into the show.
Oh my God, pigeonholed this. And like the worst part is earlier in the reunion, we see, or earlier in this crowd work, he's clearly talking to someone. I think he was talking to a veteran who fought in Afghanistan, and Cochran's clearly behind him, so we know he's there, but he doesn't acknowledge him. And then later he's like, "And this tweet question for Tony." I was like,
Stop
"What
it.
is here?" We
Yeah.
got to get it for the
Fucking
bingo card.
Bryce,
Yeah,
enough. Yeah.
yeah, please.
He really wants that the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme of the viewers to be like, that's Cochran behind him. Like they really
Yeah.
want you to notice him.
Yeah. And Dave, so we get to talk with Tyler Perry, the prolific storyteller, Hollywood powerhouse, and like Tyler Perry. What do you like here?
Yeah, again, I love that Tyler Perry basically calls Jeff out for trying to put the put the super idol blame on him. But I also think that like I wonder if Tyler Perry, because of this, didn't want to show up in a live show again. It did feel a little bit like that's the last time I think it's the last time we saw Tyler Perry at a Survivor live show.
Yeah, I think the only other idea that got chalked up to Tyler Perry was that Tyler Perry said, "Don't give the contestants their bathing suits anymore."
I was gonna say the sequel to this idea was the underwear only rule. No more bathing suits that they put on him, which I don't think was disputed. So we're just gonna keep it credited to him, I guess.
I want to hear what Adam Scott. I want to hear his ideas. I feel like he's always at those live shows.
He's there, but I don't think he rates enough to get like Jimmy Fallon gave the idea for the booth for Rob and Sandra at Tribal Council.
Hot take. I think that's a great idea.
It was a good idea. That was a pretty good one.
That hit, yeah.
So, like maybe go to Fallon more than Tyler Perry. Okay. Let's see. Anything else here from the Survivor finale?
Did you catch when he was reading one of the tweets? It's all lowercase, but the username is Peanut Tom, and Jeff says Peanutum says. He completely misreads it.
Yeah, that was the person who said they wanted to see Tasha play again, I think.
Yeah.
And then he closes it out with LJ. What's been the reaction from the ladies?
I guess social media, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's Survivor Cagayan, baby.
There you go. That's it.
That's
it. Over 4 hours of it. But yeah, no, I mean, I feel like, okay, I'll be candid. I feel like I've been a little bit out of my element tonight on this podcast, but getting to rewatch this season again, I don't know. I don't
think so. If any,
thank you.
I feel like you've saved me 100 times, so I'll give you that.
Yeah. Appreciate you. This has been, getting to watch this season back was phenomenal. It was a great reminder to why people still recommend this season to people who are getting their first fill of Survivor. And I think, Rob, dare I say, I still think it is still that recommendation. If you're coming in newcomer, watch this season.
Yeah. Just to do my rewatchability rankings a little out of order. So I feel like that I've had like the last 3 weeks. So like basically like I feel like the last 4, like I kind of feel like that we have the Mount Rushmore there of heroes versus villains, Cagayan, fans versus favorites, and Pearl Islands. But I think I would have them in a different order. And I think I would have this one. I think I would have it third behind the other 2 that I've watched the last couple of weeks, where I just feel like that, especially post-merge, that I feel like those other 2 seasons, like, don't take their foot off the gas. And I feel like that this season, while still great and iconic, I feel like goes, sort of like, one for me, one for you. It's like a big episode and then not as big of an episode. And I kind of feel like that there are less drop-offs in those other 2 seasons. So I think I would have this season third behind the other 2, where I had fans versus favorites 1, then Pearl Islands 2. And I think I would have this behind Pearl Islands just because I felt like that. And it might be the nostalgia factor too, where I feel like that those other 2 seasons just everything feels a little more important. And I do think, again, for me, it feels a little less special having seen Tony again, and where I feel like that this was the one season where we got to see this crazy person run around and do this. And it's like, this isn't even the best Tony game anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a very fair assessment.
I think that's fair. What I would say related to Winners, if I was going to watch any of the winners who played in Winners at War of their seasons, obviously Tony wins, so it's easy to say. But like, to me, the best pairing for any player, including Sandra, is Tony. If you watch Cagayan and then you watch Winners at War, I feel like that's just a really satisfying and just forget Game Changers happened. But I feel like that's just so fun to see how he adjusts to play a better game. Seeing Sarah again, I think there's that, to me, is just really satisfying. But I think I would actually kind of agree with your rewatchable rankings there.
Yeah, I mean, he gets so much better in and he's not as fun in Winners at War. I mean, I feel like that he's much more fun here because he's just like such a maniac in this season. Where
I don't know, you get the ladder, you get the extortion.
But he's just like so all over the place all the way through here in Survivor Cagayan, and so I feel like that it's probably for me, it's still up there. It's an all-timer for me. Still a super important season, just like in my own Survivor fandom. But I think I would probably have it just a tad less iconic than those other two seasons that we watched the previous 2 weeks. But let's take some questions from the listeners. Eric Kessler wants to know, if Wu cuts Tony and wins, what happens in Winners at War? Winners at Woo.
Woo's at War.
Winners at Woo. Yo, that's very interesting. So he's the winner, and then does Wu take over the Game Changer spot then, Rob?
Yeah, he's not in second chance. Tony plays in second chance
for sure. That I'm sure of.
Yeah. And then Wu, then Tony gets voted off first and second chance.
I think Wu kind of doesn't do well in Game Changers, and then I kind of think he's not invited back for Winners at War. I think, but if he's in Winners at War, I think he makes the merge, and that's about it. Yeah. Okay. Ross has a question about Kass. Do you consider Kass to be a villain? If so, where does Kass rank as an all-time Survivor villain? I mean, this is an interesting question because I think that you could also say that Tony is the villain of the season. I think if you're doing a Heroes versus Villains too, and Kass is on the villain tribe, no one's surprised. But I don't think she's the traditional villain. She's just, again, like, how'd you put it? The contrarian.
Contrarian Kass.
It's not so much that she's like actively putting the rice in the fire or something, but it's easy to archetype her that as opposed to hero.
Yeah, I feel like causing chaos often will, to some people, equal as villainous, but I don't necessarily see it like that either. I feel like villain is the one who's like crushing all your favorites and the good guys and taking all the like nice people out, and that's Tony. Tony's literally one by one chopping the feet off of every person here. With no remorse, even turning back on his own. So he's 1000% the villain in this equation.
Rory Smith says, is this still a top 10 season if Tony gets voted out at the final 3? So a Kass versus Wu final 2.
I think some of that depends on how well Kass does against Wu. I mean, I know we saw that it was going to be an 8-0 if Wu took Kass, but maybe it's a little different and we have a interesting performance from Kass in the final 2.
Which outcome makes the season more popular, a Kass win or a Wu win?
I think a Kass win.
I think a Kass win. I think this season is probably still in the top 5 if Kass wins the season.
Yeah, I think so. If Wu wins, how much does it drop from top 5 is my question.
I think it makes the top 10, but just barely. And it's not against Wu. It's just that you kind of root for a more strategic, active player to win. I think that's where it kind of lands.
But I do feel like that they could have done a lot with the hero edit for Wu. Like I think that Wu becomes like a very beloved figure as the winner of the season. Like when they should really like highlight more of the best parts of Wu. I do wonder if they ended up like could have made more out of Wu.
Yeah, that's totally possible. And they had plenty to work with. I mean, that one reward alone, it's just, I mean, Wu's incredible there. So yeah.
Okay. How about let's see. If Trish isn't on this season, does Tony still win? Seems like he would have struggled a lot more without her. That's from Garrett.
I think for Tony, it's about finding a Trish. He seems to have at least a level of self-awareness where he knows he needs someone there. Like the same way he talks about his wife and he's taking his wife's advice. I think it's that, like, he knows that much. So if he can find them, it works out. I don't know who Trish's replacement is, but I think there's a path for him. No?
No, I'm just reading the next question. Maybe Sarah could be that person for him, but I don't know if there was that person that person existed in the game for him to be that other version of. I mean, Sarah, I guess became that for him in Winners at War, but I'm not sure if Sarah was ready to be that person for him in Survivor Cagayan. Let me ask one last question. Alex Kim wants to know, how would Jeffra fare in Winners at War? Dave, this one's for you.
Tailor made for you.
She'd make the merge. It'd be, it wouldn't not be a bland season. We get some great edge confessionals when she's inevitably voted out. Yeah.
All right, Jeffra, let's bring your mom out. Like, Jeffra, you're not going to believe what we had to tell them this time. I had to tell everybody that you were hitchhiking across the country and left your phone home. So if anybody asks you, you were hitchhiking.
Top 5 season, baby. My ultimate fear now is instead of being known for sticking around for 5 hours, it's just going to be, is that the guy that thinks Jeffra is really good?
Yeah. That's your thing.
Yeah, I'll own it. That's fine. There are worse things.
All right, so let's go to our survey. Let's see what the listeners had to say about Survivor Cagayan. All right, who's the MVP of the season, Puya?
It's Tony.
Yeah,
Tony. It's gotta be
there's no
Tony.
way.
And you'll like this also. Tony with 69.69% of the vote.
Nice.
Double 69.
Double
Those
69.
are rare.
Double 69. Yeah.
Is Spencer second?
Spencer's second, 18.33%. Kass is third with 6.8%. All right. Which one-time player would you most like to see come back and play again in a future season?
Can I guess the rankings?
Yes.
1 Trish, 2 Jatia, 3 LJ.
Where's Bryce?
Yeah.
I didn't factor in how much. I'm thinking too much of like a Survivor subreddit. Okay, yeah, I'll replace LJ with Bryce.
Yes. In a runaway, 47% of the vote want to see Bryce come back and play again.
Good. I support that. I'm glad to be wrong.
Yeah. And in all seriousness, I think he will play again. And I think he's gonna do great. I don't want to put that evil on him. But I do think that Bryce. I think Bryce will play again, and I think Bryce will do very well. Then Trish was second, 21.96%. Jatia had 9.47% of the vote. All right, which name in the list made you pause and say, "Wait, who's that?" Puya, who is it?
What's it called?
Exactly. I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah. Honestly, if not for the tweets game that has made this that has become popular on these podcasts, Alexis would have been there. Lindsay, I had forgotten about for a hot minute, so Lindsay is also in the mix.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. Lindsay, it is 45.45. I guess a lot of doubles in these rankings. Alexis Maxwell, 22.26%, and David Samson, 10.76%.
There you go.
Okay. Who's the most underrated player of the season? What do you think, Dave?
I think they're gonna. Well, man, now I'm going to go with Trish. That's my instinct. I think they're going to say Trish.
Puya?
If not Trish, it would be Spencer, but I also think it's Trish.
Spencer didn't even make it to the podium here for underrated player. Trish, 36%. Tasha, 19.56%. Kass, 17.9%. All right. Who got the Natalie Cole Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot? What do you think, Puya?
It's gotta be our boy Bryce. Otherwise, this is a wild, wild game we're playing.
You're right. Bryce, it is 46%. Jatia of 25.68%. Cliff Robinson, 15.24%. All right. We ask the listeners every week, rate the winners from 1 to 40. 1 is the best game, 40 is the worst game. Dave, where do you think the listeners ranked Tony 1.0?
And this is the average of what they said, right? So
the average of what they said, and then I will tell you what the place that is overall.
I would go. I'll say like, man, I know that. Can you tell me what Kim's average was again? Is that cheating?
So Kim is currently number 2 on the list. She had a 5.88 rank.
Okay, I'll just go an even 5 average for Tony.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with 12.
Ooh.
So we'll split the difference. 8.09. This is the 3rd overall. That's way too high. Yeah.
I think if you
do you think way too kind to Tony? Like Tony 2.0 is number 1. No problem there. No problem there with Tony 2.0 playing the best game. But
how would you
not the 3rd best winning game of all time?
Before rewatching, where would you think you would have ranked him a little higher?
That I would have had like I would say I would say lower in the rankings. I'm not sure where I had him in the evolution of strategy. I think I probably had him at like 7 or 8, and I think I was being kind there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there's so many mistakes that he makes, and so many like that. I feel like I've said about Tony before. Like the guy runs like 100 miles to go like 45 feet. Like I guess he gets there, but it's the efficiency is just like brutal. I think also the God Idol, also like the fact that he sort of benefits from like he has elite skills, but makes so many mistakes along the way. Like it's just the game is so sloppy, that I don't think that he should be ahead of Todd. I don't think he should be ahead of Jeremy. I don't think he should be ahead of Yule, Boston Robin, Redemption Island. Tom Westman, Natalie, Tyson. I think it's the game here is just so messy. Fun,
extremely
fun, but if you're gonna go rank it on like the strength of this particular game, I mean, he doesn't win any immunity challenges along the way here.
Yeah, big old 0.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is this season too high, too low, or just right? What do you think, Dave?
Oh, they're gonna say too high, just based off of the tweet replies alone.
What do you say?
Oh, what do I say? I say too high by about 1. I really do like Pearl Islands. And I know this is contradiction to what I said. Cagayan is my favorite season because of how I experienced it in real time. So it's my favorite. Like, I don't know. I just feel the best about it. But if I'm thinking about storytelling and everything else, I would put it like 3rd or probably 3rd, right? Pearl Islands 2nd.
Yeah. We have a thought on this?
I co-sign too high simply because, and y'all know this, but Cambodia is my favorite. So Cambodia was my number 1. However, I still think the season's good. On the rewatch, I was like, I think I liked it more before than I do now. But also, I'm watching it after a 3-4 years in between of watching other seasons potentially. That's kind of changed some things. Seeing Tony play again has changed some things. But I think like it's still in the top 5 conversation, so that's easily done. So when I say too high, I don't mean like extremely high, but just a little higher.
Okay. The audience says just right, 58%. 30% said too high. 11% said too low, and way too many people in my mentions said that they have a major problem with it. Not my list.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's why that's a really good example of.
I guess I told you my list. I guess it was my list.
That's
Yeah.
That proves that Twitter is not really, the accurate version of what's going on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. You know what we're doing next week? It's the final season of the 40-week rewatch. It was 39 weeks ago that we started this journey. Next week, we're bringing it home. Survivor Heroes versus Villains. Chappelle, Shannon, Gus. Should be a great panel. This week on Wednesday, I will be live with Jordan Kalish and Christopher Lyons for the continuation of our Survivor Cagayan feedback. You can find that in our Patreon, robswebsite.com/patron. Let me tell you a little bit else about what else is going on these days besides the Heroes versus Villains next week. We have been previewing the Survivor 41 cast, and Mike Bloom and I talked about the last batch of 6 Survivor contestants. Get ready for that. You can listen to our interviews. Dave, you pumped up for season 41?
I'm so excited. Like I said, it's been 15 months, something along those lines. So I'm ready. I'm excited about the cast. Again, the 26-day thing, I'm going to have to get used to it. But, like all things, I'll see how it goes. You're very pro or generally pro. I'm not, but it's fine. I'll get over it. I'm not used to change.
Dave, don't worry about it. You're not even going to notice.
I'll need like a daily, therapy tweet from you. That's going to be okay. But I'll do my best.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay. All right. Survivor 41. That podcast is up now. Check that out at robswebsite.com. On Wednesday night, we will be back together for Big Brother 23. It'll be Melissa Denny, Brian Scally, Asia, and me talking about Wednesday night. The Zingbot is going to be back on. Dave, you know about the Zingbot?
I do know about the Zingbot.
Yeah.
That's The one season I watched it thoroughly, too thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recommend 19 as a starter.
Yeah, you may have gotten one of the best zings ever on that season.
Mm-hmm.
So that you did get to see that at least. That's good.
That's good.
Yeah. All right. Check that out on Wednesday night. Of course, this week on the Slop, Frail Mary joined me to talk about everything that was going on in the sloppy world of Big Brother, including many of the complaints that Kylan had on social media. Had a lot of fun with Frail Mary. Check that out in our Patreon podcast feed at robswebsite.com/patron. Then we also have coming up, The Circle. Season 3 is back. Taryn and I got to talk about the premiere of The Circle Season 3. There's a bunch of new players, a couple of catfishes, some twists. We'll talk about that all, and we'll get together again this weekend for our roundtable panel. We'll be doing weekly roundtables of The Circle after we discuss the premiere coming up on Wednesday. Then Puyo, tell me about the latest 90-Day Fiancé where Kirsten McInnes stopped by.
Kirsten,
the ex-husband of one of the couples.
Yeah, comes in like Leandro. No, Kirsten loved the show. So it was her first experience with it. She watched 2 episodes, came through, talked to me about all of it, which was great. Rob, I don't know if you've started yet. I'm telling you,
I watched the first episode. I haven't seen the second episode yet.
And are you enjoying yourself? Was it a good first episode experience?
I liked it, but I don't have a favorite couple yet.
That's good. I'll wait to find out that. But yeah, no, it's been lovely. And Kirsten joined me and talked about everything, and it was a good time. She genuinely did enjoy the show, which was great.
Check that up. Check that out in our RHAP feed or the 90-Day Fiancé podcast feed to hear from Mr. 90-Day Fiancé. Of course, we got so much going on over on Patreon right now between everything with Big Brother and then also everything that we have coming up on Survivor, including the Survivor Q&A, which is back. We'll be answering all your preseason Survivor questions. robswebsite.com/patron. For all of that. Great time to get in on all of the fun here at the start of the new Survivor season. We're back, baby. Of course, check out robswebsite.com/offers for everything from our sponsors. And then click the subscribe button on YouTube. We're getting closer every day to 6-digit subscribers on YouTube. One day, with your help, We may get there. Then, of course, Rob is a podcast on Twitter at RHAP Grams. And then even on TikTok, at Rob is a podcast. Dave, we need to do more.
I happy to be a consult for free on that. Maybe I'll have the Washington Post follow it for a day and see if anyone notices. I do that sometimes.
Yeah, Dave. That I have ideas about things to do on TikTok, and I say, I can't do cool stuff like Dave is doing.
But you can. It just takes. Is
there a resource that's out there that would help me be able to?
Wow, what a great question. Yeah. There's this book I wrote called "Make a TikTok Every Day."
Yes.
Yes. So you could certainly go here for that. There's 365 ideas within this book. But again, I'm here as a Survivor fan, so I don't want to promote it too much. But you can also just tweet me if you have an idea. I'm an open book, and so is this. But just let me know, and I'm happy to give any advice. Or that's a good point.
If you have 500,000 followers, he'll do it. So
that's right. Pitch me an idea. I'm in. We said it. That's the level.
Okay. Dave, it was so nice to have you here. I'm sure that now you've made even more new friends after spending so much time with us. Where can people keep up with you?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I hope I kept the energy.
Dave. This was fantastic.
Okay, I hope you mean it, because I really.
You want to talk about Survivor 41?
Yeah, of course. You guys did 100%. You let me know and I'll be there assuming I can, and I can. So yeah, but if you want to hear my sometimes Survivor hot takes, which confuses everyone else on my Twitter feed, I'm at Dave Jorgensen. I do that like once every couple weeks just to throw people off. So I'm there, and of course, on TikTok, I am on TikTok as at Dave Jorgensen as well. But you can also follow the Washington Post. I don't post too much on my personal account. There's not enough time.
Not enough time. Okay. Yeah. Not time to make 2 TikToks every day.
Well, I do make 2 every day for the Post, and that's that is a third one. I can't do it.
I could make a 5-hour podcast, but I think it would take me about 4 weeks to make a 20-second video.
I think you could do it. I told the same thing to Tyson. Like, it's really, you just got to find your thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Dave, I'm up to try it.
Okay. Good.
All right. And Puya, where can people keep up with you?
People can find me on Twitter at Puyaism, but I do stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Puya. I try and stream about 3-4 times a week. We have good content going on there, so definitely come through, give a follow, give a view. Will be appreciated. We've already talked about 90 Day Fiancé, so you can find that 90 Day Fiancé RHAP up, of course. And in about 2 weeks' time, Masked Singer is coming back. Me and my partner and everything, Liana Boris, will be back once again to cover season 6 of The Masked Singer. They're already doing too much with some of these rule changes, so we're going to be outraged just the appropriate amount for everything. And then, of course, Big Brother still has a couple weeks on it. I will still be there Friday mornings to talk about all the occurrences on the live feeds with Taryn Armstrong at 11 a.m. Eastern over on the Big Brother RHAP Up feed as well.
Mm-hmm. Puya Fridays have been incredible this season.
You, Rob. Appreciate that.
Yeah, this Puya Friday is going to be Nicole's birthday also.
Ooh, I will make sure to shout her out because I know she'll be listening.
Extra special day. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, Puya, great to have you back here. I'm glad that we were able to work this out after we didn't get you on your favorite season on Cambodia.
Which you and Christian rocked and did more than justice to. Yeah, I was moving, so I couldn't make it. But I got to be here, and I got to be here with you and Dave, so I win. Yeah, it was great.
I used that podcast for an entire week of workout. I worked out and I don't normally do this, but I worked out 5 times that week.
Swole now.
Just, yeah. So if you guys really if you're looking for a workout plan, just commit to listening to that podcast over a week. And if you do that, you'll be great.
All right. Well, thank you everybody so much for listening. We'll be back next Tuesday night to close the book on this thing. We talk Survivor heroes versus villains. I'm so excited. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.